Chapter 51. After hearing Negary's voice, these people's bodies involuntarily followed his instructions. Their legs became weak as if they were about to kneel down at any moment. It felt as if there was another version of themselves in their mind controlling their actions. This was one of the abilities Negary had developed over the years, called the words of domination. Over the years, Negary had absorbed too much soul essence, so he understood the human heart far too well. He was very clear on what kind of psychological reactions different people would have when faced with different situations. Because of this, from the moment he saw these people, Negary's every move was exerting psychological pressure on them. At the same time, the air was filled with a large amount of diffusing germs. As these people breathed, they carried the diffusing germs into their bodies, and these germs were all connected to Negary. When there were enough germs in his body, Negary was able to directly communicate with the other party through his mind. And although there weren't many germs in these people's bodies, Negary was still able to transmit his thoughts into them. Through the pressure of the environment, the suggestion of his words, and the constant transmission of Negary's thoughts by the germs in their bodies, the weak-willed people would soon have their psychological defenses broken by Negary. As long as their psychological defenses were broken, they would become an individual under Negary's control. This was why this technique was called the words of domination by Negary. Negary suddenly frowned. The Roya's soldiers, who were still struggling under his words of domination, suddenly stood up straight, their legs no longer weak. Wielding their flaming swords, these soldiers roared and once again took out a small bottle from their waists. Inside the bottle was a rippling golden liquid. They directly crushed it in their palms. The broken bottle pierced through their palms, causing their blood to flow out and mix with the golden liquid inside. Negary clearly saw that, when the other party roared, one of their teeth was missing. He instantly understood how these people broke free from his control. One of their teeth had been modified and injected with some kind of drug, most likely some kind of stimulant, which caused their minds to enter a state of excitement and break free from the control of the words of domination. Then what's the use of that golden potion? Negary watched the actions of these Roya's soldiers with great interest. He wasn't in a hurry to kill them, because if he killed them now, all Negary would get would be a bunch of emotions that weren't strong enough. Only by giving them a little bit of hope and hanging on, allowing them to stimulate their potential bit by bit and adjust their soul state to the best, would their souls be exceptionally delicious. After all, life was no longer the same as before. In the beginning, Negary couldn't even satisfy his needs to survive, so he wasn't picky about food. But now he didn't lack food, so he naturally needed more delicious food to improve himself. He was not fighting right now. He was only cooking, making the souls of these people more delicious. The blood of the Roya's warrior mixed with the golden liquid. Then, as if it was activated, the liquid quickly multiplied and flowed into the wound on the warrior's hand like a living thing. Visible to the naked eye, something was wriggling under their skin, as if there was something wriggling under their entire bodies. Under the effect of the stimulant hidden in their teeth, their sense of pain was greatly reduced, and the pain they suffered was nothing more than a frown. Soon, the bodies of these warriors swelled up. Their muscles tightened as they glowed with a golden light. The blood-red flames on the knight's sword seemed to have sensed it and wrapped around their bodies. Therefore, these warriors all turned into blood-red giants. Can they still cooperate? Negary could sense that the germs in their bodies were quickly dying off. Obviously, after fusing with the golden liquid, their body's immunity had been greatly improved, and the small amount of germs in their bodies couldn't resist it at all. Seems like Eldridge managed to get his hands on something amazing. It wasn't that these kinds of supernatural things didn't exist in this low-magic world, but they were extremely rare. Either the inheritance was extremely strict, or there were only a few of them left. Judging from the situation of the Roya's warriors, this method of obtaining supernatural powers through different potions was extremely mature and could be mass-produced. To be able to mass-produce supernatural potions in a low-magic world, they must have obtained something good. Naturally, this kind of supernatural power should have a time limit as well as side effects. Negary analyzed. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have waited until now to use it. Furthermore, some of these potions are similar to dragon's blood. They contain an incomplete willpower. Negary looked at the Roya's warriors. Ever since they used the golden potion, their willpower had been constantly changing. So that's how it is. Their main goal shouldn't be to use the stimulant to break my words of domination. Their main goal is to not be affected by the willpower inside the golden potion after using it. Could it be that the raw materials of these potions are also some kind of supernatural creature? Negary guessed, and once again controlled the white bones to fly towards the warriors. This ability to control objects was naturally the interference ability of Negary's soul. Of course, his interference ability wasn't that strong. The reason why he was able to do so was because these bones were filled with germs. His interference ability combined with his control over germs allowed Negary to exert a lot of power over these germs. But this time, facing these white bones, the Roya's warriors didn't dodge at all. The blood-red flames, after being attached to the golden warriors, began to change. As soon as the white bones came into contact with them, they began to melt, turned into a puddle of white liquid that fell onto the warriors' bodies, then turned into white smoke and disappeared. The 5 human-shaped torches rushed towards Negary with an unstoppable momentum. They're finally starting to look a bit better. Negary finally got down from his throne, watching the 5 Roya's warriors rushing towards him. He felt a bit excited. Ever since the crowmen were established, Raya's enemies were all dealt with by the crowmen. Even if someone managed to break through the crowmen's blockade and entered the forbidden area, they would be easily killed by him. Negary thought about it for a bit. It's been almost 3 years since he fought for real. The crowmen were gradually unable to keep up with his pace. This time, he finally had a chance to act, and the enemies were starting to look a bit better. He could use a bit more of his strength. Chapter 52. Those flames would only cause the blood to mutate at first. It was only after attaching themselves to the gold-tier warrior's body that they started to change. Negary carefully analyzed the situation. In a battle, as long as you don't completely overwhelm your opponent, information about your opponent's abilities is extremely important. That's why I'll test it out first. Negary clenched his fist and threw a punch at the Roya's warrior who was charging at him. If Yadley could be said to have gained strength far beyond that of a human, because he replaced most of the germs with the black crows, then Negary's entire body was now composed of germs. Their simulated muscles allowed Negary's punch to pierce through the Roya's warrior's chest before he could even react. The Roya's warrior's expression didn't change at all. Under the dual effects of the stimulant and the gold-tier serum, he felt that his spirit had been elevated to a higher level. Death was no longer enough to make him fear death. The belief that he could disregard everything for the sake of his goal made him use the last of his strength to cling onto Negary's arm. You're dead. The last god's flame will completely ignite you. You'll turn into ashes in the flames. Even though his body was pierced through, he didn't bleed, only scarlet flames. So this flame is called the flames of the last god? Negary looked at his rapidly melting right hand, not panicking at all. Instead, he observed the flames with interest. As the flames were about to reach his shoulder, Negary's right hand automatically detached itself, revealing a clean cut, followed by a black muscular arm the size of an infant covered in mucus that reached out from the cut. The arm continued to expand and quickly returned to its normal size. A layer of white mucus flowed out from the black muscles and quickly formed new skin. I've roughly understood the burning speed and temperature of this flame. Negary moved his newly grown right hand. Something seemed to be condensing in the air. Negary stretched his hand out. His white nails began to grow. Then you can all die. Negary's words were still echoing in the air. His body tensed up and reappeared behind a Roya's soldier. His white fingernails were like thin swords, piercing through the flames and directly piercing through the skin and muscle. Everything happened so naturally, as if he didn't use any strength at all. By the time the soldiers regained their senses, their bodies had already been turned into pieces. The nails on Negary's hand that were gradually melting detached from his fingers. During the time when the flames were burning on his right arm, Negary had mobilized different types of bacteria in his body to resist the flames. In the end, he discovered that the metal-eating bacteria that made up his nails and bones had the highest resistance against the flames. If he continued his research, Negary would be able to experiment with a few types of bacteria to produce nails with higher resistance, but it was no longer necessary. These people had already been influenced by the will of the potion. Their beliefs had already been raised to the highest point they could reach. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time. With seasonings, these people can be considered as appetizers. Negary turned around and looked at Smick. "Is the first dish ready, sir?" "As an evil spirit, you were once a human, weren't you?" Smick looked at Negary in shock. Although he already knew that Negary was strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. In the blink of an eye, the last god squad he led was completely wiped out. Whether it was physical fitness, combat skills, or combat awareness, Negary was one of the best in this world. To become a ruler, combat was undoubtedly a must, so how could Negary forget to make up for his shortcomings? There were many mercenaries in Rhea, and among them, there were a few mercenaries who were good at combat, who once received a mission to teach a certain big shot in Rhea how to fight. These people might not be as good as the legendary Ranger Chris, or as good as Smick, who came from a rich family, but after drifting around as mercenaries for so many years, they would surely have some skills. With dozens of such teachers teaching, Negary absorbed their combat experience, combat skills, and even their combat awareness. Even without his terrifying physique, he was still a combatant standing at the peak of humanity. Not to mention, with his viral body physique, coupled with his various unique abilities, he had already surpassed the limits of humanity, giving him an overwhelming advantage over humans. That was why the Roya's soldiers who used their serums were easily killed by him. So what? Struggling with your identity as a human, worried that your actions don't conform to society, that you will be condemned by your inner morality. Negary smiled indifferently. Compared to what I pursue, those are nothing but insignificant things. Me, what I want is to dominate everything, not to be dominated by those meaningless things. The only thing I need to follow is my own thoughts, Negary calmly replied. After absorbing the soul essence of the Roya's soldiers, Negary learned a bit more about them and explained to Smick. Most people more or less have something called a conscience. This is something born from living in this society and being contaminated by something called public morality. When you do something that doesn't conform to public morality, you will inevitably be burdened by your conscience and hesitate. So you are the same, Smick, Negary continued. You are hesitating between Eldridge and the interests of nobles, not knowing whether to lean towards Eldridge who can make the kingdom of Roya stronger, or lean towards the nobles you were born into. But, Smick, those things that make you hesitate are nothing but useless things. Negary extended his hand towards Smick. Try to do it, Smick. Open the door of morality, abandon those useless things, surrender to me, and you will find that you will obtain eternal peace. Smick was trembling. He couldn't help but admit that he was wavering. His beliefs at this moment couldn't resist Negary's invitation at all. Everyone was trapped in a huge cage, tied up by all kinds of ropes. It was undeniable that deep in everyone's heart, they all longed to break free from those shackles. But once they did so, they would obtain the joy of morality, and right now, this joy was tempting him. Smick Lancher looked at his military uniform, looked at the Lancher family emblem on it, took a deep breath, and his eyes once again became firm. Negary, perhaps the useless things you speak of are constantly bothering me, but those things are also the things that make me, Smick Lancher. I am not a monster like you. I cannot abandon those things. Chapter 53. Although my willpower is as firm as a rock and will not change even after thousands of years, I think that if I want to become the ruler of everything, my willpower is still not enough. Your character of persevering in your beliefs in the face of temptation is exactly what I need. Negary looked at Smick and smiled. As a reward for my praise, I will suppress my physique, allowing my strength and speed to reach the peak of human strength. I will also not use my telekinesis ability. If you can defeat me, I will let you go and cooperate with His Majesty. Stop bragging." Smick was clearly standing not far away, but his voice resounded not too far away from Negary. "Have you not learned your lesson?" Negary's right hand transformed. The metal-eating germs began to gather in his right hand, manifesting a pure white blade that extended from his right wrist to parry the invisible weapon. Negary suddenly tilted his head. A wound suddenly appeared on his cheek, revealing the black germs inside. Wisps of white vitality dissipated, but of course, this small wound quickly healed. "The reason you were able to discover me is because of those things floating in the air." Smick's voice resounded. "They cover the entire space, so even if I'm invisible, you can still determine my location and even my movements through the distribution of these things in the air. I've seen through your little tricks." Negary Smick retreated and gradually revealed his figure. More and more Smick's figures were revealed. Flow of light technique, light illusion. By manipulating the rhythm of light, all sorts of illusions were formed. Moreover, light was not something without killing power. These light illusions clearly had the appearance of humans, but the feeling they gave off was that they were like suns. The spreading germs that approached the illusions were all destroyed by the rhythm of light. This way, you won't be able to determine whether I'm real or fake through the rhythm of light. Over a dozen Smicks stood in different positions. His voice also seemed to have been processed in some way, making it impossible to tell where he was coming from. "You really do have some skill," Smick Negary praised. "Show me more of your potential. Let your soul become more delicious." Negary raised his right hand and charged towards the Smicks. He did what he said and suppressed his physique to the peak of human strength. Although he was still incredibly fast, he was no longer fast enough to make it impossible for others to react. Over a dozen Smicks charged over. These illusions were extremely realistic. Negary couldn't tell which one was real. The real Smick was among them, and if he didn't react quickly enough, he would be killed. The first Smick charged over without hesitation, raising his scimitar and slashing at Negary. Negary raised his wrist sword to block, but found that the Smick had pierced through his body and was only an illusion. Then, while Negary raised his hand to block, the other Smicks raised their scimitars at the same time and attacked from different angles. After dealing with this person's attack, the others couldn't be dealt with. Once they chose to deal with the illusion's attack, the real Smick would have to face the defenseless Negary. However, the next moment, all 5 fingers on Negary's left hand exploded at the same time. Black liquid splashed from his fingers towards the surrounding Smicks. All of the liquid penetrated through. It turned out that these Smicks' attacks were all illusions. So cautious. Negary was quite surprised. He had already thought of this test method just now. If the Smick was really among the illusions that attacked just now, Negary wouldn't hesitate to kill him with a fatal blow. Smick did not reply. The dozen or so phantoms constantly changed positions. Occasionally, they would merge together and then split up, making it impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Then, they would form groups of 2 and attack from different directions. In a situation where he couldn't determine which one was an illusion and which one was a real person, it was equivalent to having more than a dozen Smicks attacking him. A sword also grew out of Negary's left wrist. His left and right hands danced at the same time. Any Smick that approached would be cut first. The illusion's attacks became more and more violent. Negary seemed to be a little tired of dealing with them. The sword slashed through a Smick's figure. After the sword passed through without any obstruction, Negary pulled back his sword to attack the other illusions. However, this half-layer illusion continued to swing its scimitar at Negary. If you looked closely, you would find that the scimitar had a layer of shadow. Just when Smick thought that he was about to succeed, Negary's body turned around. He ignored the illusions and blocked Smick's scimitar with his left wrist sword. His right hand didn't hesitate to stab forward. At this critical moment, Smick felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he adjusted his own rhythm to change his body's state. His body jumped back and half-squatted on the ground. He covered his waist and saw that there was a finger-deep wound there. Looking at the blood on the blade, Negary shook his head. If Smick's reaction was a little slower, his wrist sword would have pierced his heart instead of his abdomen. Smick looked at the white bones under his feet. He swung the scimitar in his hand a few times. Inside the white bones, there was a dark strip of flesh. Although your illusions are very realistic, a fake is still a fake. Among all of them, only you have weight. Negary explained with a smile. So I gathered an excessive amount of germs in some of the white bones. Even your rhythm of light can't kill them instantly. Your trampling will change the position of the germs inside, thus exposing your position. Of course, there was one thing that Negary didn't tell Smick, which was that Smick's flow of light technique was completely useless against his field of perception. A mere change in light couldn't stop his field of perception. Because of that, from the very beginning, Smick had no chance of winning against Negary. He naturally acted as if his opponent only needed to put in a bit more effort to win in order to stimulate his opponent's potential. But in reality, Negary had always been in control of the flow of the battle, and his trump cards had always been tightly held in his hand. It was precisely because he had such an absolute advantage that Negary stimulated his opponent's potential and did all kinds of things to go easy on him. In this world, there was no protagonist aura. Under the bad luck attribute, one could only rely on strength and wisdom. Then, Smick, continue to show your potential. I'm looking forward to it more and more, Negary said with a smile. Or give up and surrender to me. Smick kept breathing and adjusting his rhythm. He looked at Negary, stood up, and prepared to fight again. He didn't want to fall into depravity, so he chose to continue fighting. Chapter 54. Are we late? A coughing voice asked, causing Smick to stop his attack. Only to see that Chris's group of 10 had all arrived. Chris looked at the bones that littered the ground and sighed, then turned his gaze to Negary. Before meeting Negary, Chris only felt that extremely ominous rhythm towards Negary. But after seeing Negary in person, Chris came to a single conclusion, which was that such an existence shouldn't even exist in this world. Evil spirits are a mistake that shouldn't exist in this world. They are the natural enemies of humanity, and because of that, evil spirits must be eliminated. Augustine's gaze was cold. He had once fought against an evil spirit, so he knew just how dangerous they were. Every single evil spirit that grows to maturity is a natural disaster. Their existence requires the lives of other people to sustain themselves. The fog demon in the Intercam capital, the green hermit that once appeared in a small town, the shipwreck victims that appeared at the East Coast port. What caused Augustine, as well as the entire Church of Divine Grace, to feel uneasy was the fact that evil spirits were appearing more and more frequently. They couldn't help but wonder if the calamity recorded in the arcane tome of Divine Grace would actually happen, especially when a rational evil spirit like Negary had appeared. In the records of the Church of Divine Grace, the Kochi people used to be the most powerful race on this continent. They founded a great empire called Trilantia. And the main reason why this empire was destroyed over 200 years ago was because a rational evil spirit appeared in Trilantia at the time. That evil spirit had the power to control the hearts of people. He caused the Trilantia Empire's internal strife, causing this great empire to slowly fall into ruin. Evil spirits are the source of disaster. They are the result of mistakes. Their appearance will only lead to greater disasters, so evil spirits must be purified. This was the consensus of the entire Church of Divine Grace. Can't the main course wait any longer? Negary's gaze swept through these people. The way he looked at them like he was looking at food sent chills down their spines. Then come at me together. I don't mind if there are more of you. The result will be the same anyway. Most of you have a need to defeat me, right? Your name is Jason, right? You came to Rhea to look for Kadizmorg, right? Negary smiled, then pointed at Jason Todd in the group. You're Jason, right? Negary's words instantly stirred up Jason's emotions. He would never forget the tragedy at home that day, but when everything he had was destroyed, the only belief that kept him going was to catch the murderer who destroyed everything and exact his revenge. That bastard really is here, Jason said excitedly. The pirates who killed his family went ashore and hid their names. He searched for them for 7 years and finally found their traces here. It's not just one. After Cadiz Morgue came here, he even called his companions over to help, Negary said with certainty. All of your enemies are now under my command. If you want revenge, then use your full strength to defeat me, Negary said temptingly. Then Negary turned his gaze to the iron-masked man. Before Comoros died, he asked Noah to tell you that he's sorry, but Noah was busy with my matters and couldn't tell you. As his master, I'll do it for him. As soon as he said this, the iron-masked man's hand trembled. He was a father, and the thing that angered a father the most was the destruction of his children's lives, and 2 of them at that. Negary ignored the iron-masked man's anger, or rather the angrier he was, the happier he was. Sometimes, anger could also be a kind of power. The Church of Divine Grace. It's a shame that I didn't get to eat Bucatle's soul. I hope you'll be a little more delicious. His words provoked the anger of the knights and priests. And you, Chris, Negary finally turned his gaze to the legendary ranger. If you don't want your secret to be exposed, then fight with all your might, trust me, in a place like Rhea. It's easy for news to spread to other parts of the continent. If you lose, that person's efforts and your sacrifice will all be for naught. Negary's words caused Chris's pupils to shrink. He didn't ask how Negary saw through the flaw, as that was no longer important. What he needed to do now was to defeat Negary. No need to say more, let's fight. Jason's eyes were filled with the flames of vengeance. He raised his bow and aimed at Negary. Chris, the Knight of Divine Grace Meyerson, and another Knight of Divine Grace rushed towards Negary, who was standing among the bones. The 2 Knights of Divine Grace activated the Grace of Protection to protect themselves. Their swords glowed with the light of justice, as they swore to slay this demon. Jason, the metal-masked man, and another person who joined them on the road all drew their bows and fired their arrows one after another, disrupting Negary's movements. Augustin and his disciple, Lewin Donner, activated the Grace of Insight to keep an eye on Negary's little tricks, occasionally using the Grace of Salvation to dispel the germs that filled the area. Smick, on the other hand, had once again turned invisible, waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. As for the other masked warriors who joined them on the road, they were all acting as bystanders. They were members of a gang formed by outsiders in Rhea. They wanted to gain as much profit as possible from this battle. For them, the more intense the battle between Negary and the others, the better. Their main goal was to protect themselves. Being caught in a pincer attack, Negary was constantly swinging the swords in his hands. The grace of justice on the swords of the knights allowed their swords to cut through anything and everything. Chris was a lot calmer, only occasionally throwing a punch while spending most of his time observing. If you're not in the mood to fight, then die first. Negary's gaze abruptly focused on the 2 masked warriors who were standing at the periphery of the battle. Ignoring everyone else's attacks, he swung both hands, causing 2 wrist blades to detach from his body and pierce through the bodies of the 2 masked warriors. My lord has promised me the power of justice. I shall cut through the darkness. The Knight of Divine Grace didn't waste this chance. He swung his sword that was reinforced with the Grace of Justice at Negary's neck without hesitation. Under the effect of the Grace of Justice, the knight's sword cut through Negary's neck like a hot knife through butter. However, as soon as the sword cut through, he noticed that the sensation wasn't quite right. Negary's neck was cut open, but the inside was empty, while the head that was sent flying abruptly exploded, splashing various colors of liquid everywhere. Chapter 55. The young Negary threw the Knight of Divine Grace's head upwards, breaking through the smoke screen of the smoke screen grass, and was caught by the circling crows. "One," Negary said with a cheerful smile. For him, the 2 people who were passively fighting before weren't his enemies at all. His original head was an explosion that contained acute germs. Once a person was infected by it, they would quickly fall ill, experiencing dizziness, weakness in their limbs, chest tightness, and shortness of breath. However, Meyerson had the Grace of Protection on him, so the germs were blocked by the white light, while Chris was able to use respiratory art to sense them and avoid them. Several arrows were fired at him, but Negary easily cut them apart with a swing of his hand. The outer shell that he tore open on the ground turned into a black liquid that wriggled and enveloped the Knight of Divine Grace's headless body. Very quickly, a completely black headless knight moved and charged towards Meyerson. Meyerson was shocked. He could only barely block the attack of his former comrade's corpse. This was another skill that Negary developed for corpses after he gained control over the dead's vocal system. The human body had a lot of instinctive reactions. Some of the things that happened on a daily basis would become muscle memory. Negary had the germs wrap around the Knight of Divine Grace's body, then had the germ tentacles pierce into the body to stimulate it, causing the corpse to move according to muscle memory. The headless knight who was fighting against Meyerson was using the same combat swordsmanship of the Church of Divine Grace that he used when he was still alive. This gave Meyerson the illusion that he was fighting against a companion of his, causing him to be unable to use his full strength. Desecrating the dead, Negary, you really are a demon that must be eradicated? Augustin angrily shouted. Desecrating the dead is nothing but a boring side effect, but being able to help you all erupt a bit of your potential, this boring side effect can be considered valuable. Negary spoke with a hint of excitement. Do your best, humans, otherwise the number of dead will only increase. Come, let's make this battle a bit more interesting. Negary swiftly charged towards Chris. The germs in the air were constantly gathering towards Negary, causing his body to grow larger bit by bit. His rhythm is almost flawless. Chris clenched his teeth as he thought to himself. Most people's rhythms had all sorts of patterns, so naturally, they had their own weaknesses. Chris's rhythm fist attacked those weaknesses. For example, most people were right-handed. When they encountered an unexpected situation, they would subconsciously use their right hand. Therefore, the part that their right hand couldn't cover was the weak part of rhythm fist. Therefore, being attacked by rhythm fist would feel very awkward and uncomfortable. Chris observed Negary's rhythm and could not find any weakness in it. No matter where he attacked, Negary could easily deal with it. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Negary's palm directly pierced towards Chris. Chris was horrified to find that Negary's fingers began to shrink, the tip of his fingers shrinking to the middle. With a small sound, all 5 fingers were separated from his palm. The nails on them were as sharp as blades, the fingers were extremely fast. Chris barely managed to tilt his head to avoid the attack, but then his expression changed. Far behind him, the man in the iron mask, who was about to shoot the arrow, fell backward in a daze. On his forehead, there was a hole that was gushing out blood. In the end, the father's anger did not save his son, nor could he save himself. Jason was breathing heavily as he collapsed on top of a pile of bones. There was a clear-cut mark on his silver hair. If he hadn't been vigilant, he would have been the one who got his head blown off just now. Are you all right? The other archer, the masked man who joined them halfway, asked as he reached his hand out to Jason, wanting to help him up. As Jason reached his hand out, he suddenly sensed danger, only to see the masked man grinning ferociously as he pulled out his short sword and stabbed it towards Jason's chest. My lord advises everyone to learn to control themselves. All sinful actions will not be tolerated. Augustin's voice resounded as a force acted on the masked man's body, making it impossible for him to stab him with his short sword. Jason reacted, grabbed the masked man's hand, somersaulted from the ground, kicked the masked man's abdomen, then threw him over his shoulder into the pile of bones. Blood continuously flowed out of the masked man's mouth. Jason was famous for his brutal methods. The masked man was already on the verge of death with just 2 blows. His skin began to turn black until it turned into a black liquid. This man was the Kromengarnen. Still a piece of trash, I thought he could at least achieve something. Negary said with a calm expression as the fingers on his right hand slowly grew back. The grace of temperance. It can restrict movement. Why don't you give it to me? Negary jumped away from Chris and charged at Lewin Donner. Lewin hurriedly retreated. If possible, he wanted to grant the grace of temperance to the Negary family. But the grace of temperance could only restrict the actions of those with malicious intent. while there was something around Negary's body that was blocking his will. As Negary reached his hand out towards Lewin, Lewin felt a sense of suffocation as if he was about to die. As the eldest son of the Donner family, he had received an elite education since he was young. After joining the Church of Divine Grace, through his own hard work, he became Cardinal Augustine's disciple, almost guaranteed to become a high-ranking member of the church in the future. He didn't want to die yet. He still wanted to become a high-ranking member of the Church of Divine Grace, or even the Pope. He wanted to expand the Church of Divine Grace and spread the glory of the Lord to more people. Despite his thoughts facing Negary, he felt his entire body stiffening, unable to move due to fear. Negary had devoured too much soul essence from humans, so whenever he focused his mind on a single human, they would be suppressed by Negary's willpower. Although Lewin was excellent, he was still too young. Our Lord has showered courage upon the world, giving it the power to face all. Augustine once again used his grace. The grace of courage could be used on other people, allowing them to resist the power of the mind. Lewin took a deep breath and dodged to the side. Chris followed him again, took a deep breath, and used Silent Punch to attack Negary. On the other side, Meyerson silently apologized as he saw the situation getting worse and worse. He raised his sword. The grace of justice began to shine brightly as he destroyed the headless horseman's body with a casual slash. Chapter 56. Still too weak. Negary casually stood in the middle of the pile of bones. He was still suppressing his strength, so these people couldn't pressure him at all. There were only 6 opponents left. The legendary adventurer Chris Modo, Cardinal Augustine of the Church of Divine Grace, his disciple Lewin Donner, Knight of Divine Grace Meyerson, Smick Lancher of the Last God of Royas, and Jason Todd the Avenger. All 6 of them had their own strengths. All of them could be considered heroes of the human race. Only Lewin and Meyerson were a bit immature. Your resolve is still lacking, Negary slowly sighed. The strongest humans of this world were already about the same level as them. According to the information he knew, the only one who was above them was Eldridge of Royas. If this is all the top-level humans are capable of, then I won't be able to go very far, Negary sighed. At this point, he could already sense that barrier, that insurmountable barrier. After all, this was only a low-magic world. Then I'll add a bit more to the bargain, Negary slowly spoke. As you've probably noticed, the majority of diseases don't exist in Raystromia. This is because the majority of the things that can cause those diseases are under my control. The merchants that come to Rhea every year after staying here for a while will always bring Rhea's specialties with them, the specialties that I've bestowed upon them. Negary spoke very seriously. These things are usually in a dormant state, harmless to humans. But as soon as I order them to be activated, they will turn into diseases and infect their hosts, the merchants that wander the continent. These merchants will become the source of the disease and spread the plague everywhere. And there are still 6 of you left. If any of you fail to satisfy me, I will activate the germs inside 10 merchants. Trust me, this will be enough to cause a large-scale plague. Although this will cause me to lose a lot of food, it doesn't matter. I can bear this price, but the question now is, can you bear it? Saying so, Negary glanced at the Knight of Divine Grace in the crowd. Perhaps it was because he had just killed his comrade's corpse, but he was unusually silent. Of course, all of you can also rely on me and help me control more places. Negary smiled. Rhea has become exceptionally prosperous under my rule. The people living here will no longer be troubled by most diseases. All they have to pay is some sacrifices. Think about it. Compared to the number of people who die of diseases every year, the offerings I collect can be said to be very few. Negary said temptingly, choosing to attack me was a wrong decision in the first place. Put away your bewitching words. Chris was stunned. After a moment of silence, he said, It's a pity that people die of diseases, but sacrificing sacrifices is absolutely evil. Using evil to achieve righteous results may seem good, but I believe that this is a mistake. Since it is a mistake, I will not agree with it. Doesn't matter if you don't agree. Bring out your full potential and show me your resolve. Negary chuckled and moved his gaze away from Meyerson. He knew that the young man wouldn't be able to escape from his net. Negary's words did make a lot of sense. By paying a smaller price, they would be able to eradicate the problem of most diseases. But at that time, Negary would also wield more authority. Perhaps the diseases would be eradicated, but it would bring even more problems. However, Meyerson wasn't Chris. He hadn't experienced as much as Chris did. Furthermore, the things that had affected him the most since he was young were the poor people in the slums who were plagued by diseases. Coupled with the fact that he had killed the corpses of his companions, a hole had appeared in his mind. He suddenly felt that their resistance against Negary was a mistake in itself. What do you do when you've made a mistake? Then go and make it up to him, child. A voice seemed to resonate from the bottom of his heart. Meyerson's eyes flickered. Look, you're fighting against the corpses, but you don't see the cardinal helping you. But when Lewin is in danger, Augustin is able to help him in time. This is the difference between the poor and the nobles. It was because of his birth that Lewin was able to become Cardinal Augustin's disciple. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't achieve my dream. But now, I see another path, perhaps in the eyes of others. This path is wrong, but to me, this is the right path. Meyerson's mind was filled with these chaotic thoughts. Although being born as a poor person made Meyerson's heart a bit more reserved, he couldn't deny that he was originally a decent young man. Unfortunately, he met Negary. Under the constant temptation of Negary's mental power, some of his originally insignificant emotions were magnified and became the last straw that broke Meyerson's heart. Meyerson raised his knight's sword and wanted to activate his grace, but found that all of his graces had become dim. He smirked mockingly. Even God has abandoned me? Meyerson, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and do it. Lewin was breathing heavily as he tried to endure his headache and used his grace again to purify the germs in his body. He was the eldest son of the Donner family, a future aristocrat, and even a high-ranking member of the Church of Divine Grace, but he was scared stiff by an evil spirit to the point where he couldn't even move. This humiliation can only be redeemed by defeating him. Staring at Lewin, Meyerson raised his knight's sword, causing the germs in the air to slowly converge towards Meyerson. Augustin had been using the grace of insight this entire time. He suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. In truth, he already had this feeling before, but because Negary's presence was too strong, it interfered with his premonition. It was only now that Augustin realized where this ominous feeling came from. As he turned around, he saw Meyerson's body turning slightly black as he raised his knight's sword and aimed it at Lewin's neck. A hint of struggle appeared in Meyerson's eyes, but more and more germs were invading his body. Negary was constantly transmitting his will through the germs to further blacken Meyerson, while Lewin's mind was still weak from using his grace too much, so he still hadn't noticed the danger behind him. Grace of Temperance. Augustin once again used the grace of temperance to restrain Meyerson's movements, but he immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest as a hand reached out from his chest, holding his beating heart in its grasp. Worrying makes one confused, so you're only so-so, Cardinal Augustin. Negary spoke disappointedly. No matter how devout his faith was, he was still a human with various weaknesses. Chapter 57. Augustin's lifeless body collapsed on top of the pile of bones. Negary, who was standing behind him, was almost completely charred. Is he dead? Jason aimed his bow at the charred body and asked. Probably not yet. Chris endured the pain in his heart and answered seriously. From Bucatle's final movements, he could tell that Negary's body was made up of layers and layers. Augustin's grace of sacrifice was powerful, but it could only kill Negary once at most. Cracks started to appear on the charred body as a chunk of black flesh crawled out from the cracks and landed on top of the pile of bones. The chunk of black flesh flew straight towards Augustin's body and drilled into his body through the wound on his chest, replacing the heart that was ripped out. Black tentacles started to spread from the chunk of flesh into Augustin's body. Visible black patterns could be seen under his skin. Augustin struggled to stand up. His originally smooth skin was now covered in black patterns. I really can't underestimate you lot. Augustin, or rather, Negary spoke up again. He didn't seem to be angry at the fact that his body was destroyed. Instead, he was happy about it. Negary, without a body to support you, you are no longer powerful. Your defeat has been decided. Chris took a deep breath and spoke with a serious gaze. You think too highly of yourself. Chris spoke in a sorrowful tone. His body had already charged in front of Negary and aimed a silent punch at Negary's chest. Chris, you can't win against me. Do you really think I didn't do anything after fighting against you for so long? Negary smiled. Whether it was Smick or you, I purposely held back against both of you, even if it was Augustin's grace of sacrifice. I only half-actively took it head-on. Negary's breathing began to change. His existence began to harmonize with the rhythm around him. A large amount of germs in the air gathered towards Negary and enveloped him. For the sake of respiratory art, Negary cheerfully smiled. My control over my germs had already reached its limit a long time ago. Something like respiratory art that harmonizes with my body was the key to my breakthrough. It's just that, after you learned how to fight, you discovered that you couldn't use your viral bodies. It seems like there's still a secret to this respiratory art that only humans can use it. More and more germs were gathering around Negary's body. His body was also growing larger, but that is no longer important. My surroundings are filled with my germs. My breathing is able to harmonize with the rhythm 100 times that of you humans. I am the true perfect creature. This rhythm, Chris was shocked. Just as Negary had said, there was actually a limit to how much a human could use the respiratory art. Even a genius could only match so many rhythms. That was the limitation of humans. Because of this, respiratory art practitioners placed more emphasis on the use of their own rhythm. And now that Negary had the ability to control germs, coupled with the fact that he was able to combine his body with the germs, the rhythm that he could harmonize with was at least 100 times that of a normal human. He could sense even more rhythms around him, and through the 100-fold rhythm, he could also use respiratory art to its fullest potential. Negary, who had grown to 3 meters tall under the influence of his germs, now had several tentacles floating behind him, turning him into a naked monster. He reached his hand out towards Chris. This technique should be called rhythm absorption, right? A powerful suction force appeared out of nowhere, causing Chris's body to become unstable and was involuntarily sucked into Negary's hand. Rhythm absorption originally allowed a person to attach themselves to other objects, but now that Negary was able to harmonize with the 100-fold rhythm, the suction force was also amplified by more than 100 times, making it hard for Chris to resist. Negary, respiratory art practitioners have a vow that they must abide by. One rhythm cannot destroy another rhythm, and you're also a practitioner of respiratory art, so you can't violate this vow, Chris slowly said as he was held in Negary's hand. Do you really think I would abide by such a ridiculous vow? Negary sneered. Then there's no other way, Chris spoke in a low voice. Although I already knew that this day would come, I still can't help but sigh. Then become a part of me, Chris, or should I say Sacri? Negary pointed out Chris's secret. Back when they were escorted to the snowy mountain, the real Chris didn't manage to survive. Even though he had respiratory art, he was still a normal person. On the snowy mountain, the two of them fought against their pursuers. Even though they managed to kill the enemy, Chris was also heavily wounded. Unable to receive any medical attention within the snowy mountain, he could only face death in the end. Sacri still remembered Chris's final moments, when he held his hand and told him his last words. This world needs hope, Sacri. I have a favor to ask of you. Chris was extremely weak, but his eyes were extremely bright. This continent is about to fall into darkness, and in the darkness, everyone needs the flame of hope, Sacri. Take my place and become a legend. You will become the flame of hope for others, as well as yourself. After Sacri left the snowy mountain with all the souvenirs of Chris's adventures, he wrote down all the adventures Chris had told him into a novel, then destroyed his own face to take Chris's place. Year after year, Sacri had completely become Chris. This undefeatable legend had inspired countless people to choose to become adventurers, such as the Crowman Nazades. He had truly brought hope to many people, The name of Chris will become a belief that will be passed down for all eternity. I don't regret it at all." Chris's scarred face revealed an extremely ugly but beautiful smile as he recalled the technique he had left behind. The School of Firewood, the final secret technique, legacy of the incandescent flame. Chris's rhythm surged, forcefully entering Negary's body, and began to change Negary's rhythm. The wills of past practitioners of the School of Firewood also began to flow into Negary's body. Aside from respiratory art techniques, there were also wills of hope and justice, attempting to change Negary's personality. This was the only secret art of the School of Firewood. Its use was to allow the inheritor to quickly learn the various techniques of respiratory art, as well as to instantly raise their rhythm to its peak. Back in the snowy mountain, Zachary was only a wandering bard. It was thanks to this secret art that he was able to become Chris so quickly. "You really think I would be changed by these senseless thoughts?" Negary endured the impact of the thoughts and angrily spoke. Chapter 58. Smick revealed himself. The basic usage of the School of Light was to hide his body to the point of optical invisibility, and the final secret technique of the School of Light, flowing light blade, was to infinitely align one's own rhythm with light. In an instant, one's original perception would be lost. One would turn into light and follow the direction chosen before activating the School of Light, arriving together with the light and stabbing forward. This state of being infinitely aligned with light could only be maintained for an instant. Otherwise, one's body would collapse. Of course, as long as the direction chosen in advance was correct, this attack was almost impossible to avoid. With Chris using the School of Firewood to restrain him, Smick's attack naturally didn't miss. The outer layer of germs didn't provide any protection, and the curved sword accurately struck the pitch-black mass of flesh inside. The thing inside flowed out along the scimitar and splashed on his hand. It was golden blood. The blood was like a rare treasure, and Smick's attention was instantly focused on it. Under the effect of the golden blood, the curved sword seemed to have gained a life of its own, giving off a special feeling when he held it in his hand, as if anyone in front of him could be easily killed by this sword. Chris collapsed to the ground, aged several dozen years in an instant, his life reaching its end. He didn't even have the strength to move his head. Death had arrived. A small amount of life force emerged from the corpse. Legacy of Eternal Flame wasn't without a price. Chris's remnant soul also came out. Years of adventuring had made his spirit far surpass that of ordinary people. So even though he was now a remnant soul, he still maintained a bit of rationality. A strange suction force appeared on Chris's remnant soul. "Is this the divine kingdom?" Chris thought in confusion. His remnant soul passed through the pile of bones, flew into the distance, and finally fell into the hands of a certain person. A joyful smile appeared on Noah's face. The leader of these ghost men has been found the next moment. Chris felt a large number of emotions pouring into his remnant soul. These emotions were constantly attacking his remnant soul. Most of them were negative, such as hatred, unwillingness, despair, as well as a deep fear and obedience towards that person. "Negary," Chris cried out in despair. After a long time, he only managed to utter 2 words, "My lord." Noah looked at Chris, who had completely surrendered, and recalled his conversation with Lord Negary. "Did you know, Noah?" At the time, Negary was not in his viral body, or rather, he was not in his viral body in the first place. He floated above the tree and looked at the bones that littered the ground. Humans are interesting creatures. Once they form a fixed way of thinking about something, it's very difficult for them to get out of this or that strange thinking circle, Negary said slowly. They will turn a blind eye to some things and only believe in what they believe. I've fallen into this strange circle before, but how could I be limited to a mere human form? Negary smiled and said, "When I'm not limited, I am one, and also 10,000. This world was not like the other worlds. A world with a bad luck attribute would not have the protagonist and the others come to him. The Demon King happened to be one step away from completing his final evolution, so Negary would not foolishly wait for others to come to him. In fact, before Chris and the others entered the forbidden area, Negary had already completed his evolution. His soul could be said to be composed of many parts of people, but all of this was his own choice. Since that was the case, why would he be limited to a single soul or a single human form? This was the true function of the soul's blood. The dragon's blood had three functions: strengthening the host's physique, carrying the inherited information and dragon's might, as well as an inseparable connection. The soul's blood also replicated these three functions. It modified the host's body, made it stronger, carried Negary, and interconnected. Noah was implanted with the soul's blood, so Negary became his other side through the soul's blood. This was why Noah said that he and Lord Negary had become one, and this relationship would continue as the bloodline passed on. If Noah had children, then his children would be born with the soul's blood. As his children grew, their true spirits would continue to give birth to souls, and the soul's blood would also awaken, infecting the new soul virus called Negary. Even if they weren't completely infected by Negary, they would still form a subpersonality called Negary, hidden in the bloodline. In short, Negary had turned from a soul into a type of soul virus that took root in the bloodline. The more people he infected, the larger he became. As for the Negary that Chris and Smick killed, he was indeed a part of Negary. He absorbed the emotions of various people, but there were still too few people who would willingly become sacrifices. Most of the people he absorbed had been fighting before they died, so even though Negary had carefully screened their emotions, he still couldn't help but absorb a lot of fighting intent, which made him want to fight. So he combined a part of his fighting intent with the emotions that he didn't want and hid a part of the soul's blood inside his viral body. Speaking of which, Negary had to thank Chris and the others for helping him get rid of the parts he didn't need, as well as helping him spread the soul's blood. Cadiz Morg, Connor Kenway Noah, or rather, Negary softly said. The pile of bones started to tremble as a 4 to 5 meter tall fatty stood up from the pile of bones. On his shoulder was a man with a spear on his back. Both of them were wearing pitch-black armor and helmets, so their faces couldn't be seen. They knelt in front of Negary and passionately said, "The ghost men greet Lord Negary. It's time for you to show yourselves. Clear the area, don't use your full strength, let them run if they can." After Negary gave his orders, his transcendent aura slowly changed, and the perfect righteous Noah reappeared. A pitch-black spear flew over from afar and nailed one of the skulls. The ghostman with the spear on his back leapt down from the fat man's shoulder and arrived in front of everyone. The ghostman took off his mask and revealed a face filled with evil intent. As for Jason, as soon as he saw this face, his emotions immediately went berserk. "Cadiz Morg?" "Ahaha, Jason Todd, your little sister isn't bad at all," the ghostman laughed. Just this sentence alone caused Jason to go berserk. He madly rushed towards the ghostman Cadiz, but halfway there he was struck by an unbelievably fast skull. The skull was directly crushed into powder, and Jason's body was sent flying backwards, only to be caught by Smick. Chapter 59. "Nala, are you hungry?" Isabella asked softly. They were currently in one of Grosk's secret huts. As a smuggler, his hands were not exactly clean. For his own safety, he had built quite a few secret huts. "I'll go prepare some food for you." Grosk consoled him. "It won't be long before good news arrives. Don't worry too much, thank you." Isabella thanked him softly. She didn't know why, but she had an ominous feeling. She could only hope that she was thinking too much. Nala Darkme watched as Grosk stood up and left. A hint of gold flashed in her eyes as her aura began to change. As Grosk walked out of his secret hut, his expression began to change as a hint of guilt flashed across his face. He didn't go to prepare any food and simply left the place. After Grosk left, a group of expressionless men headed towards the small hut. They had received a secret order from the Intercam Kingdom, a hitman organization under the direct command of Seth I, specifically tasked with carrying out the unspeakable tasks for Seth I. Their goal this time was to kill Nala, the saintess of salvation mentioned in the prophecy. The struggle for power within a country was always unpredictable, and since Grosk was only a smuggler, his actions were under the control of the Intercam nobles. Isabella didn't know why she suddenly felt dizzy. When she realized that something was wrong, she couldn't muster any strength and fainted. Negary now looked at the door with his golden eyes. The raw material of soul blood, dragon blood, came from Nala. Soul blood and dragon blood were two sides of the same coin. During this time, the impurities in Nala's soul were constantly being absorbed, forming the second personality of Nala. Negary and Nala became purer. Nala's body contained dragon blood, not soul blood, so Negary was considered a guest in her body. If it weren't for the fact that Negary's understanding of the soul far surpassed hers, he wouldn't have been able to come out and take control of this body. The Secret Order squad didn't say anything and directly broke through the door, raised their weapons and slashed at their target. Even though their target was an extremely cute young girl, these Secret Order members didn't feel any pity for her. Old people, children, women, scholars, as long as they were targets, they had to be killed. But in the next moment, the girl laughed, and a kind of fear from the soul instantly filled the heart of this assassin. Even though he had gone through so many cruel and inhumane special training, his emotions had become extremely indifferent, and he only had the task left. But he was still frightened by this fear from the soul. In that split second, he instinctively stopped all his actions, but it was still too late. Food with indifferent emotions has no value at all. In that case, all of you can go to hell. Negary breathed, and his figure instantly disappeared from the room. After fighting with Smick for so long, even if it was just a partitioned soul, Negary still had a total of 18 chances to kill Smick. The reason why he spared his life was naturally because of his light flow law. In Negary's perception field, the mystery of the light flow law was completely analyzed. His small white hand directly pierced the neck of this Secret Order assassin. Without stopping, blood splattered everywhere. Negary came to the other Secret Order assassins and killed them without hesitation. In just a few minutes, these Secret Order assassins were all dead. For Negary, he didn't have that many idle emotions. If they were useful, Negary would even sacrifice his partitioned soul to them. But if they weren't, then they could just die. The crows in the sky cawed and carried these corpses into the sky. Negary cleaned the blood on his hand and slowly sank into his bloodline. Although the soul's blood had been completed, Nala was still an important experimental subject. Otherwise, Negary wouldn't want to come out and take control of this body at this time. Smick had escaped with Jason and Lewin. Since Smick had been infected by the soul's blood, he was the easiest target to let go. Lewin had the qualities to become a top-tier food, so it was still too early to kill him. Furthermore, he still needed to bring Nala back to Intercam. As for Jason, he had been struck by the skull thrown by the ghostman Connor Kenway. His internal organs had been shattered, and he would most likely die soon. If he could survive, he would have the qualities to become a top-tier food. If not, he would die in Rhea, and his remnant soul wouldn't be able to escape either. Noah held Chris' remnant soul in his hand and walked towards Meyerson, who was still kneeling on the ground. At this point, Meyerson had already been completely corrupted. As the one who indirectly caused Augustine's death, there was no turning back. He could only continue down this path of darkness. Sir Negary has made arrangements for you. Noah walked in front of Meyerson and slowly told him. Accept Chris' remnant's soul and become the leader of the Ghostmen. That's right. The Crowmen were people who were implanted with the Black Crow germs. Due to their stagnation, they could be considered to have been wiped out in this battle. Not too long after, the Crowmen will be reorganized, Noah explained. And the Ghostmen are a new division that is different from the Crowmen. There are currently only 3 true members, and you will be the 4th, as well as the next leader. The so-called Ghostmen are people who have been implanted with a secondary soul. Noah put Chris' remnant soul in front of Meyerson and explained. The secondary soul I've arranged for you is Chris' remnant soul. You will obtain his abilities. Of course, to successfully implant the remnant soul, you will first need to be transformed into an undead. Your body will undergo a complete transformation. Your heart, throat, and head will all be removed. You will no longer need to breathe or eat, Noah coldly said. Of course, you will also obtain the ability that you've always dreamed of, the ability that stems from disease. Thank you for your grace, Sir Negary. Meyerson received Chris' remnant soul and spoke in a low voice. Smick carried Jason on his back to the kingdom of Royas' base in Rhea. Jason was already unconscious. His life force was extremely weak. He could die at any moment. Lewin had already left at some point. He was looking for the night of divine grace, Rivers, and wanted to take Isabella and her daughter away from Rhea as soon as possible. Smick looked at Jason and sighed. After all, they had fought together. If possible, he didn't want Jason to die like this. Looking at the scimitar in his hand that was glowing with a strange light, a thought suddenly appeared in Smick's mind. This scimitar could save him. Clutching his head, Smick continued to breathe and check his own body's rhythm, but he couldn't sense Negary's evil and ominous will at all. On the contrary, his body was growing stronger and stronger, even breaking through his previous limits. A golden glow flashed through Smick's eyes as he raised the scimitar and stabbed Jason's heart. Chapter 60. What is this? Meyerson frowned as he looked at the black liquid in front of him. To become a ghostman, the first thing you need to do is to transform yourself into an undead. Noah explained. This bowl contains a special type of germs. It will place you in a near-death state, making it easier for you to transform yourself into an undead. Don't worry, this transformation won't be too difficult understood. Meyerson didn't have a choice, or rather, this was his choice. After drinking the black liquid, he felt a burning sensation from his throat all the way to his stomach, making it hard to breathe, as if his internal organs were about to melt. Noah then took out a dagger that gave off a golden luster and explained with a serious expression. This is a ceremonial dagger. When a person is in a near-death state and pierces their heart with it, they will become an undead, but without the help of any medicines, it will probably be very painful. As the ceremonial dagger pierced his heart, Meyerson felt as if the entire world had changed. If his previous world was filled with color, then right now, he felt nothing but deathly stillness, as if there was a barrier between him and the world itself. The so-called undead are actually people who, through a special method, constantly keep a person in a near-death state where their soul is about to leave. At this point, the importance of the body would decrease, so there would be no fatal weakness. And the thing that sustains your body is the existence of my Lord on this ceremonial dagger. Noah carefully put the ceremonial dagger away, then prepared to transplant Chris's remnant soul into Meyerson. A living person's body couldn't contain two souls at the same time, so they would only contaminate each other. Either the master would be contaminated by the remnant soul and change his personality, or the remnant soul would devour the master's soul and take over his true soul. But after becoming an undead, the two souls would instead be able to coexist in harmony under the influence of Negary's soul blood. Most evil spirits are muddle-headed and unable to exert their own power, which is why the ghostmen were created. As Noah explained, his aura suddenly changed into an ominous one. From now on, you will be the leader of the ghostmen, yes, Lord Negary. Sensing his current power, Meyerson respectfully knelt down and said, Lord Noah said that the ghostmen consisted of 4 people, including myself. Aside from Cadiz Morg and Connor Kenway, who else is there in the ghostmen? There is also an unreliable fellow, Killer Jack. Get to know him. As dawn broke in Rhea, a kind-looking man wearing a white robe was handing out flyers to the early morning merchants. If you ignored his words and the content of the flyers, you might even mistake him for a priest of the Church of Divine Grace. I keep feeling that wearing white robes doesn't suit me very well. Should I wear a black mask? Forget it, I'll just ignore him, Jack said doubtfully. Then he handed the leaflet to an auntie who was selling food. Big sister, Jack the Killer wants to know more about it. I can't read and I don't need an assassin, the woman said. You don't understand, big sister. Jack held the flyer and said, Hiring a killer doesn't discriminate between men and women, old and young. Maybe one day your son will die. At that time, you'll think of me. Trust me, big sister, women also need an assassin. One of my companions, Jack Hoss, managed to accomplish the feat of having countless women clamoring for an assassin, Jack said seriously. You know Hoss, right? He's the animal that screeches all the time, madman. Get out of my way, don't stop me from doing business, or I'll call the enforcers. The auntie cursed. Business isn't going to be easy." Jack put the flyer away and began to hand them out. A sloppy middle-aged man with an awkward expression hesitated for a long time before he walked over and respectfully told Jack. "Sir Jack, Big Brother said that there's an important meeting and told me to inform you." "Oh, it's Lil Boo. Go back and tell your big brother that I have something important to do right now, so I won't be attending this meeting," Jack half-heartedly replied. "Sir Jack, my name is Brown, not Lil Boo." The sloppy middle-aged man tried to explain himself without much confidence. "And this meeting, it's really important. Big Brother said that you must attend no matter what." "Oh, I see. Now it's time for me to make an official appearance. Then I'll leave the task of handing out the leaflets to you." "Don't be lazy, Little Boo." Jack handed the leaflets to Brown and said seriously, "Right now, there are only the 4 of us as official members of the Ghostmen. Some of the other subordinates are pirates who used to follow me, and some are criminals who escaped to Rhea." Cadiz Morg sat on the side and introduced Jack to Meyerson. He wasn't very impressed with this captain, but since he was chosen by Sir Negary, even if he had any complaints, he wouldn't dare to voice them. "I've already sent someone to find Jack. He usually works as an assassin, so he should be here soon," Cadiz said. "If it wasn't for some reason, I really wouldn't want to come." Jack, who was wearing a delicate white robe, walked among the piles of bones, his head still looking up. "What's up there?" Meyerson asked. "No, I'm guarding against an axe that might suddenly appear on my head," Jack complained. "Logically speaking, as an assassin, that unspeakable name should have been given to me. Why did they give it to a fatty? Could it be that I haven't learned how to sneak around?" "Don't mind him. There might have been an accident when he was fusing with the co-soul, causing his soul to be in chaos. He often says things that I don't know, and does some strange things," Cadiz said helplessly. At this time, Jack was standing next to the big fatty Connor Kenway and said with a serious face, "Fatso, what do you think about using an axe? If it doesn't work, a hidden blade will do. The assassin business hasn't been doing well recently, so I'm planning to open a small shop to sell weapons. Do you want to order a batch?" The 5-meter-tall Connor remained silent, not saying a word, completely ignoring Jack's words. Then this must be the captain. "I'm the Ghostman King of Assassins, Jack. Please take care of me before you receive your bento. I'll definitely listen to your orders." Jack had a sly smile on his face. Although he didn't know what a white-collar bento was, it was fine as long as he was willing to listen to orders. Meyerson nodded and said softly, "Sir Negary has ordered us Ghostmen to take action, using the excuse of searching for Chris's accomplices, Smick Lancher, Lewin Donner, and the others, to purge the other forces in Raystromia." Chapter 61. What comes next? "So, Jason, what are you going to do now?" Smick Lancher asked in a low voice. Standing across from him, Jason Todd, who was concealed under a thick robe, remained silent. When he heard Smick's question, Jason lifted his hand up to check himself. Smick stabbing his heart did indeed save his life, but it also pushed him down another abyss of no return. Jason's hands were now covered in corpse bruises. He could already feel his body slowly dying and rotting away. His breathing had stopped, his heart was no longer beating, but he was still alive. "This place is no longer safe. Negary's subordinates are looking everywhere for us. We've completely lost." Smick's expression was a bit dazed. Although their loss was sudden and inexplicable, a loss was a loss. "How about you come with me for now? Since you're still after revenge, I'm sure the Roya's kingdom has a way to deal with your current state," Smick continued. "I can't. I've lived and survived until now all the sake of vengeance, so I have no issue with the current state of my body." Jason finally replied. He staggered as he stood back up. "There is a certain place I want to go to and obtain the power necessary to take my revenge. During this raid, he was completely overpowered by the enemy. When they were all fighting Negary, he couldn't do anything useful at all. So Jason now fully understood just how weak he truly was, and how much he craved to become stronger. He gave up on the chance to become stronger several years ago because the chances of success were far too low, and failure meant death. For the sake of his vengeance, he gave up on it. But now, he once again sought that strength, also for the sake of his vengeance. "Please give me a hand's beast. I need to get to a certain place before I thoroughly rot away, Jason said seriously. No problem, Smick replied. He was feeling a bit guilty about turning Jason into his current state. As he glanced at his cutlass, a golden gleam appeared in his eyes as his gaze became blank for a brief moment. On the other side, Lewin Donner had already found the recovered Rivers and informed him of the terrible news. Meyerson betrayed them. Cardinal Augustin and everyone else lost their lives. They were the only people left from the reinforcements sent from the Church of Divine Grace. Find Isabella and her daughter. We need to quickly return to Intercam. We have to find a way to contain that evil spirit Negary. Lewin's expression was full of sorrow. This ordeal would probably affect him for the rest of his life. Where is Grosk? I'm not sure. I was already here when I woke up. Rivers replied in a solemn tone. Come with me. Negary's subordinates are using the excuse of searching for fugitives to clean up all the forces in Raystromia. If we don't leave now, we won't ever be able to Grosk ran in right at this moment. Isabella and her daughter are at my place. Grosk brought the two of them to his secret hideout, where a carriage had already been arranged. Isabella and her daughter were already on the carriage, waiting for them. Afterwards, Grosk ordered a few guards to escort them out of Rhea while he remained by himself, saying that he had something else to take care of. As he watched the carriage leave, Grosk sighed deeply in relief. From the shadows behind him, Yadley, who had scales growing on his face, appeared with a twisted smile. Well done, Grosk. You made the right choice. The tentacle growing in your chest will stay there. Don't worry, I won't take your life, as long as you know to keep your mouth shut. Yadley said as he looked in the direction of the departing carriage with a pondering look on his face. Originally, Lord Negary kept Nala so close that he wouldn't let anyone touch her. Yet he's purposely letting the Church of Divine Grace take Nala away right now. They're probably not going to have a single day of peace from now on. Yadley smirked, but he himself probably didn't know that his eyes glowed golden for a brief moment. At the same time, Nala's eyes in the carriage also glowed golden. The news quickly spread as if everything had been prepared since long ago. This was Negary's victory, but after this battle, very few people actually saw Negary again. The forces within Raystromia were also dealt with by the Ghostmen and their troops. The majority of the forces and organizations were either taken in or crushed without hesitation. The Rhea that was originally slipping away from their control once again fell squarely into the hands of the Kochi people, or to be more precise, the hands of Negary. Smick managed to return safely to the Roya's kingdom, but due to his failure in Rhea, he went under much scrutiny. Even within the Lancher family, there were those who questioned the possibility of him becoming the next family head. Smick was currently sitting in his reading room with his cutlass hanging by his hip. He let out a deep sigh. In order to protect his future position as the family head, his father had arranged him a political marriage. In the future, he would most likely be known as the nobleman Lancher, rather than the military officer Smick. But what caused him to feel even more worried was the fact that his body had already surpassed the limit of humans. When he glanced down at the cutlass at his hip, he naturally knew the reason why. Although that extreme, ominous presence hadn't appeared even a single time since then, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Somewhere else, Jason's body was fully shrouded under a robe. A foul, rotten smell drifted from him. His movements were slow and rigid as he approached a hidden canyon where the headquarters of the organization known as the Sacred Valley was situated. The so-called Sacred Valley was a group of mysterious killers for the sake of a certain belief. They honed their assassination skills and traveled the world in search of a certain artifact. And Jason used to be a part of it. Why have you returned? A voice echoed from within the canyon. Jason took off his robe to reveal a body so rotten that it could collapse at any moment, and spoke each word with a hoarse tone. For vengeance, I have no other choice. May life itself watch over me. The political situation has changed. Your existence is better off not known to anybody. Due to the side effects of the rite of sacrifice, Rivers could no longer fight as he used to, so he stepped down from being a knight of divine grace. He brought Nala a set of male clothing and spoke with a solemn expression. You are still young enough that you can disguise yourself as male for now, while I teach you how to fight. Although your constitution isn't suitable to accept a grace from the Lord, you still have Chris respiratory art. You can definitely become a strong warrior. I understand, mister. Rivers, I will do my best to train, Nala nodded with an immature, serious expression. And also, a few days later I will have to make a trip to Taroy, Rivers sighed. Taroy was a small nation on the other side of Intercam. Why? Nala looked at Rivers in doubt. Only to see Rivers pull out a small chest with all sorts of items within it, including medals, bones from various animals, etc. All of them were commemorative items. Rivers replied, "These belong to Mr. Chris, and Taroy was Mr. Chris' homeland. He has a son who is about the same age as you, so I need to bring these things to him." Not too long after this event, the war between Royas and Intercam finally broke out. Chapter 62. 7 years of war. The war between the Royas Kingdom and Intercam Kingdom inevitably broke out in the end. After all, the Royas Kingdom had already been prepared to go to war under Eldridge's rule. The power of the Royas Kingdom's army as a whole reached an unprecedented level. At the same time, the Intercam Kingdom's internal matters were completely chaotic, causing them to be unable to even stand on the same front line as the threat of Royas loomed over them. The domestic aristocrats only cared about indulging in their luxury. The Church of Divine Grace was busy struggling between investing in spreading faith or military power. Seth I didn't want to develop anything and only clung to his throne. With so much discord among themselves, it was natural for them to feel helpless against the advancement of the Royas Kingdom. As their defense lines were constantly breached further and further, the Intercam Kingdom's territory gradually shrunk. The nobles whose territories were lost naturally migrated deeper towards the Intercam capital, which caused even more discord within the country. The Intercam capital was called Ingmarlo, and currently on a farm on the outskirts of Ingmarlo, Nala stood fully armored with a knight's sword in her hand. Her glowing blonde hair had been simply tied behind her head, which gave her a heroic look. Facing her was Rivers, who wore the same armor and knight's sword. Rivers' breathing was steady as he stepped forward. After his body became unable to use any grace and was unable to continue working as a knight, his swordsmanship, which had been mostly ignored, began to advance again. The knight's sword in Rivers' hand appeared to be overwhelming, as if any enemy would be cut in half by the weapon. Facing Rivers' attack, Nala wasn't fazed at all. She wielded the heavy knight's sword to parry Rivers' advances. Her breathing pattern was strangely rhythmic, which made her look exceptionally coordinated. Nala was quite relaxed during their spar. As her dragon's blood continued to awaken, despite her small frame, Rivers described her strength alone as monstrous. This little girl seemed to be hiding a dragon within her body, giving her physical prowess that far exceeded those of humans. No wonder she can eat so much. Recalling how Nala was during their meals, Rivers cleared his throat, stepped back, and admitted his defeat. Nala's dragon's blood also granted her incredible talents. Her respiratory art combined with the dragon's blood synergically boosted the other's strength multiplicatively. So aside from lacking experience, Nala could already be considered as one of the best combatants on this continent. Naturally, even without much experience in real battles, Nala couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps it was due to the Kochi bloodline she carried. Even though this little girl was pure and innocent as one might expect, her instincts were terrifying, capable of accomplishing plenty through them alone. On the dining table, Nala impeccably abided by the etiquettes her mother, Isabella, taught her, if only not for her ridiculous speed. The fork and knife in her hands appeared as blurred images as they moved around the table, quickly stuffing pieces of food into her mouth without stopping. The amount of food she could consume during a meal was 3 times that of the other 2 here combined. HM? After her meal, Nala suddenly looked up and glanced outside the farm. A few moments later, a young man dressed in a white robe slowly walked in. This man was Lewin Donner, or as he was currently known, Cardinal Donner. Ever since he returned from Rhea, Lewin had put in great efforts and finally became a cardinal not too long ago. He now appeared a lot more mature than before. As he came in, he bowed to greet Isabella, lightly nodded to Nala and asked Rivers to come out to discuss something with him. The situation in Intercam had become exceedingly dangerous, Lewin slowly told Rivers as they were alone. During the last 7 years, Intercam has lost over half of its territory, and now the soldiers of Royas are laying siege on Calamir. Once Calamir is captured, Roya's army would then be able to march straight ahead and plant the flag of Royas in the capital of Ingmarlo? So what exactly are you saying? Rivers showed an indifferent expression, but he fully understood what Lewin was trying to say. In the past few years, as the war situation changed, the internal political situation of Intercam was also constantly changing. The only thing Seth I wanted to protect now was his throne. He had already sent envoys out to ask the Royas kingdom for a ceasefire, more than willing to give up the territory that had been taken over, as long as the Royas kingdom stopped their war. But that was almost impossible. Before the envoys could even see Eldridge, they had died inexplicably. All 3 envoys Seth I sent out in a row met the same fate. They were essentially forced to fight this war whether they wanted to or not, but the problem was that they simply couldn't win. Unless a miracle happened at this point, the Intercam kingdom was already as good as fallen. The aristocrats who lost their territories are naturally unwilling to simply lay down and die. They lost their battles, but each of them still managed to escape with their private armies, and this is a considerable force, Lewin answered him. But this force is too chaotic and undisciplined. They need a leader. The situation in the Church of Divine Grace is too complicated and is unsuitable to take up that role. So Nala, the saintress of salvation mentioned in the prophecy all those years ago, it is time for her to fulfill her role, Lewin spoke hastily. This is the last chance for the Intercam kingdom. Nala is still only a child, Rivers replied. You know very well just how much pressure the one in that position will face, but there is no other choice at this point. We can only wait for this country to fall, or to trust her. Lewin showed a bitter smile. The reason he was able to become a cardinal in such a short time was naturally because, if Royas managed to take over Intercam, with Eldridge's widely known personality, the Church of Divine Grace would also become history. Facing such a threat, the traditions of the Church of Divine Grace naturally had to be broken to allow capable people to climb up. Let me think about it a bit more, Rivers sighed. Rivers, do not forget, some people are born extraordinary, Lewin said with a solemn expression and left. As he walked across the living room, Lewin glanced at the calm young girl sitting there, only to be greeted with an innocent smile and what seemed to be a golden gleam in her eyes. Far away in Raystromia, due to the war, although this place was no longer as prosperous as it once was, it became more powerful instead. In fact, it became one of the few peaceful places during the chaos of war. Granny Seal, the prophecy you spoke of, is about to begin. In the Palace of Darkness, sitting on top of the throne, Negary slowly spoke with his face hidden in the darkness, constantly giving off a heavy sense of pressure that was enough to cause anyone to fall unconscious. Do prophecies really exist in this world? Lord Negary, please trust this old woman. Granny Seal was an ugly old woman who carried a strangely shaped staff under Negary's pressure. She did not fall unconscious, but instead chuckled in her eerie voice. Checheche, Nala will surely become the saintress of salvation, because only then can our ultimate goal be reached. Nala is still too weak, and Eldridge would not be defeated so easily. Even as I am right now, it would be hard to defeat him as long as he has that thing. Negary spoke softly. I hope that it would be as you said, and I did not waste time holding Eldridge back so long for her. Believe me, Lord Negary, you are unbeatable. The final winner will be no one but you, my lord. Granny Seal spoke with a tone full of confidence. Chapter 63. Granny Seal. This Granny Seal who was by Negary's side was someone who sought out and joined Rhea of her own accord 6 years ago. She was a witch, the very same kind that everyone thought of from the legends whenever they heard the word witch. From her appearance alone, she fit the role to a T. An eerily old face, a rickety figure as well as weird laughter, the spitting image of an evil witch from any fairy tale. And it was also this Granny Seal who first prophesied about the Saintress of Salvation. Soon after she made this prophecy, she disappeared without a trace. The next time she appeared, she came to offer her forehead to Negary on her own. Granny Seal's current job was to teach Negary her knowledge about mysticism, as well as the legendary Dracatung language. Negary had already managed to extract the inheritance information within the dragon's blood very early on, but as this information was fully written in Dracatung, it was basically useless. Granny Seal wasn't too familiar with Dracatung, but she knew enough to help Negary slowly decipher and derive the inheritance information bit by bit. As Negary stood up from his throne, he displayed a body vastly different from his previous viral body. First of all, it was considerably more muscular. A natural sense of dominance drifted and flowed along his frame, and scales began to manifest on his body. Suddenly, this perfect body began to crack and break as golden blood spilled from inside, flowing all over the floor. The body then immediately melted into a pool of golden blood. Negary's soul stood up from what remained of the body, looked down at the pool of golden liquid, and shook his head. Another failure. I have already reached the peak of this world's strength. That is inevitable. For Lord Negary, this world is much too weak. Granny Seal sighed as she watched this happen. But there is no need to hurry. Darkness will eventually come, and at that time this world would no longer be able to stop Lord Negary's path. Negary didn't answer her, instead, picked up a book from the side and began to flip through it. He wasn't wrong. If considering individual strength alone, he was already standing at the peak of this world and reached a point where he could no longer improve himself. Furthermore, he could sense that he had completely exhausted every last bit of his potential. In the end, he didn't have a true spirit. He managed to use the soul's blood to become a soul virus, and once again became stronger. But both this world's environment and the problem of his essence were limits that restrained his growth. The origin is the most essential way for an individual to grow stronger, Granny Seal explained. Through releasing one's origin step by step, one's soul would undergo a qualitative change that allowed them to obtain various supernatural powers. Since Lord Negary does not have a true spirit, you can only seek other methods to improve the quality of your soul. In this world, where it would be hard to even release one's origin once, this should already be the extreme limit for Lord Negary to nurture your own soul to this level of quality. Even when this old lady had released her origin once, the power of this old lady's soul was still vastly inferior to Lord Negary. This is what I respect the most about Lord Negary. Granny Seal spoke with absolute respect. That is not enough. For me, this is still nowhere near enough. Negary replied as he slowly flipped through the book in his hand. What Negary was reading is a history book that he obtained, as well as various travel journals and historical myths. This world had quite an impressive ancient history before the Trilantia Empire of the Kochi people. 3 other empires were recorded, which were in order the Lamict Empire, the Laith Empire, and the Moy Empire. The name of these 3 empires, in the Kochi language, meant life, glory, and protection, while the name Trilantia of the Kochi people meant hope. All 3 empires passed down various myths and legends with many differences, but there were also similarities. For example, the beginning of this world was always described as being a pure white light. The Kochi people explained that the light killed the progenitor, and the progenitor's body gave birth to all things in this world. Lamic's explanation, on the other hand, claimed that the light destroyed a corner of God's realm, which rotted and turned into this world. The common thing was that only after that had light came did the world come into being. During the era of the First Empire Lamict, it was clear that the overall level of power was vastly higher, as the gods truly did walk the earth back then. It was from that era that the respiratory art was passed down and continued even until today. All practitioners of the respiratory art knew of and followed a certain ancient covenant, as apparently the respiratory art itself was related to something extremely important. There was also something strange about this. Clearly, the respiratory art was only a means of perceiving rhythm. Yet something made it so that only humans could perform this technique. No matter how well Negary understood respiratory art, as long as he wasn't taking control of a human body, he couldn't perform it. Eldridge seemed to have obtained an artifact from the First Empire that allowed him to create the last god troops. Furthermore, the destruction of the First Empire was also quite unclear. It's a mystery even to this day. Additionally, records suggest that evil spirits did not exist during the era of the First Empire. After a long period of chaos, the Second Empire of Lathe was established. It was also during the era of the Second Empire that the first records of evil spirits appeared. At the same time, the Church of Divine Grace seemed to have been formed from an unknown artifact passed down from the Second Empire. The destruction of the Second Empire appeared to be quite orthodox. At the time, the royal family held absolute power and frequently discriminated against and abused the other races of humans, rousing several rebellions that caused the fall of the Second Empire and rise of the Third Empire. The Third Empire Moi didn't exist for very long. Apparently, not long after they established their rule, they fought a war against an unknown enemy. The majority of the royal family's army and troops were wiped out without a tangible reason, giving the chance for the Kochi people to rise and form the Fourth Empire Trilantia. Unfortunately, Trilantia fell at the hands of a certain rational evil spirit and broke apart. The world situation from then on became how it is today, with the Kochi people scattered all over the continent and the existence of several countries at once. There were also countless smaller countries who established their own rule. There was no longer a single large empire that dominated over the entire continent. The Church of the Divine Grace preached that evil spirits are the sources of calamity. They themselves are errors that shouldn't exist, and that as time passed, when more evil spirits appeared, some kind of great calamity would also approach. There seemed to be some sort of secret hidden within this world, a secret closely related to respiratory art, the Church of Divine Grace, the existence of evil spirits, as well as the world's misfortune characteristic. Through practicing witchcraft, Granny Seal managed to release her origin, which was also her true spirit once. She obtained an ability not too different from precognition and came to Negary to tell him of the future she had seen. In the future, the darkness of despair would descend, and that Negary would become the only path of escape from the age of darkness. There was no way to tell the authenticity of these words, but since Granny Seal had offered her forehead to him, and her expertise in witchcraft as well as Drakatung was considerably valuable, Negary naturally accepted her loyalty. It was also thanks to her help that Negary managed to reach the peak of this world's power so quickly. In consideration of her teaching him many things and how valuable she was, Negary afforded her a bit of respect and addressed her as Granny Seal. Chapter 64. Seth. The current intercam was in total chaos with internal power struggles in every large organization. The war had been ongoing for 7 years straight, but as soon as it began, Intercam had been stuck in an endless cycle of internal strife, leading to defeat after defeat in every single battle. After 7 years of this, the morale of Intercam's army had already reached its absolute bottom. What was even more irritating was that the other small countries had also turned up to declare war on Intercam and sent soldiers to occupy Intercam's territories at their borders. At this point in time, the Roya's army had reached the final defense lines of Kalamir. Once Kalamir fell, Intercam would essentially become a little girl that had been cornered into a dark alleyway, helpless to defend against anyone. And yet, the entire country had no confidence in being able to defend Kalamir. Even though Kalamir had the geological advantage, the Roya's army was simply too powerful. Their morale, their equipment, and their supplies all surpassed Intercam by several times. It wasn't that Intercam was poor, but rather all of the country's wealth was concentrated in the pockets of the nobles and merchants, leading to Intercam barely having enough funds to maintain their army. Technically, if Intercam was able to pool its power together, then they still had a fighting chance, but if technicality could directly translate to reality, then there would be no such thing as strife in this world. Tonight, a huge banquet was being hosted by a noble in Ingmarlo, as it had been for the last few days. In fact, if someone didn't know the situation, they would have thought that Intercam had won the war and a festival was being hosted in celebration. Seth I stood on the balcony of his palace, glancing down at the unnaturally prosperous castle city below. He could only smile bitterly. Aristocrats were selfish creatures. In their eyes, the benefit of their own family outweighed everything else. They understood perfectly well what would happen if this country fell. They also knew that they would only lose more if Royas broke through the final defense lines and attacked. The aristocrats who lost their territories that were taking refuge here were the best proof of that. But if they were asked to provide the funds and people to protect their country without any reimbursement, the only possible answer was no. Aristocrats weren't stupid, on the contrary. As they had received education from a very young age, they were smarter than the majority of peasants. It was not that they couldn't see the terrible state that Intercam was in. They knew better than anyone else what state it was in. But as long as the Royas kingdom's killing blade still hadn't come down on their necks, they would never regret a single thing, because they were nobles. Even if the Royas kingdom completely took over Intercam, they would still be nobles. To rule over this country they were necessary, because if the king relied on the foolish peasants instead, that would only cause the country to be plunged into more turmoil. If these aristocrats completely bowed down to Seth, the first who represented the crown, which was the royal authority, and contributed manpower as well as wealth outside of their duties, that would mean that the crown would have complete dominance over the aristocrats. This was something that these nobles would never allow to happen no matter what. Nobles had the rights and responsibilities of nobles. After they had fulfilled their responsibilities, if the crown wanted them to give up even more, then the crown would need to give them more benefits. But at this point, the only thing Seth I had was his throne, and it was simply not possible for him to give up the throne. Seth I held major responsibilities for turning the situation into what it is today. All those years ago, it was none other than him who instigated the internal conflict within the royal family to ascend to the Intercam throne. For the sake of this goal, he promised to grant many benefits to the aristocrats and obtained their backings. But the things that he gave away couldn't be taken back. The aristocrats tightly held on to those benefits to the point that they wouldn't let go even if it meant the end for their country, because the benefit of their family outweighed everything else. Seth I couldn't do anything but watch as the nobles numbed themselves with their banquets and parties, and pretended not to see the looming threat over their heads. But if one asked Seth if he regretted anything, he would reply that he wouldn't have regretted instigating the coup, rather, he had only regretted that he was too impatient. If only he had ascended in a more stable manner, he wouldn't have had to give up so many benefits. "Your Majesty, the people of the Church of Divine Grace are here," an official nervously approached Seth I and reported to him. Due to the war's situation, Seth I's mood had been quite erratic recently. Although he might have seemed helpless in the war, he was still a king in charge of considerable power, and quite a few officials had already vanished without a trace. What are they here for? During the royal family's internal struggle, these people acted impartially towards the chaos, and even took advantage of it to prosper considerably. Before the war, they were completely supportive of putting a new king on the throne, but as the war became hopeless, these people instead turned to support him. Seth I knew exactly what the Church of Divine Grace was after. If it wasn't Royas who were invading Intercam, or if the envoy that the Church sent to Royas over a dozen years ago was successful, then the current Church of Divine Grace would have definitely remained impartial to the war. Truthfully speaking, the people from the Church of Divine Grace could no longer be considered the part of Intercam. They represented a different class of people, the class that held divine authority. If it wasn't for Eldridge's disdain of their God, the Church of Divine Grace would never support him. I heard that it was because of the Saintress of Salvation. The official hesitated a bit before he replied. He could still remember clearly how Seth went berserk when this prophecy first spread. He sent out his black ops to eliminate a large number of young girls from various royal branch families who fit the description, resulting in him offending many aristocrats. This was also one of the reasons why those aristocrats didn't want to help him right now. The official had thought that Seth I would become furious, but unexpectedly, Seth remained completely calm. In that brief moment, the official almost felt like he saw the young Seth I again. At the time, Seth could definitely be considered a great leader among leaders. Step by step, he pushed the royal family at the time into a dead end and even obtained the support of most great forces in the continent at the time. If not for Eldridge, Seth could definitely be considered one of the greatest rulers in the history of Intercam. In fact, at the start, Seth and Eldridge were considered equals. Some even considered Seth to be a bit more praiseworthy. After all, Eldridge was already the crown prince of Royas, while Seth was only a small aristocrat from the Intercam royal branch family. But being one step behind resulted in being every step behind. Seth's efforts still couldn't match up to Eldridge's background. The impatient Seth believed that he would be able to gradually unite Intercam under his rule after he ascended the throne, but he failed. Where he stagnated and couldn't move forward any longer, Eldridge did not, and now Eldridge became the one who held the absolute advantage, leaving behind the rival who was once on the same level, or perhaps even slightly ahead of him. "I've already reached the end of my rope." Seth I commented. Naturally, he could choose to give up on his throne right now. With the power he was in charge of, even without the throne, he could be the leader of a considerable organization, but Seth would rather die than do such a thing, as that was his pride as a king. "Who is the envoy from the church?" Seth I asked. Lewin Donner, the official, sighed in relief and replied, "A newly appointed cardinal of the church, as well as the eldest son of the Donner family, call him in," Seth helplessly said. At this point, as long as it wasn't the throne, he could agree to compromise on anything. Chapter 65, Princess. "Your Majesty, I need to be frank with you," Lewin Donner spoke with a displeased expression on his face, as he held no respect towards Seth I. "The Intercam Kingdom has reached its most critical moment. Once Marlow falls, the Intercam Kingdom will also cease to exist. This is something that you cannot accept, nor can the Church of Divine Grace," Lewin spoke without being reserved. "And the only solution now is to pool together all of our power to protect Marlow. Right now, the only one who could achieve such a thing is Nala," Lewin continued. "Her dragon's blood has already awakened. Together with the prophecy, she holds an unrivaled advantage for gathering support in Intercam. As long as she comes forward, she would obtain the support of those aristocrats who have lost their territories. The Church of Divine Grace will also provide her our full support. Furthermore, the Donner family will also convince the remaining noblemen to provide aid with their private armies. Then by what name will she come forward with?" Seth I understood it well. Within the Intercam Kingdom, people had already spread and hailed the existence of a Saintress of Salvation. When things had gotten bad to this degree, the prophecy of the Saintress of Salvation became nothing but believable. "The Princess," Lewin Donner replied. "Then so be it." Seth I didn't try to negotiate anything for himself and made the verdict. The reason why Seth didn't negotiate the position of princess was because he already had no other chips to bet, while the Church of Divine Grace wasn't the same. Although the Church of Divine Grace's influence in Intercam was the largest, they had never stopped spreading their faith to the surrounding smaller countries. For that reason, while the Church of Divine Grace would be greatly hurt from having their roots destroyed with Intercam, they would not fall to ruin completely like Intercam. Seth I had no other choice. Intercam had only managed to hold out for so long due to the Church's constant aid, so he truly had no other choice but to accept and announce Nala as the princess. With this legitimate identity, if Nala could truly turn the war situation around, then as the one in control of the military, she would then be able to force Seth to abdicate his throne and claim it for herself. Naturally, as the party that contributed the most to this, the Church of Divine Grace would also benefit the most. Of course, The prerequisite to all of this would be that she actually managed to turn the war situation around and repelled the Roya's kingdom's invasion. Otherwise, all these future planning will be meaningless. Furthermore, even if Nala could truly push Roya's back, it wasn't as if Seth had no way to turn everything around. To announce Nala's legitimacy, Seth hosted a grand banquet in his palace. He had a graceful and confident smile as if the king whose country was about to fall wasn't him. The noblemen also greeted him amiably, as if the ones who refused to provide the men and funds to support the war efforts weren't them. If possible, Seth I really wanted to kill every single one of these aristocrats, but he couldn't do such a thing. Because if he really did, even without the threat of Roya's, Intercam would fall to ruin, and it would fall even quicker. Aristocrats were an indispensable part of a country, but they were also the cancer. The problem of aristocrats was one that plagued every kingdom without exception. The reason why the Roya's kingdom was so powerful was because Eldridge had conquered over half of the noblemen in his country. The authority and benefits of those noblemen had been reduced to its limit, so much that Roya's had no choice but to declare war. Because if they didn't, a civil war over benefits would break out instead. In a certain sense, Eldridge had also gone down a wrong path. With his talents and abilities, he united the entire country and raised the collective aristocrats of Roya's into a starving wolf. If their conquest of Intercam had been hindered in any way, this wolf would have turned its fang on him instead. Fortunately, Intercam couldn't even mount a reasonable resistance, and had already allowed Roya's to take over half of their territory. Otherwise, Eldridge would have also suffered heavy losses. In truth, if not for Negary choosing to trust Granny Seal's prophecy and helping Intercam by delaying some of Roya's hidden forces in their country, Intercam's fall would have been a lot more swift. Gentlemen, ladies, I have invited everyone here today to celebrate the return of the Tagula family. With a smile on his face, Seth I gestured to Isabella among the crowd with a glass of red wine and continued. The internal turmoil a number of years ago had caused Duchess Isabella to leave our nation. Now that there are so few members of the royal family left, her return is truly something to celebrate. What? Who else but Seth I had caused the turmoil back then? The scarcity of remaining royal family members is a result of nothing but his fear of others threatening his throne. Moreover, what's wrong with there being few royal family members left? Intercam itself is about to fall. Of course, none of the aristocrats here openly declared such things, because that would be ripping off the thin veil of dignity. Aristocrats had rules for their aristocratic games, and breaking those rules meant that you won out from this particular game. Not only did leaving the game at this point have no benefits, but it would also mean that you wouldn't be able to take advantage of the power of the rules anymore, resulting in your untimely death the following day. The numerous nobles nodded to greet Isabella, to which she responded with the proper noble etiquette. She appeared a little nervous as she had been living as a peasant woman for over 10 years. In the 7 years after her return to Intercam, this was the first time she had to participate in such an aristocratic banquet. The return of the Tagula family into the royal family records is gratifying. Furthermore, since Nala Tagula has awakened the royal dragon's bloodline, according to the heritage of the royal family, she is now Princess Nala Tagula, Seth smiled. I will send Nala in my place to lead my army to the front line of Kalamir and fight for the Intercam kingdom. Seth raised his glass of red wine and was about to point towards Nala when he saw Nala wearing a black dress, standing in front of the buffet table and quickly devouring dish after dish, as if she held some sort of irreconcilable vendetta against food. When she heard her name, while her fork was still stabbed into a large slab of meat, she slightly turned her head towards Seth, who was standing in the center of the crowd. In that instant, Seth was a bit doubtful whether or not placing his hope onto this little girl was a good idea. When she saw her mother's tired expression, Nala quickly devoured the slab of meat with her knife and fork, then placed them down in the most graceful aristocratic etiquette she could muster. The awakening of the dragon's bloodline would certainly increase one's appetite. Was the founder of our Intercam kingdom, George I, not also known for his gluttonous appetite? Seth kept up his smile and glossed over Nala's discourteous behavior. Regardless, this banquet had done its job. Nala, who had awakened the dragon's bloodline, was confirmed to be the prophesied saintress of salvation and dragon's daughter. Under the influence of the church, the various forces within Intercam were pooled together and reorganized under the army in her name. Having donned a male standard armor, Nala rode a tall white horse with a knight's helmet. The helmet's visor concealed her immature features while the flag of Intercam fluttered at her back, leading her army to reinforce the front line of Calamir. During their march, some people would occasionally choose to join this army. Quite a few among them were aristocrats whose territories were taken over, but there were also a few young men who had their own personal ideals, such as Baron Rhys Laval. Chapter 66. Rhys Laval. Rhys Laval's father died of illness when he was still a child. Due to his age at the time, he was handed over to his noble uncle to be raised, since his father's title of Baron could only be inherited when he came of age. His uncle was a typical and successful noble. While maintaining a decent facade, he was, in fact, shameless and corrupt. He lived by the aristocratic rules of the game while using various methods to win more benefits for himself, for example, political marriage. The young Rhys Laval was engaged to a noblewoman and was brought to live in her castle. It was a dark period of time for him, after which the noblewoman died in what was said to be an accident. In accordance with their marriage agreement, the noblewoman's fortune was transferred to Rhys, or rather, his uncle. And as he grew older and older, the accidents that happened around him became more frequent. In the end, Rhys successfully came of age and inherited the Baron title. From then on, he began to distance himself from his uncle. But the fact that he lived under the shadow of his uncle couldn't be denied, as there were clear problems with him managing his own territory. He had already realized that there was a scheme within all of this. After all, his uncle's men had managed his territory for so long that it wouldn't be strange if he suddenly died in some freak accident. The fact that he was still alive right now could be attributed to the Roya's invasion that drew his uncle's attention. Rhys had a similar personality to his uncle, where they were both experts at taking advantage of the rules. This was a skill he was forced to hone for the sake of his survival, as he had no one he could trust when he was young. He could only rely on the aristocratic inheritance laws to protect himself. He had already gone through the darkest darkness, and thus desired the illuminating light. He had his own ideals, which was why as soon as the news of the Saintress of Salvation came out, he took this chance. Using his name as the lord of his territory, he took all the funds as well as his private army to join the march. While he was in the military, all of his uncle's schemes would be rendered useless, if he was able to use this opportunity well. He could even make his name be known widely and earn merits for himself. As he looked up at the Saintress riding on her white horse, Rhys felt quite a lot of affection for her. After all, for him, the appearance of the Saintress was the same as the appearance of the light he desired. He felt as if he could feel the purity and beauty of the girl as he looked up at her. This girl carries the power to make others believe in her, Rhys sighed and muttered. For him who grew up without a single person he could trust, to be able to fully place his trust in another person was also a kind of happiness. There's a small village up ahead. We should send some people to check it out and set up camp to rest, Rhys came up and suggested to Nala. The situation at Calamir is urgent, but we also need to keep an eye on ourselves. Otherwise the troops would not have the strength to fight when we arrive. H.M. Then let's do as you said, Nala nodded. She didn't really understand marching and commanding an army, but if she didn't understand, she only needed to rely on someone else who did. This man called Rhys seems trustworthy enough. Let's rely on him. Make sure not to bother the people of this place. In a certain house within this village, a man with a plain, unassuming face abruptly opened his eyes with a fanatical look on his face. He frantically opened a drawer and dumped everything out, then ripped open the second compartment hidden under that to take out a book. "The Lord is calling me," he muttered like a lunatic. "The Lord is calling me." He gently lifted the book as if it was the most precious thing in the world, softly caressed it with his fingers before placing it down on the table. The book was only as big as the palm of his hand, with a lifelike golden dragon depicted on the cover. The man then carefully drew a dagger, cut open his palm with a dutiful and ritualistic look on his face before pressing down on the cover of the book. His blood swiftly seeped out, causing the golden dragon to squirm, turning into thin golden tentacle threads that absorbed the red blood before plunging into the man's hand. Nala abruptly turned and looked straight up at the village ahead. Her intuitions were already sharp, but when combined with her respiratory art, her senses could be considered to have reached the limit of this world. Just now, she sensed an evil and ominous presence flashing into existence within that village before it vanished again. A hand covered in shimmering golden tattoos was now holding the book. The man still had the same plain face without any notable qualities, but he now carried a distinct aura, an extremely dangerous charm and charisma that could rouse both fear and attraction in a person's heart. The only entity in this world with this kind of aura was Negary, and this man was one of the pawns Negary had sent out during the past 7 years. The book was a communication tool that Negary had granted him. The cover of the book was drawn using Soul's blood. When he used his own blood to trigger it, he would be able to temporarily become the host for Soul's blood, through which Negary could take control of his body and perform what was essentially a divine descent. However, Soul's blood wasn't something that just anyone could host. After Negary's descent, the man's body would soon be unable to handle the Soul's blood and become literally consumed by it. Not only did all of his pawns perfectly understand this fact, but they were completely willing to do it. Their god would descend using their body, strip them away from their mortal coils while their souls became one with God. What a glorious thing this was! Negary's eyes seemed to be able to go through the wall and observe the reinforcement army, a group of rabbles. In just a few seconds, Negary had already given his verdict. This army was simply a gathering of people from various forces under the lead of their so-called Saintress of Salvation. While its morale might seem great, the management was chaotic. The staff members were too mixed. The troops clearly lacked uniform combat experience and various other issues. If this army actually arrived at Kalamir, it would die in vain before it achieved anything that resembled reinforcement. Then let's train them first, Negary smirked as he walked towards the other side of the village with the book in his hand. Besides summoning Negary, this book also had another use, which was to carry germs. The entire book was made from a unique material. Each page contained a single type of germ or virus that could be activated via fresh blood. When used together with a certain set of knowledge, this book could create monsters for battle. Negary left the village and walked up the side of a hill to see a number of tombstones on the other side. The dead people of the village would be buried here, and due to the war these past few years, everyone had been living in fear. Combined with the aristocrats' forced conscription and increased taxes, quite a few more people had died compared to before. Mature a bit faster, Nala. Negary turned to a certain page that depicted horrendous, ugly monsters. Their bodies were rotten. Their eyes contained no emotions, essentially a group of soulless mobs. There are no traps in the village. I've already picked out a location for the army to set up camp and rest for the night. Reese reported after scouting ahead. Everyone keep up your guards. Organize personnel for the night watch among yourselves. I have a bad feeling. Nala dismounted, looked around, and spoke solemnly. As night silently fell, a rotten hand broke through the ground and a shadow had unknowingly draped over this village. Chapter 67. The Sword-Wielding Girl. During this era, the overall population wasn't that high, so most areas appeared quite sparse. Even though this was called a village, most of the houses were a bit of a distance from one another. This army itself didn't have a lot of people either, but to make sure that they didn't bother the villagers, Nala ordered them not to enter the village, but rather set up camp on an unpopulated area at the south of the village instead. Nala was sitting not too far away from her campfire, still wearing her full suit of heavy armor. Occasionally, she would look up at the other side of the village as she kept feeling an ominous sensation in her mind. "Has the night guard shifts been arranged?" Nala asked Reese, who came to report. "It's been done. Reese answered with a troubled expression. He told her frankly without any reserve. But I don't think they're going to spend much or any regard at all to the night watch. The troops' morale is still too low. Reese sat down and sighed. They don't see any hope. They don't believe that we can win, so everything they're doing is without motivation. I understand, Nala nodded. During the past 7 years, Intercam had been scared to death. Any semblance of morale they had before had been thoroughly broken by the consecutive losses. The only reason they were still willing to go on the battlefield in the first place was that they had no other choice. Deserters were treated badly no matter where they went. If a deserter was ever caught, they would be demoted to the lowest rank of slaves, which most people here would rather die rather than become one. Such an army isn't going to do anything on the front lines other than throwing their lives away. Nala turned around to look at the soldiers. She could feel their sense of loss. They weren't afraid of death, but this lack of fear wasn't out of pride or bravery, rather they simply had no goals. Sometimes, when looking at these troops, she felt like she was watching a group of walking corpses. Only when a person understood their faith and wasn't hesitant to throw away their lives for the sake of that faith would their lack of thanatophobia become admirable. This state of living as if they were already dead would only cause one to feel sorrowful and sigh. I have to do something to make these people feel alive again. Nala turned back to look at the dancing flames, but her mind was empty. She was only a young village girl. How would she know anything about rousing the morale of her troops? She grew up and spent her childhood in Raystromia, where most people refused to even acknowledge her most of the time, so she rarely interacted with other people in a meaningful way. When she came to Intercam, in order not to reveal herself to Seth the First's hidden forces, she and her mother worked and lived on a farm almost all year round. Rivers had only taught her how to fight, because he didn't know how to raise the morale of other people either. Sure enough, commanding soldiers in war is still the most difficult thing to do. Nala puffed up her cheeks as she muttered that. Right now, all she wanted to do was let herself go and enjoy a full meal. But military supplies weren't plentiful, and the weight that had suddenly been placed on her shoulders was causing her to feel dejected as well. Nala didn't understand much about nation and country, but Intercam was Isabella's home. When she was still young, whenever their lives were tough, Isabella would tell Nala about her stories back when she was still in Intercam. If Intercam fell to ruin, Mama would probably feel very sad. It was with this thought in mind that Nala agreed to Lewin's request. Reese sat on the other side of the campfire and looked at Nala. She was only a 17-year-old girl without any military training. She shouldn't have to shoulder any of this. But when she was the only one who could take up this position, she had indeed come forward. Despite how troubled she clearly was, she didn't have a single thought of running away. What a beautiful soul. Reese silently had such a thought. I hope she won't be ruined by war. Loud cries and screams of fear broke Nala out from her dejection. The screams are coming from the village. Something must have happened. Nala immediately stood up with a solemn look on her face. Sure enough, that brief, ominous feeling she felt when they arrived at the village wasn't an illusion. Something bad was really happening here. One team come with me to check the situation. The others remain at your stations and wait for orders. Nala loudly ordered and drew her knight's sword. The pure white blade of the sword reflected the dancing flames of the campfire, making it seem like the weapon itself was clad in such flames. At the same time, the armored young girl wielding that flaming sword was also reflected in everyone's eyes and roused an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. Roger! Several people instinctively stood up as Nala ordered. But Nala didn't bother to wait for them. She quickly untied the rope that kept her white horse, jumped on it, and quickly rode the horse towards the village. As he looked at the young girl riding her horse away, Reese didn't decide to follow, but rather remained at the camp to maintain order. When this abrupt situation broke out, he finally noticed that this army wasn't only low on morale, but its management was also quite chaotic. The private troops that the aristocrats brought all heard his orders, but their first reactions were to protect their lords and completely ignored Reese orders. At the same time, every group had their own leaders giving out orders. Furthermore, one of the noblemen immediately panicked as soon as he noticed the commotion and shouted that Colomere had been breached, that the soldiers of Royas had already arrived and wanted to take his men back. This caused the camp's situation to go into complete chaos. It was still fine when Nala was here, as they technically had a commander, but when Nala left, none of the noblemen wanted to obey the others' orders. If there really was an ambush, this entire army would be eliminated without fail. Having no other choice, Rhys could only order his own private troops to go help Nala. Then he drew his sword, took out a white glove and threw it onto the panicking nobleman's face and shouted, "Viscount Majordine, I think you have humiliated the honor of nobles more than enough by this point." Rhys stabbed his sword on the ground right in front of himself and declared with resolve, "If you still insist on backing out, then I challenge you to a duel of honor between nobles. I will cut down your head smeared in tears and snot without hesitation. You will carry your shame with you to the afterlife and face your ancestors of the Majordine family." Rhys then pulled his sword back up and raised his voice. "Now tell me, what is your decision?" Rhys' behavior drew the attention of everyone here. Viscount Majordine glanced at the white glove on the ground but didn't show any signs of picking it up. Taking this chance, Rhys gave his orders. "All troops gather with your own squads and keep your positions. Maintain order and keep up your guard. Wait until the orders are given from the front, then move into the village. Or retreat in an orderly manner." At the same time, Nala rode her horse into the village while wielding her knight's sword to look for the source of the scream. Dragon's blood granted her the ability to see clearly even in the darkness, so she quickly noticed a man dressed in rags currently lying straight on top of a dead man's body, continuously biting and chewing on something. Apparently having realized Nala's presence, the man turned towards her to reveal a pitch-black, dried-up face with a large chunk of flesh already rotten away, an extremely nauseating appearance. This rhythm. Nala scowled. The man was giving off the rhythm of plants or worms with little to no sensation of a soul. It was a true walking corpse. Chapter 68. The Book of Monsters. Nala wielded her knight's sword and cautiously observed the corpse in front of her. Abruptly, the walking corpse charged towards her. She accurately thrusted her knight's sword forward and pierced the heart of the corpse, but it was still moving as normal, trying to claw and scratch at Nala to bring her down. Nala scowled and swung her sword again, cutting the monster's head off. So only by chopping their heads off can they be granted slumber. With that in mind, Nala hurriedly ran towards the victim who had fallen on the ground. The man's neck was already ripped open as his blood continued to flow out without stopping, obviously a hopeless cause. His eyes were looking up at the sky, almost as if to blame something above. Nala put down her knight's sword and took the man's hands, then prayed for him with the wish that he would be able to ascend to heaven above and obtain eternal peace. Soldiers riding their horses quickly arrived behind her with torches in their hands. "Princess, what are your orders?" The soldiers all drew their weapons as they looked down in confusion at the rotten corpse on the ground. The dead seems to be coming back to life. Nala stood up and looked down at the corpse that had lost all signs of life yet still managed to crawl back up at her feet. She then picked up her sword again. "My God, what is that thing?" The soldiers raised their swords towards the staggering corpse in fright. They had never seen a person whose neck was messed up so badly yet could still remain alive. Combined with Nala's words just now, all they felt was fear. "Calm yourselves." Nala swung her sword and chopped off the newly reanimated corpse's head, then turned around to this squad of soldiers. "There's an evil presence that's causing these dead bodies to be resurrected. Those who are bitten to death will also turn into the same monsters. Send 2 people back to report the situation and have them send more people to reinforce us. The rest of us here only have a single job." Nala could still hear frightened screams coming all over the village. "Cut down these monsters' heads and grant them eternal slumber, understood?" "Understood." The soldiers hesitated briefly before loudly responding. After giving out her orders, Nala quickly ran towards the screams. Seeing the princess acting without hesitation, the soldiers also felt a sense of power running through their bodies. The princess was only a 17-year-old girl, yet she could fight without hesitation, so what reason did they have to refuse? Villagers, do not panic. Remain in your homes. If anyone sees a moving dead body, run towards the military camp at the south, Nala loudly shouted. We are soldiers of the kingdom. We will ensure your safety. A large number of walking corpses turned and charged towards Nala's group. Without a hint of fear in her mind, Nala's sword was without hesitation. She was such a person, once she had determined something to be the right thing to do, she would do it without hesitation. Just like how she decided to come forward and become the saintress of salvation as it would please her mother. The ugly corpses fell one by one, as Nala had granted them a silent slumber. Furthermore, as the report was brought back, Rhys, who had taken control of the situation, also sent out many soldiers to aid her in cleaning up the walking corpses. After a bit of confusion, the situation finally calmed back down. A few of the villagers who were bitten suddenly went berserk and caused a bit of trouble, but in the end, they were only a bunch of unarmed corpses. Fully armored soldiers with weapons in their hands could easily win against these monsters as soon as they got over the fact that they were fighting dead bodies. Princess, we've asked the villagers about what happened. Rhys walked up to Nala, who stood by the fire with her sword in hand, and spoke with heavy words. All of these corpses were people of the village, but all of them were supposed to have been buried in the village graveyard. Then bring some people with me to the village graveyard and check the situation there, Nala said. The act of desecrating bodies of the dead was an evil act regardless of the place, and it was hard to say that this wasn't a scheme of Roya's. With how infectious those moving corpses were, if it had been able to spread behind Intercam's supply lines, then the front line would collapse almost instantly, and there would be no reason for them to go to the front lines anymore. Of course, there was no guarantee that it had to be a scheme of Roya's, because the current Royas could finish their conquest of Intercam even without resorting to these methods. Since this matter couldn't be delayed, the group quickly made their way to the graveyard, only to see empty plots of land behind the tombstones created by the corpses inside leaving them. Nala used respiratory art to constantly check their surroundings, but she couldn't notice anything abnormal either. Rhys cautiously moved forward while observing his surroundings with his sword in hand. Then all of a sudden, a walking corpse jumped out from behind a bush and attacked Rhys. Rhys wasn't much of a fighter, but his reflexes weren't slow. This was a result of practice from the various accidents that he had experienced so far. As soon as he noticed the ambush, he jumped back and thrust his knight's sword forward. The walking corpse that charged at him was squarely pierced through the head by his sword. As the corpse's blood splashed everywhere, his face was seen by Rhys. The man had a plain, unassuming face, but carried a satisfied smile even in his death. His right hand that was so dried up, it looked almost like a twig, was clutching a small book around the size of his palm. Red blood. Did this man die recently? Such a thought flashed through Rhys' mind. As he pulled his sword back, the corpse completely stopped moving and fell to the ground. The book slipped from his hand and fell right in front of Rhys. As soon as he saw this book, something in Rhys' mind turned and made it so that he couldn't help himself, moving one step forward to conceal it. Nala and the rest who heard the commotion quickly ran to him. As they saw the corpse on the ground, they asked Rhys out of concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Rhys smiled bitterly. Inexplicably, he chose not to reveal the book on the ground and instead glossed things over with the others before silently picking the book up. Rhys only needed a swift look over the content of the book to realize that it was the reason behind this walking corpse incident. The book had a total of 9 pages, each of which detailed the process of creating a certain monster. For example, the first page showed how to create a monster through a few drugs and surgical modification. Each of these monsters had their own picture depiction that, despite being drawn in simple black lines, all appeared very lifelike, as if they could step out of the book and manifest in real life at any moment. And the 5th page described these walking corpses that they had just fought. But this page didn't have a picture. Rhys carefully stashed this book away with a chilling look in his face. There was a type of monster in this book that would greatly benefit their war efforts, but anyone could tell even without thinking that Nala would never use it to win the war. On the other hand, Rhys desired and craved the light, but he was not someone who would shy away from using a few shady means to achieve his goal. After their search produced no results, the group could only return to camp. Chapter 69. Hales who prays to return to the Black Abyss. Let's say she barely passed Negary was sitting on his throne inside his palace as he watched Nala's first battle and commented on it. Regardless of what happened, Nala's prowess and composure in battle had managed to win the hearts of a few people, and with Rhys' help, this bunch of ragtag reinforcement soldiers was finally looking a bit like an actual army. Nala is on her own from now on. I've given her enough help. Negary squinted his eyes and turned to Granny Seal. Granny Seal, have you seen those people? That bunch who came with Malice Negary tested her. Lord Negary, I've already foreseen those people's goal. Granny Seal chuckled with her strange, husky voice and replied. They are people from an organization called Hales. Their name means return. They've been acting in secret while avoiding the Church of Divine Grace's heresy hunters. They believe that people should discard their outer layer of ash and return to their original godhood, Granny Seal explained. At the dawn of time, the white light cut through a corner of the black abyss of the gods. The corner then fell down where the white light could illuminate the true appearance of gods. What was originally an unfathomable god was revealed by the light and became fathomable. The flames brought by the light burned the power of God and turned into ash that warped and obscured God's original appearance. Thus God fell to become humans. And so, in order to reverse the corruption and undergo apotheoses to return to godhood, one needs to discard the ash, extinguish the flames, and dispel the light, allowing the world to once again return to the black abyss. At that time, they would once again become the unseeable, unspeakable, unfathomable, unreasonable, faceless, and formless God. This doctrine, how interesting, Negary smirked. It is indeed. They probably came to my lord in hope of obtaining Lord Negary's power, Granny Seal continued. Regardless of whether or not Hale's doctrine of God is correct or not, some of it can be confirmed to be true. The current order of this world is brought by the light. The light is its skeleton while the flames are its flesh. In order for them to return to their ideal form of God, light must be dispelled, and flames must be extinguished. Since evil spirits are the errors of this world, their very existence are the loopholes within the light and the flames. So the more evil spirits there were, the weaker the light and flames that constituted the world's order would become. Because of this, what Hales does most often is choosing a suitable target, then turning them into an evil spirit through various rituals, Granny Seal explained. The mist demon of 20 years ago that attacked the Intercam capital was actually created by this organization. They've done thorough research on evil spirits, so they believe that they can control Lord Negary, thus they came with malicious intent. Granny Seal once again chuckled with her unsettling tone. But they are mere humans. How could they understand that Lord Negary's power has already far surpassed that of humans, and even that of evil spirits? True and pure, invincible, peerless power. However, even though my lord's power is unrivaled, you should still pay attention to the power of the Black Abyss. Granny Seals abruptly changed her tone. The original appearance of the world, the Black Abyss, huh? Negary's gaze seemed to be able to cut through all deception and obscurity, directly applying immeasurable pressure to those around him. Indeed, ever since the white light cut through the black abyss and brought fire to this world, 4 empires had been born and fell: glory, life, protection, and hope. But the flames that white light brought has already dwindled. The power of the black abyss has started to move. That power can surpass the limit of this world, although not by much. It is still very hard to deal with, is that so? Negary waved his hand to allow the palace door to open. 3 people wearing fully black masks with a single white tear below their eyes were standing right outside. May the black abyss shroud over all, manifestation of the dazzled. We welcome the manifestation of the dazzled. Let us return to our origin. All three individuals immediately began to walk towards Negary with black smog surrounding them. How audacious. Negary commented, "You ignore the will of others and force your own beliefs on them to erode them away. How fitting that I am the same." The ground below them suddenly turned into black sludge. Countless tentacles rose from the sludge trying to catch the Hales members. But while they were cloaked in the black smog, their figures seemed to be illusory as they walked directly through the bindings of the tentacles and kept moving towards Negary on his throne. God is unseeable, thus what you see is a shallow manifestation. While clad in this black smog, all attacks would not be able to reach their true self. This was one of the abilities that Hales relied on the most. Each official member would be able to perform a ritual to obtain this black smog that originated from the black abyss. All evil spirits are inherently weak against the members of Hales, because evil spirits are the errors of this world. They are the loopholes within the light and the flames where luminance cannot reach, and where the power of the black abyss would reach its peak. Which means that we would also become terrifyingly strong. The three individuals leapt into the air. The black smog that drifted around them turned into countless chains that tried to bind Negary. What a bunch of clowns. Negary remained on his throne as an intense pressure accompanied by an ear-piercing roar erupted from his body. The air itself around him seemed to be breaking apart. Everything else became insignificant, and the only thing that seemed to exist in this world was Negary. The three individuals' lifeless bodies fell down from the air. The black smog that surrounded them before scattered to reveal their naked bodies. Hales believed that clothing is born from the light and the flames, thus using them would further warp and taint their original appearance. Their skins were filled with countless runic patterns and wounds, from which one could tell that these people had undergone untold amount of torture, including being whipped, stabbed, stripped of their nails and skin, castration, and so on and so forth. The flesh is nothing but unclean ash born from the flames. Since they rejected anything born from the light and flames, they destroyed their bodies through pain and torture, believing that they would shed some of the ash by doing so, Granny Seal explained. Some even say that their ultimate fate would be to shed their own bodies and obtain a new body created by the black smog. Then, what is this the dazzled they spoke about? The ground moved and completely swallowed the three individuals' bodies. Unsurprisingly, they didn't produce any soul essence. The organization called Hales had obviously come into contact with even more evil spirits than the Church of Divine Grace, so they naturally had measures against the common abilities of evil spirits. Because of this, Negary could only rely on Granny Seal to know more about them. After Granny Seal released her origin once, she obtained the power of precognition and learnt countless secrets of many organizations and of this world in general, becoming a truly erudite person. Hales believed that God is unseeable, unspeakable, unfathomable, and unreasonable. Because of this, those who gazed upon God could only see the four states, or rather the four sides of God. The dazzled represented the unseeable, the cut tongue represented the unspeakable, the chopped hand represented the unfathomable, and the decapitated represented the unreasonable. Lord Negary's germs are invisible and boundless. Because of that, they believe that you are the dazzled, Granny Seal explained. It was because the cut tongue had returned to their position that Hales had the courage to show themselves again. Chapter 70. Ritual. The Four Sides of God. How meaningless. Negary stood up from his throne. However, since they've reached their hands out to me, I should repay the favor. Negary's figure slowly vanished. I will leave this to you, Granny Seal. Yes, Lord Negary, Kikiki, intercam Scoro Viscounty. The young Lady Ellis was standing by the window of a tall tower in the castle, looking down below at the knights who were performing their daily training with a bored expression. Originally, she would have stayed at the prosperous capital city, going to organized salons with other aristocratic ladies, and chat with the various well-mannered bards about the philosophy of life and their poems, but the war ruined it all. When the Scoro Viscount family returned to their territory, Ellis had no choice but to follow. She was forced to part with the hustle and bustle of the city to return to the Scoro Viscounty that she considered to be the countryside. There was nothing here but daily training, knights preparing to fight, and a bunch of peasants who worked in the fields day in, day out. Without any form of entertainment, she felt like she was going to go crazy. Huh. Ellis suddenly noticed something happening at the other side of the training grounds. A young teenage boy seemed to be peeking into where the knights were training and was found out. After being caught, the knights tied the boy's hands together with a thick rope, pulled him up on a tree, and began to lash him with a horse whip. "Emmy, that boy is too pitiful. Go down and save him, make him a bit more presentable, and bring him to me," Ellis ordered as a smirk rose on the corner of her mouth. "Milady, the master had said that?" The maid Emmy carefully tried to persuade her otherwise. Swiftly, "Go," Ellis cut off Emmy's words and forced the order. "Otherwise, I'm going to grant you a few lashes of the whip as well." A few moments later, the boy who was whipped was brought up to Ellis' quarters. As she looked at the shy and cute young teenage boy dressed in morning clothes that didn't fit him as well as the red whip marks on his body, Ellis closed the window, then ordered Emmy to close the door before turning to the boy. "Come here, let me see your wounds." The teenage boy was clearly nervous and didn't dare to come forward, but Ellis wasn't angry. She carefully approached the boy who was on guard, lightly combed the boy's hair with her fingers before softly stroking the red whip marks on the boy's face. Her fingers weren't too forceful, but they were enough to cause him to feel a sense of numbed ticklishness, causing the boy to squirm in a bit of discomfort. "Does it hurt?" Ellis asked with a gentle voice. Because she had used perfume, it felt as if her soft voice itself carried a gentle fragrance that caused the boy to gulp and swallow his own saliva. "Eh-heh-heh," the aristocratic young lady giggled, lightly touching the boy's wounds as her lips slightly perked up and slowly approached the young boy. Her well-maintained face was right in front of his eyes. The warmth and fragrance that got so close stimulated the boy's mind. But almost immediately after that, Ellis readily squeezed her hands together with her fingers into the boy's wounds. As she heard the boy's pained screams, Ellis covered her mouth and grinned. "How is it? Mongrel, you really thought I was about to kiss you just now, didn't you? Are you feeling pain now?" Ellis excitedly grabbed her leather whip and started to whip the boy while joyfully shouting. "Rejoice, for mongrels like yourself, bringing me joy is the greatest honor you will ever obtain." Back in the city, one of the favorite pastimes of the aristocratic ladies, including herself, was to host salons, bringing in some beggars, homeless people, and peasant children into the venue, then torture these curs to entertain themselves. As she looked at the helpless boy being unable to resist her whip, Ellis gradually became increasingly excited and continued to whip him harder, forcing the boy into a corner of the room. Even the etiquette that she normally maintained had been completely discarded without a trace. Or perhaps, due to the need of maintaining aristocratic etiquette while interacting with other nobles in high society, most nobles were constantly wearing a mask that they could never take off, thus forcing them to remain in a restrained state. And as soon as their restraints were taken off, they would become extremely insane and turn into a different person entirely. No one would be able to tell that the mad woman who was whipping a bloody poor boy into a corner of the room was the same as the soft-spoken and meek young Lady Ellis. Ellis dropped her whip and violently squeezed the young boy's throat. When she found that the boy was almost unable to breathe anymore, she let go and kicked the boy straight in his stomach, then grinded her soul in. While young Lady Ellis was busy unleashing her madness within her quarters, two members of Hales wearing jet-black masks with a single tear under the eye were discussing among one another. "Can the target be confirmed?" one of the Hales members muttered in a low voice. Although Intercam is currently stuck in internal strife, and the Church of Divine Grace is busy dealing with it, that bunch of mad dogs won't care that much about a ruined country. If the target is correct, we would be fine, but if she isn't, and we draw those mad dogs to us, don't worry, I've confirmed it many times. The target has a very high chance of becoming an error. Under the power of the ritual, they will surely turn into an evil spirit and contribute to the descent of the Black Abyss, the other Hales member confirmed. If that's the case, prepare the ritual. We will turn this entire Scoro Viscounty into our sacrificial lambs, one of the Hale's men walked through the door of the room. On the other side, the maid Emmy was trembling as she heard the screams of the boy. She was fearful that one day, such a fate would befall her. However, a dagger that abruptly pierced through her chest completely removed this concern of hers. The Hale's man pulled his dagger out and swiftly dealt with the maid Emmy's corpse without hesitation. Her innards were spread out in an uneven pattern. Then a white rock carved full of runes was inserted into the maid's stomach. This way, the girl's life essence and soul essence would be retained by the rock and become a part of the ritual. This would greatly increase the chances of an evil spirit being created. It could even ensure that an evil spirit would naturally have considerable strength as soon as it was born. The Hale's member didn't stop there. After he dealt with the corpse, he continued going through the castle and killing every person he met, regardless of their age, gender, or status. There was no discrimination under the ceremonial dagger of Hale's. Meanwhile, Ellis continued to torture the young boy, completely unaware that everyone else in the castle other than her was already dead. The other Hale's member didn't do anything and just stood watch as Ellis' tormenting became more and more intense. At some point, a layer of black smog had slowly engulfed the entire castle and plunged it into an eerie atmosphere, but the excited Ellis didn't notice any of this. When the young boy in the corner was at death's door and would lose his life at any moment, the Hale's member in the room finally drew a ceremonial dagger and thrust it straight into Ellis' head without hesitation. The tortured young boy's eyes suddenly became emotionless as his youthful appearance shed away to reveal another Hale's member with the same black mask and another ceremonial dagger that stabbed into Ellis' heart. Chapter 71. Repaying the Favor. As the ceremonial dagger was pulled out, her blood began to flow, and Ellis fell to the ground. Having been pierced through in both her head and her heart at almost the same time by daggers, the young aristocratic lady with a strange hobby lost her life. Before her death, the brief moment of pain was mixed with her ongoing high. Some inexplicable things began to gather above her body and absorbed the white life essence that overflowed from her body. Right in front of the Hale's members, the remnant soul that belonged to Ellis was forming. The two Hale's members exchanged glances and took out a gray stone. Unlike the other stones they used, this one was full of tiny holes. The two cut open the corpse's chest, removed all the useless internal organs, and put the gray stone inside. A force capable of acting on souls was absorbing the remnant soul that was forming. These gray stones were the black abyss stones obtained by Hales through their rituals over the years. It had the effect of preserving a person's soul and vitality, a considerably precious resource. If they only wanted to form a normal evil spirit, Hales would only need to use at most a single black abyss stone to greatly promote its creation. But Hales didn't spend years searching for Ellis just to turn her into a normal evil spirit. They did so because her soul had the potential to become the chopped hand. To this end, they used a considerable amount of black abyss stones, and even boldly performed the ritual in Intercam, the home turf of those mad dogs of the Church of Divine Grace's heresy hunters. The castle was now full of corpses. Each one of them had a black abyss stone buried inside their body. Some kind of force seemed to be acting near these corpses and made the blood flowing out of them form an eerie pattern. The porous black abyss stone inside Ellis' body continually vibrated. The life essence and soul essence stored in the black abyss stones inside the other bodies were slowly turning into a plume of mist and poured into the porous black abyss stone. Eventually, these life essence and soul essence would be integrated into the remnant soul of Ellis, aiding her in becoming a qualified evil spirit. It would then perform a fire removal ritual for her and turn her into the chopped hand that represented God's unfathomable side. In addition to the cut tongue who had already returned to their position, and the dazzled who they already found a candidate for, only the unreasonable side of God, the decapitated, was left. Once the four sides of God were gathered, then the Black Abyss arrival in this world would not be far away. Returning to the Black Abyss was the long-cherished wish of every member of Hales. They all used to be ordinary people, but in this world, being ordinary itself was a mistake. This world should not be like this. Why were nobles naturally born greater than they are? Why do they get to enjoy endless resources, money, food, rights, and women? Everyone is human. So why did some get to have everything they wanted, while they could only endure their tragic fate and suffer all kinds of torments just to helplessly die in the end? Why was it like this? Did they make some sort of unforgivable sin that God punished them so for? Or was their fate like this from the start? Why? Why? Why was there such a big gap between people? And the answer that these people arrived at in the end was that the world itself was wrong, and since the world was wrong, someone must correct it. These people who had made up their minds to change this wrong world then stumbled across some information about the Black Abyss. They studied it closely and finally discovered the truth of this world. The white light flashed through the Black Abyss and brought about flames. The ashes left by the flames had changed their original form. It was then that Hales was established. The meaning of the word Hales was to return. Ever since their founding, they had lived and worked for the sake of this great and lofty ideal. Discard the ashes, extinguish the flames, dispel the light, and return the world to its original form. Clothing was born from the flames. Money was born from the flames. Food was born from the flames. Authority was born from the flames. Desire was born from the flames. And most things in the world were born from the flames. And so as one returns to the Black Abyss, everything would be removed. Nobility, money, food, power, and women would all be removed. Everyone would return to the Black Abyss and to their original forms. At that time, everyone would be no different from each other. What a great ideal this was. So why is it that people still could not understand it? They must be longing for the color of the light and the warmth of the flames. They must have been obscured of their original forms by the false ashes and deceived by the useless glamour. But it doesn't matter. Anyone who prevents the return of the Black Abyss must surely be an enemy enslaved by the flames, so we'll just remove them. The ritual inside the castle was still continuing. Everyone here would become a sacrifice and would allow the evil spirit Ellis to continue to grow. In just a bit more time, the chopped hand would also return to them. The 3 Hales members stood outside the castle and watched the ominous castle with an expression full of piety. They then turned and left the castle. The more sacrifices there were, the better it would be. A newborn evil spirit needed a lot of food. The peasants of the fief were slaughtered in cold blood while they cried for mercy, their pain, and the fact that they too used to suffer like this were completely ignored. The 3 men with black masks shrouded in dark smog did not halt their slaughter in the slightest. All of you are also poor and oppressed by the nobility, so you can surely understand our approach. Since you can understand our approach, please die for our ideals, no, for all injustices in this world. Excuse me, oh my, excuse me, kiki-kiki? An unpleasant voice and laughter suddenly resounded. An ugly old lady who walked using a wooden crutch showed up before the 3 murderous lunatic members of Hales. Standing next to the old lady were 3 people. A 4 or 5 meters tall fat man, a man sitting on the shoulder of the fat man with a spear on his shoulder, and a young man standing on the side with a shit-eating grin in a white robe. They were the ghostmen under Negary. It's like this. Not too long ago, your people sent our Lord a gift, so as our Lord ordered, we are here to repay the favor, Granny Seal said very politely. Why? Why are there always those trying to stop our noble ideals, die slaves of the flames? The members of Hales didn't care what the other side had to say. To them, as long as the other party was trying to prevent the return of the Black Abyss, they were enemies. I think you have misunderstood something, kiki-kiki. Granny Seal gave an unpleasant laugh as she turned a blind eye to the Hales members' attacks. Heavily striking the crutches in her hand on the ground, Granny Seal loudly declared, "We came here with the will of my lord, Negary. So no matter who you are and what noble ideals or evil plans you might have, you shall be dominated by the will of Lord Negary." The battle abruptly broke out just like that. Chapter 72. There is no such thing as hope and warmth. Standing on Connor's shoulder, Cadiz Morg began to emit an aqua-blue aura from his body. As he jumped from Connor's shoulder, he drew the long spear from behind his back and thrust it directly towards one of the Hales members. A useless attack. Our original form cannot be seen, and what is imperceivable cannot be attacked. The Hales member laughed as he completely ignored Cadiz's spear and thrust the ceremonial blade in his hand towards Cadiz. Cadiz's spear directly went through Black One's body, but his body was like a phantom. While surrounded by the black mist of the black abyss, his form was imperceivable, and thus could not be truly harmed. At the same time, Black One's ceremonial blade directly pierced through Cadiz's armor and stabbed into his body. "It's over. There is poison on our ceremonial blade to remove the ash. Time to become our sacrifice." Black One indifferently declared, "All lives that tried to prevent the return of the Black Abyss should atone for their sins in death." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Cadiz grinned and swept his spear across. Black One's body was sent flying with blood spraying from his wounds. As he looked down at Black One, who staggered standing up, Cadiz threw the ceremonial blade aside, completely unfazed by the bit of black liquid flowing from his wound. He was displaying an excited expression. "When you attack, there's a short period where you enter a vulnerable state. Your body is already dead." Black One also noticed Cadiz's current state. "This fight is going to be very interesting," Cadiz said with a smile. "You're usually in a state where you can't be attacked, while my body basically can't die. Both of us have no choice but to look for the hidden weaknesses of the other party in order to win. But I've already discovered one of your weaknesses. Whenever you try to attack other people, I can attack you. Although there's a lot more resistance than normal, I still manage to do it." "So what are you going to do now?" Cadiz asked in a wicked manner. "That thing breeding in the castle is very important to you, isn't it? If you try to run away, I'm going to destroy it." Black One patted the dust off his body. The eyes under the black mask were extremely cold. He could accept his own death, but he could not accept the return of the Black Abyss being prevented. On another side, the tall, fat man, Connor Kenway, released the weapon on his back onto the ground. It was a thick iron chain attached to a huge sphere. He wasn't slow, but he wasn't nimble either, so he simply chose to remain stationary. Black 2 charged forward, but because of Connor's large size, his attacks weren't doing much besides tickling him, unable to cause any noticeable harm to Connor at all. And whenever Black 2 tried to turn around to help his companions, then Connor would move towards the castle. This behavior made Black 2 understand that he couldn't deal with Connor, and that he couldn't leave either, otherwise he would only cause the evil spirit ritual to fail. The huge ball and chain hit Black 2 directly, but as he was surrounded by the black smog of the Black Abyss, all of Connor's attacks simply went through the body, dealing no damage. Connor no longer tried to attack, but if one had special vision, then they would notice a purple aura starting to gather around his body. The last member of Hales, Black 3, was the most unlucky one as he faced Jack the Killer, who had a kind smile practically plastered onto his face. Jack's posture was very flexible, so all of Black 3's attacks were being responded by either being blocked or evaded. "What should I call you, brother?" Jack was holding a dagger upside down as he blocked Black 3's ceremonial blade while a white mist drifted around his body. Not getting a response from Black 3, he didn't mind and continued to speak. "Seeing how honest you look, I'll call you Little Noodly." Jack's words made Black 3's movement stiffen briefly, then his subsequent attacks became more and more violent. "Oh, I'm sorry if I hit a sore spot." "Really sorry about that. Please forgive me, because I'm going to do it again and in even more places." Jack once again rolled away from the Black 3's attack and continued to taunt him. "If we get a chance, I'll introduce you to a friend of mine. His name is Niljiji." Jack evaded again and said with a smile, "I'm sure the two of you will have a lot to talk about. By the way, can I ask you about something?" Jack's dagger moved and slashed towards Black 3's crotch, but it simply went through without hitting anything. "There is a thing called living while saving the crotch, so why didn't you do that instead and join Hales? Even your little Woody has become a little noodly now. One asshole die." Black 3's attacks became even fiercer. Jack's cheap words were constantly stimulating him and stirring up his emotions. "So you are angry." Just as I thought, Jack's dagger danced around and blocked all of Black Three's attacks. Then his voice suddenly became serious. "The so-called Hales is just a group of defeated dogs after all. After failing until you had nothing left, you could only direct your so-called resentment towards the world itself. You obviously desired the light and fire, but because you couldn't obtain your hope and warmth, you wanted everyone else to lose them as well. What do you know?" Black Three attacked Jack in a frenzy. The black smog on his body began to swirl and shrink, then gathered onto the dagger in his hand, revealing Black Three's scarred body. It almost couldn't be called a human body anymore. Huge patches of his skin were torn off, several ribs were removed from his chest, with iron nails littered throughout his body. As he held the ceremonial blade coated in black smog, there was nothing but desperation in his tone. "Do you really think my scars were made after joining Hales? Do you really think I don't want to obtain hope and warmth?" Black Three rushed towards Jack. Since his body was no longer surrounded by the smog of the black abyss, he was no longer immune to attacks. "But the only people who could bring me hope and warmth are no longer there." "How tragic!" Jack's smile quickly faded. The originally white mist around his body had turned blood red at some unknown point. The ceremonial blade and Jack's dagger clashed. The ceremonial blade, clad in black smog, directly cut through Jack's dagger, then through Jack's neck. Jack maintained his grip on the broken dagger, slashed forward with his momentum, and completely missed Black Three's head. If the dagger hadn't been broken, this attack would have cleanly cut through the upper half of his face. But Black Three's body started falling backwards in an upright manner. His gaze under the mask gradually became unfocused. Some auditory hallucinations even resounded in his ears. "Father, I'm going to the inner city to beg. I won't come back at noon today." A little boy between 7 and 8 years old. "I haven't seen him. I advise you not to look for him anymore. A few people would go missing just like this every year. None of them is ever found. But if you really want to find him, go to the garbage dump of the Noble area. If you are lucky, you may be able to find the body. Those mongrels really can't take a beating at all. They all die too easily, guards. Catch this mongrel. He dared to try and assassinate me. Don't sentence him to death. I want him to regret his actions. That little cur should be honored to be killed by me. Now that your wretched root is gone, you're not even going to be able to make any more little curs. There is no such thing as hope and warmth." Chapter 73. The Unfathomable Ellis. Jack's decapitated head suddenly grew black tentacles and reconnected to his fallen body. After putting his head back on, Jack moved his neck back and forth a bit, then walked up to Black Three's body. He was either triggered by Jack's words to the point of losing his mind, or he simply didn't want to live anymore. Jack took out a fire starter from his pocket, poured some highly concentrated alcohol on the body, ignited a flame, and lit the body on fire. Although you couldn't feel the warmth while you were still alive, at least your body can feel the heat in your death. Jack shook his head helplessly. "What use is there in hating the world? If you wanted something to hate, hate the era." Jack threw his half-broken dagger away. The reason why he managed to kill Black Three, despite his dagger not cutting through him, was actually because of the ability of his secondary soul. The Ghostman's soldiers were undead, who had been implanted with a secondary soul. And these secondary souls were all created from modifying remnant souls. When a remnant soul was separated from its true spirit, it underwent a process that was similar to an inferior version of the Origin's first stage being released. For example, Negary awakened his ability to control and live symbiotically with germs at the beginning. Due to it being a pseudo-release, the awakened ability would be very weak initially. Negary's bacterial control only grew gradually stronger as his soul form continued to grow, at the same time being extremely difficult to improve qualitatively. From a fundamental comparison, it couldn't be compared with Granny Seal, who had released her origin properly. Naturally, Negary had continued to mutate and developed his germs to create other abilities, thus infinitely improving his initial ability to what it was today. This was the reason why Granny Seal revered Negary so much. The secondary soul that Jack was implanted with had awakened an ability that Jack named animosity manipulation. Unlike Negary's ability, the animosity he could control wasn't what he generated himself, but rather the animosity of others. When Jack used this ability, as long as others hold animosity or killing intent towards Jack, the killing intent would be collected by his ability, then used to form weapons as he wished. Jack's broken dagger didn't even come into contact with Black 3, but the blade of killing intent that grew from it did, which caused serious injury to his mind and even killed him shortly after. It could be said that the more killing intent or animosity other people held towards Jack, the stronger he would be, and there was no one better than Jack at drawing other people's animosity. As the flames flickered, Jack didn't leave to help the others, nor did he go to the castle to stop the ritual from reaching its completion. Instead, he sat down by the fire lit by the corpse and put his hands out to keep himself warm. An undead might gain a practically immortal body, but they would also lose a lot of things at the same time. Since there was a barrier between the soul and the body, his sense of smell was nearly non-existent, so he didn't notice how unpleasant the smell of the burning corpse was. Damn it, where is this fatty's weakness? Black 2 continued to press his attacks on Connor Kenway, and left all sorts of wounds on the big fatty's body, but all of these wounds would heal in the blink of an eye. The body of an undead body had no vitals. Since their bodies were composed of germs, as long as the germ tissues that made up their bodies weren't destroyed in large quantities, they could easily be healed. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Al was killed because he was in too much of a hurry, Black 2 thought to himself. Although he didn't know why the other guy didn't try to stop the completion of the evil spirit ritual. Once the ritual was completed, the newborn evil spirit Ellis would be extremely powerful. And evil spirits bred by the Black Abyss stones would naturally be driven by the power of the Black Abyss. They could definitely kill these people without trouble. Enough is enough, Connor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly declared. Black 2, who had circled behind him to continue his attack, abruptly collapsed. Countless wounds appeared all over his body with his blood splattering everywhere, his life gradually slipping away from him. The ability Connor Kenway obtained from his secondary soul was called damage reflection. Each time anyone dealt damage to him, a proportional amount of damage would also accumulate on the attacker's body. This reflected damage wasn't much if triggered separately, relatively speaking. For example, if someone stabbed Connor, the reflected damage would only cause a small scratch. But when the damage was allowed to accumulate and burst out all at once, it was considerably frightening. Especially with Connor's undead body, there was almost no way to deal with this ability. Ahahaha, all of your companions are dead, and soon it'll be your turn. Cadiz brandished his spear as Black 1 breathed heavily while facing him. Black 1 had a feeling that this spear user in front of him had the ability to kill him right away, but he was dragging the battle out. There weren't any schemes or tricks involved in dragging this out. The man simply wanted to see him in pain and despair. This man was, without a doubt, an outright villain. He took joy in seeing others suffer, in bringing people pain and despair and torturing them. He didn't commit heinous acts for wealth or fame, he was simply enjoying the fun of doing them. Just like how he chose to become a pirate to plunder from other people. It wasn't that he was too poor that he had to resort to it. On the contrary, he originally lived quite a rich life. He simply chose to board the pirate ship to become a pirate. He was an outright wicked person, but he was both blessed and fortunate. He had chosen to submit himself to Negary and gain the power of a ghostman. Scream, show me your pain. Cadiz moved back to avoid Black 1's attack. His spear swiftly thrust forward and took advantage of Black 1's attack, missing to stab his body. Then fall to complete despair. Cadiz twisted his spear and pulled it backwards, pulling Black 1's blood out together with his intestines. Although the black smog surrounding him quickly made it so that he didn't take any more damage, Black 1 wouldn't be able to live for much longer. He crouched down on the ground, with an expression full of madness under his black mask. Clutching his ceremonial blade tightly, he suddenly laughed. "You were too arrogant. The evil spirit ritual has been completed. Even if Ellis hasn't become the chopped hand, her current self is more than enough to kill all of you. She will devour your souls, and the black abyss would ultimately return." In the castle behind him, the large number of dead bodies had all turned into dry corpses. The black abyss stones inside their bodies were now also full of cracks, and seemed like they would crumble to dust at the slightest touch. Meanwhile, inside Ellis's body, the black abyss stone full of holes was periodically overflowing with essence. The newborn evil spirit named Ellis howled as she emerged from the castle window, revealing her gigantic soul form in front of everyone. The ghostmen themselves were undead, so they could naturally see the soul form. While Granny Seal, who has been standing in the distance without taking any action so far, was a witch who had released the first stage of her origin, so seeing the spirit form was a basic skill to her. Ellis' soul form was very large. Due to the evil spirit ritual, this soul form didn't maintain a humanoid appearance. Her current appearance was like a huge mask that depicted a smiling woman with several dozen soul bands that extended like tentacles floating around it. This was the unfathomable Ellis. Chapter 74. Advent. The huge mask-like evil spirit of Ellis' incarnation floated in the sky, with a flutter of the soul feelers that floated around the mask. Their surroundings seemed to have been smeared with a layer of material called falsehood. Under this layer of falsehood, the world felt like it had become beautiful. The sky turned exceptionally clear. Even the stench of fresh blood that was mixed in with the air had turned sweet. Because of the evil spirit ritual, large amounts of soul essence and life essence had been infused directly into Ellis' body, and raised this evil spirit's soul form to a certain limit. Combined with the power of the black abyss brought by the black abyss stones, this evil spirit could be said to be one of the strongest monsters in this current world. This was the reason why Hales was willing to use so many black abyss stones for this ritual. Through each prayer ceremony, the most they were able to obtain at a time was a small piece of black abyss stone. Despite their long years of existence, they only had so many black abyss stones, and over a third of their entire reserve was used all at once during this ritual in order to create such a powerful evil spirit. Once Ellis was transformed into the real chopped hand, her strength would increase again. Ahahaha, the evil spirit ritual has succeeded. Black One knelt on the ground with a mad grin on his face. The unfathomable Ellis. Her soul form was surrounded by the black smog of the black abyss, similar to the Hales members, so her current appearance was nothing but an illusion. Her actual form was hidden behind the mask, and any attacks on her right now would only be like attacking an illusionary mirage. This falsehood could even be derived and spread into her surroundings while also being extremely addictive. The huge mask in the sky constantly wore a smile on its visage, deceiving those around to feel like they were embracing their lover or being held by their mother's embrace. Even Black One, whose intestines had been pulled out, stood up again. The falseness had mended his wounds and even gave him the sensation of his body returning to its perfect state. The soul feelers around the huge floating mask were constantly fluttering about, but they didn't attack Cadiz and others. Instead, they gently stroked them and returned the vivid sensations to their undead body. Smell, taste, touch, sight, and hearing were all restored to how they were when they were alive. Stop here, you don't have to fight anymore, you don't have to endure more suffering. Live in this beautiful and carefree city forever. Ellis' soul feelers caressed everyone and caused such a thought to form in their minds. Black One naturally knelt down. The hiding survivors of the fief were also lured out by beautiful temptation, knelt under Ellis, and accepted the gentle touch of the soul feelers. Behind Ellis, the door of the castle was opened to reveal the dead knights who were resurrected, and a grand banquet which was being held, with food that would never run out, a fountain filled with red wine, and where nobles could dance with their servants as if class and status no longer existed. Black One and those peasants of the fief also joined the party that seemed to never end, enjoyed the juicy grilled steak with white bread while drinking sweet red wine and chatted happily with the beautiful aristocratic ladies. This was the unfathomable Ellis created by Hales. Her true face was hidden under the beautiful falsehood away from everyone's sight, while the beautiful falsehood carried a fatal sense of attraction to all living beings. Once they were attracted, they would gradually be assimilated further and further into this falsehood and eventually become a member of it. They would join the so-called city of no worries and become a member of this never-ending banquet. The more people who were assimilated, the stronger the falsehood would become, and the harder it would be to escape the assimilation of falsehood. At this point, every living creature except the 4 on Negary's side had joined this party, including the animals, to form a harmonious and beautiful scene. "Join us, join us, join us." A soft, whispering voice resounded within their ears. This voice seemed to be able to awaken the greatest desires within their hearts. Immediately after that, a blue flame suddenly burst from the bodies of several people within the banquet. The flame quickly spread and burned the things and people within the banquet, the ability that Cadiz obtained from his secondary soul. Flames of malice. Each time he attacked, he would mark the body of his opponent with his own malice. When there were enough marks, he could trigger them and ignite the flames of malice. The intensity of the flames depended entirely on how much malice he imposed upon his victim. How unfortunate, but what I want is for the whole world to burn with imperishable flames, and for destruction, disaster, pain, despair to exist at every corner. "Your scenery of beauty is exactly what I hate the most," Cadiz declared with a grin, as he was such an utterly despicable scum. The huge mask remained floating in the sky, but the smile on the mask was gone. The false illusion was also gradually fading away. What was originally a harmonious and beautiful scene returned to how it originally was. The delicious food turned into rotten meat, and bark covered with insects. The red wine turned into a yellow-brown liquid with unknown things floating inside. And the partying people who originally had no differentiation in class had completely changed. Gorgeously dressed, nobles were riding on peasants while ripping and tearing away at their flesh with their wide-open, sharp jaws. Meanwhile, Black One who had his intestines ripped out had long since died. Both his remnant soul and corpse fell under the complete control of Ellis as another character within the falsehood. The mild sunlight had turned into a dense, dark fog. The fragrant, sweet air turned into a rotten stench. The smiling mask in the sky was revealed to be a gigantic head, and the soft soul feelers turned out to be its dried, withered hair. As some strands of its hair fluttered down while being burned by the flames of malice, the skull charged straight towards the 4 people below. This attack was without falsehood as Cadiz's spear was pushed back when he tried to parry it. A huge pit was formed in the ground under the head's impact. Her power had exceeded the range of what could be handled by humans. Just as humans couldn't fight against natural disasters, they were also helpless against this entity. Because of how huge Connor's body was, he was struck head-on and had over half his body turned into mush. Cadiz and Jack managed to evade thanks to their speed, while Granny Seal was nowhere near the point of impact in the first place. Kiki, how unfriendly. The time for chatting is over. It is time to deliver my lord's true repayment of the favor to you. Granny Seal wasn't worried at all that the evil spirit would harm her in any way. Although her combat strength was effectively non-existent, her ability to protect herself was immeasurably strong. If she really wanted to escape, there wasn't a single soul who could kill her. As Granny Seal opened a golden box that contained a rippling golden liquid, an extremely ominous presence instantly filled the entire area. An entity with a fatal sense of charm had descended upon them. Chapter 75. Drakatung. The golden blood simply floated in the air. Negary's soul form that was scattered in other places had descended upon this location through the connection of the soul's blood. How amazing! Negary's soul observed the huge head evil spirit and praised it. Hale's techniques still have some merit to them. To be able to create an evil spirit of this level within such a short period of time, an organization could not exist for such a long time without proper reason after all. As far as the current world was concerned, there was a limit to individual power. According to Granny Seal, in the ancient times, when the white light came through and brought the flames into existence, the original witches who had obtained their magic power from the flames should have been able to reach the third stage release of their origin. But now, as far as Granny Seal could tell with her power, she was the only witch who had released the first stage of her origin. Even after taking all supernatural forces in this world into account, there were just barely over 20 people who had the strength equivalent to releasing the first stage of their origin. And some of them hadn't even released their origin in the truest sense of the concept. For example, Chris obtained supernatural power through his respiratory art, but he did not actually release his origin. In summary, although the release of origin was the most fundamental way to obtain supernatural power, there wasn't a strict requirement that one had to do so to obtain supernatural power, especially in the early stage. Practitioners of respiratory art were prime examples of this. However, as Negary had learnt through the information of the world traveler from years ago, most supernatural powers would eventually converge at releasing their origin, the true spirit, in order to improve. Currently, the people of this world could be divided into 4 echelons depending on their strength. Those at the 4th echelon were individuals without supernatural power. The gap between those of this echelon was quite large, such as trained mercenaries and farmers who could only do farm work. The 3rd echelon consisted of individuals with power derived from other sources, such as the transformed undead, or even the crowmen were considered to be at this level. Although they had obtained supernatural power, they couldn't continue to grow stronger through effort. The 2nd echelon was equivalent to those who had released the first stage of their origin. Some of them had released their origin through various means, while others used a different source of power like the respiratory art to obtain supernatural and continue to grow stronger. This new evil spirit, Ellis, was one of them, and so were the Ghostmen. The 1st echelon consisted of entities at Negary's level. At this point, 3.5 of such entities are known, one of which was naturally Negary, a remnant soul who underwent pseudo-release through death, then sublimed through the soul's blood and raised the quality of his soul form to be equal to a soul who had reached the peak of the first stage of release. The second one was Eldridge, His Majesty the King of the Roya's kingdom, through the legacy of the First Empire. This monarch obtained power that surpassed others at the first stage of release. The third was the unspeakable side of God, the cut tongue of Hales who had recently returned to their position. As for the remaining half, even she didn't know that she had this much power yet. Only after she had truly awakened would she be able to fully grasp this power. Naturally, this power ladder wasn't absolute. For example, even ordinary people in the 4th echelon, if well-trained and took advantage of their environment well enough, would also be able to defeat those in the 2nd echelon. It was even easier for those in the 3rd echelon to do the same thing. In fact, the difference between them and those of the 2nd echelon wasn't too great. The main difference was that they were unable to grow stronger and develop their abilities through their own efforts. This differentiation mainly existed to see the difference in strength on paper. In a real battle, the victor was determined through their battle sense, and how their powers counteracted one another. The gap between those in the same echelon could also be quite large. For example, the huge evil spirit Ellis created through Black Abyss stones could easily crush the Ghostmen who were put into the same echelon. This was also the reason why Negary had praised Hale's techniques. As long as Ellis could complete herself, she might even be able to become an entity in the 1st echelon, and this level of strength was created in less than a day. Of course, part of this was also due to their arduous efforts spent in looking for a suitable target, and the huge amount of resources they had paid. Ellis' huge skull uttered a loud scream as the interference force afforded to her by her huge mass surged forward. Connor's half-broken body was once again struck directly and sent flying, unknown if he was dead or alive. The others could also only retreat to avoid this power. But none of this interfered with Negary. A similarly heavy interference force flowed out of Negary's soul and resisted Ellis's interference force. The golden blood continued to multiply in the air until a nearly perfect body was finally generated. Negary's soul then entered the body and opened his eyes. While the body remained humanoid with a face similar to Negary's soul, the body's skin was covered in golden dragon scales. A raised spur was present at the center of his back with a pair of slightly curved dragon horns on his head. His shoulder blades appeared to be a bit agitated, but ultimately calmed down when a ganglion-like tail grew at the end of his spine. Stability is still a little bit lacking. Negary opened his palm. It was undeniably clear that while in his soul form, his means were too simple and needed a physical body to provide assistance. At this point, Negary had a lot of options for his body, such as the commonly used multi-layer viral body, or the black crow body created by the black crow germs, as well as various other bodies created by other germs, including humanoid and non-humanoid appearances. And right now, Negary was using his unfinished dragon body, in which the dragon factor within the soul's blood was activated to take this dragonoid appearance. Naturally, this body was still very unstable as a lot of dragon characteristics couldn't manifest at all, and it would collapse quite rapidly. But it's enough. Negary's body began to exude a kind of pressure, the pressure of the dragon. This pressure acted on the surroundings to create some sort of special power, as if the world itself was welcoming the dragon. Seemingly stimulated by Negary's appearance, Ellis sent numerous of her dried yellow hair to try and coil around Negary's body, at the same time releasing an even more terrifying interference force. With a wave of his hand, Negary easily severed all the hair as his interference force pushed back against Ellis. But obviously, Negary's interference force was stronger, and it directly tore Ellis' protective interference force apart. Negary then jumped up and appeared directly above Ellis' huge soul form, Jaliost. Negary uttered a strange syllable. This ancient syllable was not a sound that the human body could make. Some sort of power seemed to have been triggered as immediately after uttering this syllable, his body began to crack, and golden blood spilled from all over his body. The blood looked dull, seemingly lifeless. The syllable and the surrounding pressure mixed together to create a miraculous change in the world itself around them. As this power manifested, it caused Ellis' body to break apart until only a tiny piece remained, which was caught in Negary's hand. Chapter 76. The Three Gods That Came from the First Flame. Ellis wasn't weak, but she simply didn't have experience fighting with supernatural abilities. After all, she was originally just a noble girl with a quirky hobby, even though she had absorbed the memories of many experienced knights and warriors. They too were only normal people with no contact with the supernatural. Negary was greatly superior to Ellis in both overall control of power and the grasp of timing in battle. Furthermore, Negary was indeed stronger than Ellis. So once he seized the opportunity, Ellis was swiftly defeated. Most of her soul form had already been destroyed, leaving only a small part behind. It seems there will be another ghostman soon looking down at Ellis in his hand. Negary handed her over to Granny Seal before his body completely broke. The ghostman troops hadn't been expanded on a large scale over the past few years for a few reasons. Firstly, not everyone was suitable for being implanted with a secondary soul. Secondly, Negary had been conducting another research on remnant souls in recent years, so resources were more inclined to that research. The ghostmen were also fine as they were currently, so there hadn't been any expansion. At the present, there were a total of 9 official ghostmen who were implanted secondary souls. Aside from 2 or 3 of them remaining in Rhea to maintain order, most of the others had been sent to perform various tasks, which usually involved traveling to various places to obtain documents regarding the ancient era or infiltrating other organizations to obtain intelligence. Nala has arrived at Colomere and officially joined in their counterattack. I need you to help her in secret. Negary ordered the 3 ghostmen and then turned to Granny Seal. Granny Seal, bring Ellis back to Rhea. Understood, my lord, everyone responded. Negary's dragon body gradually collapsed and turned into a pool of blood without any glow while Negary had left this place. Originally, it could have supported the form for a bit longer, but after he used Drakatung, the inherently unstable body could only collapse ahead of time. The so-called Drakatung wasn't just a language, it was also a great power. The normal human vocal cord was simply unable to produce the syllables of Drakatung. Even if one could somehow imitate the sound, they wouldn't be able to use the power contained within those syllables. There were strict conditions to using Drakatung, so much so that each of them was an obstacle on its own. Unless one fulfilled all of them, it would be impossible to use Drakatung. The first crucial condition was Dragon's pressure. The spiritual weight of Dragon's pressure created a type of harmonization with the world. If respiratory art was to change one's own rhythm to harmonize with one's surroundings, then Dragon's pressure was to coerce the surroundings to harmonize with oneself. And the second crucial condition that must be fulfilled for those who sought the power of Drakatung was that their soul must be biased towards the dragon attribute. Furthermore, the user's spirit, or rather the quality of their soul, must at least reach the first stage of release. Otherwise, if you used Drakatung forcibly without having a qualified soul, you would either be oppressed by the power of Drakatung and become an irrational lunatic like the bizarre scales, or your soul would be completely drained, you would die and your true spirit would leave. Even Negary need to activate the dragon factor within soul's blood to form the dragon body before he could use Drakatung. As for his soul attribute, if he really wanted to point out a clear bias, it should belong to the manipulation attribute. The ability he obtained from his pseudo-release was germ manipulation, later became virus control, while Jack, who was implanted a part of the soul derived from him, as his secondary soul obtained animosity manipulation. However, among the soul essence that Negary absorbed, there were those who had the dragon attribute. It was through manipulating this dragon attribute that Negary became qualified to use Drakatung. As for why Drakatung was so powerful, the reason came from how this world first originated. At first, the world originated from the Black Abyss. The white light cut through the Black Abyss and broke off a part of the Black Abyss. The light brought flames, and the flames burned this corner of the Black Abyss, which brought about most of what currently existed. And the nature of God that originally existed within that corner of the Black Abyss was changed by the flames. In total, there were 3 of such creatures, and one of them was the dragon. It could be said that the dragon was one of the ancestors of all life in this world. The dragons then continued to breed and multiply. During the era of the First Empire, dragons could be said to be commonplace, but unfortunately, as the level of the world constantly deteriorated, dragons gradually became unable to survive. During the age of the Third Empire, when the last dragon, Versace, passed away, true dragons no longer existed, only wyverns of impure blood. And at this point, even wyverns had become creatures that were difficult to run into and could be regarded as natural disasters in certain areas. The wyvern that Chris killed was one of the few remaining dragons left in this continent. As for the other 2 creatures from the Black Abyss whose nature were changed during the first flame, one of them became the new deity. The new deity created the divine race, who hadn't fared that much better compared to the dragons. Only very few impure dragons still exist in this world, while the one that the Church of Divine Grace hails as God might be the last remaining member of the divine race, or it could also not be one. The final one was the giant. According to legend, the original giant had cut off his own flesh to create the creatures of this world. When his meat fell in the water, it became a fish. When it was thrown to the sky, it became a bird, and when it fell on the ground, it became various animals. In the end, when the giant didn't have much flesh left, he made the final creatures the humans in his own image. If there were no errors, the progenitor of all things in the Kochi mythos most likely referred to the giant. After all, the Kochi people were the 4th empire to exist, and most of what happened in the ancient times had already been gradually morphed and warped, or simply lost to the ages. The Kochi people also wanted to cement their rule, so they hailed the giant as the progenitor of all things, and since the Kochi people were the giant's spirit, that made them natural-born leaders. Naturally, There were various claims of how the giant ultimately ended up. In the Kauchi mythos, the giant was the progenitor of all things and had died after deriving himself to form the creatures. After all, they claimed to be the spirit of the progenitor of all things, but if a progenitor actually showed up, it would be the Kauchi who were the most unhappy. In another mythological biography, they claimed that the giant, who only had his skeleton left, traveled to an unknown land and became the one that governed the death of all things. There was also a claim that said the giant never left the first flame brought about by the white light and instead remained to guard it. In short, none of the original three gods had ever appeared again. This world eventually fell to become a low-magic world, while the flames would soon be extinguished. The world created by the white light was slowly coming to an end, but regardless, life continues. And for Nala, although she didn't like war, her fight must continue. At this point, this young girl was no longer what she used to be. Early on, she was simply the final straw that many chose to grasp at. Many others regarded her support as nothing but throwing her life away. Quite a few even laughed at her, regarding her as an oblivious country bumpkin. But now, slowly but surely, very few actually made such claims anymore, the reason being that she had actually brought the people hope. Just 3 days ago, the troops she led managed to arrive at Calamere in time to save it from Roya's siege. Using her instincts alone, when the Roya's army made a risky move, she flanked and ambushed them from the side, earning intercam victory in what was thought to be a long-lost battle. Chapter 77. Draconic Hero. The successive victories of Roya's had gotten a bit to their heads. In the end, it was Eldridge's policies that had continued to oppress the nobles in his country and raised them into ravenous wolves. In the early days of the war, it was also these ravenous wolf-like nobles who were the most enthusiastic. After all, so much had been taken from them by Eldridge's policies. To change their status quo, they had to either overthrow Eldridge's rule or obtain what they needed in the war. It was because of this that during the war, the nobles of Roya's were extraordinarily vicious, defeating the troops of intercam battle after battle. The successive victories had made these Roya's aristocrats greedier and greedier. From their perspectives, intercam was now just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered that couldn't mount anything resembling resistance. So 3 days ago, one of the aristocrats who participated in the siege chose to aggressively move out and take down the wall of Calamere. As a result, when they were attacking the city, Nala led the reinforcement onto the battlefield through a secluded route, took advantage of her extreme intuition to choose the perfect moment, and flanked this aggressive squad. It was because Nala had established her prestige within the reinforcement army that these soldiers were willing to take the initiative and followed her attack. And their trust wasn't for nothing, as Nala did indeed lead them to their first victory in a long time. Through this battle, the Saintress of Salvation, Nala, who has been fighting at the forefront of the battlefield, won the worship of many people through the hope she brought, her bravery and beautiful appearance. In the end, most people were visual creatures. Even Negary. It was because his men were still essentially human that he took a humanoid appearance in front of most people. Part of the reason was to invoke a sense of racial identity. Otherwise, there was no need for Negary to keep up a humanoid appearance at all in front of others. Even when they knew Negary wasn't human, as long as he kept up his appearance, he would still receive their respect and approval, thus making it more convenient for Negary to control them. If he instead took the appearance of a tentacle monster, even if Negary had the same fatal sense of charm and charisma as he does now, besides some people with special fetishes, most of those who submitted themselves to Negary would lack a sense of affinity. It was undeniable that appearance played a great role in many cases. If Nala was a woman with a bucket waist and the face of a so, it would have been a lot tougher to convince Marshal Wells to give up command of Calamere rather than how smoothly it was going right now. After the first victory, quite a few people had apparently been given a sense of confidence, as some nobles of Intercam had also begun to support Calamere. Although they were unwilling to submit to the king, they also didn't want Intercam to be destroyed. With the emergence of Princess Nala, and the hope of victory she brought. The various powers within the country finally began to reorganize and integrate themselves into the military. At this moment, within the fortress city of Colomere, the commanding officers of Intercam were gathered to discuss their plan of action. Although the right of command had been transferred to Nala due to Seth I's orders, Nala's understanding of war was lacking, to say the least, so she was more like a mascot during this meeting. The one who would truly decide the battle plan right now was still the previous commander, Marshal Alan Wells, and various knights with noble peerage. Among them, Rhys Laval, who had displayed his excellence in the previous battle, had also obtained a certain right to speak. "We are currently inferior to them in terms of both number and equipment," Alan Wells explained in a deep voice. "After taking that previous loss, that bastard Kata will surely be a lot more cautious, so I believe it is best that we continue to fortify our defenses for now, Marshal." "I think what Sir Wells suggested makes sense. Since more and more support is arriving from forces within the country, keeping up our defenses would be best to ensure victory," one of the knights agreed. During this period, the army structure was very complicated. The royal family had its own army, but it wasn't too much bigger than an aristocrat's personal army. An army consisted mostly of troops supplied by nobles in accordance with their duties, knights who volunteer their service, and large numbers of hired mercenaries. While the army marshal technically had full control over it, they were still subjected to the restrictions and opinions of noble knights. The way it currently was, vassals were afforded a lot of autonomy as long as they fulfilled their obligations, which was also one of the main reasons why the aristocrats would rather let this country perish rather than sending more troops to aid the war effort. "I don't think it's appropriate." Rhys spoke up on the other side. "Roya's army is stronger than we are, this is a fact, and also the exact reason why we can't keep blindly defending as we have done. Otherwise, we might not be able to keep it up. If Roya's was only a bit stronger than Intercam, then defense was indeed the correct approach. But in truth, even if they kept up their defenses the same way they had been doing, Roya's army would still be able to lay siege and take down Colomere in very little time. The difference in strength was simply too great. And so, if we really want to seize a chance at victory, we have to think of a way to actively initiate an attack and teach Roya's army a lesson. We need to strike at their morale to put pressure on them, forcing them to halt their offensive momentum and buy more time to wait for support," Rhys said. "Are you kidding me?" the knight scoffed. "Choosing to take the offensive instead of defending while being at a disadvantage is nothing but suicide. You think it's impossible. The Roya's army also think it's impossible. And that's exactly why there's a chance for us to succeed in the first place." Rhys said with a sigh. This tactic carried great risk, and if they failed, it would mean total annihilation. If possible, he would rather not take this risk. But the current situation was one where blindly defending meant they had no chance at winning. "Then tonight, a squad of elites will move out from the fortress and perform a night raid," Nala, who had been listening blankly up to now, suddenly declared, and caused everyone in the room to be stunned. "Sir Marshal, are you serious?" Alan Wells stood up in shock and asked. "Yeah, let's decide on that. I'll lead the raid team tonight. Is anyone here willing to participate?" Nala nodded affirmatively. Her instincts told her that this operation would very likely succeed, and if that was true, then why not? "It's too risky, Marshal." Another knight on the side loudly refuted. "But Intercam has already reached the point where we have to take such risks," Nala looked up at the knight and softly replied. But there is no need for the Marshal to take the risk. I can also lead the team." The knight lost to Nala's resolute gaze, lowered his head and spoke. "I have nothing to fear." Nala's eyes were bright and clear. Then her tone suddenly turned solemn. "Knight, please tell me your name." "Alkers." The knight stood upright with his hand on his sword, as if he was receiving some sort of glory. "Alkers Louis, heir of the School of Steel, then, are you willing to come with me tonight?" With a smile on her face, Nala asked softly, exuding the proof of the draconic hero, a unique sense of charisma that could solicit the adoration of all. Alkers clenched the hilt of his sword tightly, lowered his head, and answered with a softened tone. "As you wish." Chapter 78. Floating Corpse Maggot. As Rhys watched from the side, he was also feeling moved. This was the air of the draconic hero. In history, anyone who awakened the dragon's blood had, without exception, qualities beyond ordinary people. Whether they became devils or heroes, they had an extremely persuasive sense of charisma that caused people to willingly follow them. Without a doubt, they were natural-born leaders. And today, Nala was displaying this very quality. As Rhys looked around, the people here were feeling more or less mixed emotions of admiration and adoration towards this saintress of salvation. And he was the same. He who had lived and was molded by darkness naturally did not trust others. But if it was Nala, he would pledge his loyalty and trust her without hesitation. As night fell, an elite team led by Nala took advantage of the night's cover and approached the Roya's barracks to initiate a raid. Just as Rhys had predicted, the long-term victory made the aristocrats of Roya's arrogant. Even though Marshal Kata of Roya's had faced defeat just before, they were still holding an impression of Intercam as being a lamb waiting to be butchered. Despite having people on night patrol, the Roya's soldiers who had been holding the initiative weren't very serious about it. In fact, it could even be said that they were slacking, so the elite team successfully infiltrated the Roya's barracks. Our goal is to assassinate their commanders, cause internal strife within Roya's army, and buy more time for our support to arrive, Rhys re-emphasized before they went in. We only have half an hour. Once that time is up, then regardless of whether or not we succeed, we must retreat immediately. As he looked at the others splitting up, Rhys reached for the small cloth bag that he carried with him. Inside, it was the Book of Monsters that he had picked up in the graveyard of that village. The opportunity that he mentioned in the meeting earlier today was never the act of killing the enemy commanders. Doing that might cause a certain degree of chaos in the Roya's army, but it wouldn't solve the real crisis. They wouldn't be able to kill every commander that Roya's had. And after a short period of chaos, this assassination would even cause the Roya's army to accelerate its offensive in retaliation instead. So if you really wanted to stall the Roya's soldiers, you could only rely on other methods, such as a plague. Rhys' eyes were cold as he walked directly towards his destination. He had asked around earlier and found out that the daily supply of water used by the Roya's soldiers came from a small lake, where he attacked and killed a sentry when he arrived. Looking down at the sentry's corpse, Rhys took out the book. Although a bit of hesitation flashed by in his eyes, he still turned to one of the pages. An underwater monster was depicted here. This monster was weak enough that a child would be able to kill it with a knife as long as they could overcome their fear. But if it was allowed to play its role, it would be the most terrifying demon known to man. Sounds of disturbance could be heard coming from the barracks. The others had obviously started to take action, and there was no longer time to hesitate. Rhys pulled out a dagger, plunged it into the sentry's body, then dripped his blood onto the page of the book. The maggot-like patterns on the page of the book began to come to life as transparent tentacles began to stretch outwards from the parchment. Rhys quickly turned the page towards the body on the ground. The transparent tentacles reached into the corpse's wound, then slowly slithered into the wound until it was completely inside the body. Rhys tied a rock to the corpse's foot, then threw it into the water. As he watched the body slowly sinking into the water, Rhys was hyperventilating. If the description in the book wasn't wrong, then his actions just now were downright evil. There was no distinction of good and evil in war, but there were distinctions in the means used for war, such as massacres or driving peasants from their homes, the use of chemical weapons or poison, etc., were generally frowned upon as being unjust, and his current actions would not only bring disaster to the Roya's soldiers, but it would also spell disaster for generations to come. This lake itself would become a forbidden zone or restricted area. The monster he just created was called the Floating Corpse Maggot. This monster could easily be killed in direct combat. However, its true power lies in its ability to proliferate in the water. When it came into contact with a body of water, it would produce a large number of larvae that could survive and fully assimilate themselves into it. They were odorless, colorless, and shapeless, just like ordinary lake water. However, once a person came into contact with this contaminated lake water, the floating corpse maggot inside would become parasites within their bodies. A host of these parasites would feel their limbs weakening, a sense of dizziness as well as headaches. Furthermore, they would become hungry very easily. If they couldn't sate this hunger in time, they would drop dead at any moment. Even if they didn't suddenly drop dead, their bodies and physique would gradually change to look like corpses soaked in water. Even more frightening was that these maggots could almost perfectly harmonize their rhythm with water, making it so that even expert practitioners of respiratory art would be unable to discover them. Unless someone knew about their existence and specifically targeted them, these maggots simply could not be discovered. Only through long-term observation would someone even notice that there was a problem with the water. This place will probably be known as the Cursed Lake in the future. Reese felt a chill as he looked at the calm surface of the lake. This small body of water would likely take the lives of countless people, and he would be the one responsible for it. Looking down at the book of monsters that had another blank page and 7 other pages left, Reese carefully wrapped it up and swiftly returned to Colomere. On the other side, Nala was also facing a tough battle. Her opponent was a middle-aged officer of Roya's. She was feeling a sense of discomfort, as there was a sort of power flowing within her opponent's body. This power was related to her dragon's blood, yet they were mutually exclusive at the same time. The middle-aged officer was wielding a cutlass that also gave off an ominous presence that caused Nala to frown involuntarily. "Intercam's Saintress of Salvation," Smick said with a sigh. "It should be 7 years since we last met, although I knew this day would eventually come. Who are you?" Nala held her knight's sword as she observed the officer. His words suggested that he had met her 7 years ago. "Smick Lancher. Let's just say I was Chris' comrade-in-arms. After all, we fought alongside one another 7 years ago." A sense of nostalgia flashed by Smick's eyes. Even after 7 years, he still couldn't forget that battle. "Although I say that, our standpoints are simply different. Since you are the one person who could actually overturn Roya's war situation, I'm afraid I'll have you remain here." Smick drew his cutlass and slowly disappeared. "Is that so?" Nala vaguely remembered Rivers telling her about how they had fought alongside a Roya's soldier named Smick 7 years ago. If there were no mistakes, then this should be him. But as he had said, since they had different standpoints, there was nothing more to say. Nala slowed her breathing down. The other person's breathing had proven to her that he was also a practitioner of respiratory art, so his abrupt disappearance should be an effect of a certain school of respiratory art. Right before it arrived, Nala sensed the other party's attack, so she raised her knight's sword to block it. She quickly noticed something was wrong and immediately retreated. As she raised her sword again, she found that the weapon in her hand had already been cut in half. Chapter 79, Sword. That cutlass? Nala's heart sank. She didn't expect that strange weapon to be so sharp. Her knight's sword was something granted by the king. Although it wasn't exactly a precious treasure, it was still a fine article of craftsmanship. Normal knights' families would even be able to use it as an heirloom. And yet it was cleanly cut in half with a single slash. That really was a bit too much. "Although I will not kill you because of the ancient covenant, please give up resistance." Smick's voice was floating indistinctly in the air, making it so that no one knew where he would appear next to end your life. "I will hold you captive until the end of the war. Dream on." Nala narrowed her eyes and finally began to take him seriously. A faint pressure began to awaken on her body as her originally blue pupils turned into golden vertical pupils. Her fair throat also moved ever so slightly, as if some sort of internal structure was changing. Smick was surprised to find that, at that very moment, the rhythm of the surrounding environment had changed by itself to match and harmonize with Nala. Together with Nala's respiratory art, Smick even had the illusion that there was nowhere he could hide. Daughter of Dragons. Smick thought of Nala's other title. Without hesitation, he directly moved in for the kill. His figure instantly vanished and appeared directly in front of Nala as his cutlass slashed directly at her. Nala's vertical pupil didn't even blink, as if she had turned a blind eye to the incoming cutlass. The air seemed to condense right at this moment to block Smick's cutlass, and even Smick's harmonization with the surrounding rhythm was forcefully cut off. Nala swung the broken sword in her hand and left a clear mark on Smick's chest, as if there was an invisible blade at the end of the broken sword. Nala's eyes slowly changed back to normal, as the sound of armor clamoring could be heard outside. Obviously, Roya's army had started to respond to their raid. She didn't try to confirm Smick's status and instead instinctively retreated. Soon after Nala left, quite a few soldiers had surrounded this place. Smick slowly stood up. The wound on his chest had already formed a scab. After being infected by the soul's blood, his physique was no longer that of a human, so such wounds would heal in an instant. As he glanced towards where Nala had escaped, his eyes became sullen. He raised his hand, looked down at his powerful palm, and felt a deep sense of fear. Ultimately, he still chose to hold back. Smick then covered his face and groaned wildly. The elite team would soon return to Kalamir. Their raid tonight could be considered to be relatively fruitful. They destroyed a granary, killed 5 commanding officers, some soldiers, and managed to cause a certain amount of chaos in the enemy ranks. Although at the same time, they also lost 3 to 4 people, all of whom were elites. Of course, if you counted the floating corpse insect that Reese released as well, then this operation could be considered to be extremely successful. But for Intercam, who has been passively taking a beating all this time, this was also another rare victory. In order to improve morale, they even held a small celebration for the soldiers. However, during the party, Nala, who was the focus of them all, seemed a bit distracted. "My sword is a problem. If I encounter him next time, I would be at a weaponry disadvantage again." Nala looked down at the broken sword in her hand and thought about the battle with Smick. She could feel that he was still somewhat holding back, otherwise it would have been her who was wounded and not him. "Are you worried about your weapon, Marshal?" asked a knight next to her. "You are." Nala really had no impression of this person. "I really am lacking a good knight's sword." Elbaz Kai, the knight, answered. "My territory is quite close to Kalamir. We found a treasured sword there recently. I'm sure it would satisfy you, Marshal." "To be honest, I originally wanted to keep the sword as an heirloom, but now it seems like it would be best to give it to Your Excellency. Or perhaps the sword had been waiting for Your Excellency in the first place." "What do you mean?" Nala was a bit puzzled. "I've already sent someone to pick it up." "The sword should be ready to be presented to Your Excellency in a short while," Elbaz replied with a smile. In the evening, when the sword was delivered, Nala finally understood what the man had meant. As soon as she saw the sword, Nala felt that she had a wondrous connection with the sword. It was said that the blood of a dragon was added to the sword when it was being forged. With each swing, you could hear the roar of the dragon. "Unfortunately, I simply can't use this sword," Elbaz explained with a sigh. "With every swing, I feel my heart being oppressed by an unknown force. And if someone tried to use it forcibly, they might even cough up blood and collapse on the spot. I think it must be that we were not qualified to wield it. But since the Marshal's dragon bloodline has been awakened, Your Excellency must be the fated master of this sword." Reese felt something amiss as he listened from the side. After all, right after Nala's sword had just been broken, someone immediately offered her a sword that fitted her perfectly. This was too much of a coincidence. But he had already asked the people in the camp. Elbaz was indeed a noble with a nearby territory, and someone had tested that sword prior to bringing it to Nala, confirming that there was no such thing as poison or a curse on it. Moreover, even with Nala's superhuman intuition, she didn't perceive any malice, so she reached out and received the knight's sword. The sword's guard was a pair of dragon wings, and if you looked from the side, you would even notice that there were patterns of dragon scales on the blade of the sword. As Nala held the sword in her hand, she felt a connection forming between the weapon and her bloodline. The sword almost felt like an extension of her arm. At the same time, it greatly promoted the awakening of her dragon's blood. With this sword, her strength had risen by at least 30%. As Nala brandished the sword, the weapon gave off a faint rumble, almost like the roar of a dragon. The knights that gathered around also rained her in praise and admiration. This kind of display could also improve the morale of the troops, and if this story were to be passed down, it could even become a part of myths and legends. Standing amongst the crowd, Elbaz had a satisfied smile on his face. The task that Lord Negary assigned him had been completed, and he had confirmed that Nala's intuition would not react to pure goodwill. But sometimes goodwill wasn't necessarily a good thing. For the next few days, Roya's offense was indeed slowed down. The floating corpse insects had already begun to spread among Roya's soldiers. Although floating corpse insects died very easily, there were many places where water was necessary within the barracks, so their speed of propagation wasn't slow. There weren't a lot of ways to deal with a pandemic in this era. When the water problem was noticed, quite a few soldiers and even officers had already been infected, causing the war situation to tilt, so that at least for now, the war was no longer one-sided. And with the arrival of support from various forces, the threat of Roya's had basically been resolved in Kalamir, causing many in Intercam to call it a divine grace. When the horns of counterattack were blown in Intercam, several battles were still being ongoing in the underside that no one could see. Eldridge, how much longer can you sit still for? Negary sat on the throne and peered into the distance while his figure slowly faded into the darkness. The infiltration into the Church of Divine Grace must also be accelerated. Chapter 80, 3 Years of War. With Negary's involvement, the war gradually leaned towards Intercam, and the vigorous counterattack began under Nala's lead. The lost territories were reclaimed little by little, causing Intercam, who nearly had their spine broken, to burst with renewed enthusiasm and vigor. The nearly ruined country of Intercam was once again rejuvenated, and Nala's name of Saintress of Salvation was becoming more and more legitimate day by day. The war was also becoming crueler day by day. Among the land that they reclaimed, quite a few of the nobles who used to own them were already dead. If you make enough military contributions in battle, then those who were originally peasants could become knights, while those who were originally knights could obtain peerage and their own territory. Meanwhile, Roya's side was even more dedicated to the war, because they had no other choice. Under the pressure Eldridge had placed, these nobles barely had any rights and authority remaining. If they couldn't win this war, then the only choice left for them was to launch a rebellion on Eldridge. The counterattack began and continued for 3 years, the devastation and intensity of which was significantly greater compared to the 7 years before that. This was a long staircase with stone lampstands lining on both sides that housed orange flames within them. At the end of the staircase, there was a huge black stone statue that depicted a humanoid creature. The creature had both arms extended upwards as if begging for something, or perhaps embracing something. The stone statue was facing away from the staircase, while a person was staring at the back of this stone statue as if pondering something. Even when there were noises coming from the stairs behind him, the man didn't pay any attention to it and simply continued to stare at the stone statue. His face was a little blurred, but if someone focused on him, they would feel that he gave off a natural sense of pressure, followed by a feeling that he was born to be above them. As if the only thing that they should do was prostrate themselves at his feet. If the people of Hale saw this man, they would find his existence to be similar to the god within their perception. He was like an abyss that no matter how much one tried, they would never be able to tell his true depths. "Your Majesty, Clee County." 2 men in uniform appeared from the bottom of the stairs. Both of them had heavy expressions on their faces. Quite obviously, the situation of Roya's today had made them concerned. "I already know," Eldridge interrupted the two. It was simply the loss of Clee County that was reclaimed by Intercam, even though Clee County was one of the few territories originally belonging to Intercam that they still had left. This stone statue in front of him was called the Statue of the Last God. It was the root of Roya's. The ancestral spirit ritual of Roya's and the potion of the last god he developed both came from this stone statue. "What a hopeless world we live in," Eldridge said with a sigh. After several generations of accumulation, It was he who managed to obtain more information from the statue of the last god. It was information from the statue of the last god that shaped Royas into what it was today, but it was also what was causing Eldridge to slowly step towards his destruction. For example, the truth about the collapse of the First Empire. The First Empire was called the Age of the Gods. At that time, among the three gods born from the first flame, except for the giant that created all things from his body, the new deity and the progenitor dragon still remained in this world. Both the divine race and the dragon race were not considered rare. Unfortunately, the majority of the divine race and dragon race then abandoned this world. It could be said that, from the perspective of this world, the new deity and the progenitor dragon were both sinners. It was their abandonment that led to the first eruption of the Black Abyss and caused the First Empire to perish. If the last god, which was this statue in front of him, had not appeared together with a few other heroes who stood up to save this world, then the world itself might have already returned to the Black Abyss. The price to pay for salvation was that the last god turned into the statue that he was today. Furthermore, now that the Black Abyss had become turbulent again, who are they going to rely on if there was only one last god? That fake god from the Church of Divine Grace. Or the ghouls in Sacred Valley. Perhaps Negary, who has caused me countless troubles, might be qualified to do such a thing. But that entity would definitely not do that. Even if this entire world fell to ruin, he would not do such a thing. Who's their leader? Eldridge asked. Nala Tagula. His two subordinates replied in a deep voice. I understand. You may step down. Eldridge nodded and continued to stare at the stone statue. Eldridge's attitude was causing his two subordinates to feel more and more puzzled day by day. With His Majesty's greatness in the past, he would have already arranged layers upon layers of preparations, so that even the so-called Saintress of Salvation wouldn't even get a chance to resist. But in truth, ever since the appearance of that Saintress of Salvation, Eldridge had not left this place, nor did he send down any orders. For the last 3 years, it had been them who dealt with every official business, big or small. Saintress of Salvation, ha ha, Eldridge simply grinned. She is indeed salvation, just not for a mere country. He stared at the statue of the last god and fell back into contemplation. Your Excellency, the Princess, please hand over the command to Cerise Laval and come with me back to the capital to receive further orders. The herald coldly said, and caused a disturbance in the barracks. This is a decision made by both His Majesty and the Grand Dukes, the herald continued. Nala was currently donning her armor with the dragon scale sword in her hand. Compared to 3 years ago, she had matured considerably. She glanced around herself. The nobles and knights who followed her were displaying anger and confused expressions on their faces, but some of them had also lowered their heads in shame. Rhys was not blinded by the right to command. He understood very well what was happening right now. It was nothing more than the country's own power struggle. At this point, Intercam had already reclaimed the majority of their lost territories, leaving at most 1 or 2 battles left. As the Saintress of Salvation who had saved Intercam, Nala's prestige had reached a terrifying degree, enough to cause a few people to lose sleep. Seth the First was certainly one of them, but they also included the very aristocrats who supported her to this position in the first place. Wasn't it Eldridge's prestige that allowed him to completely oppress every single force, including aristocrats, within his country? Well, the current Nala had a level of prestige that surpassed Eldridge's prestige in Royas at the beginning of the war. If she really took the throne, the power of aristocrats in Intercam would likely fall to a historical low. If these people were able to sit still, while Intercam fell to ruin for the sake of their aristocratic rights, it was natural that they wouldn't sit still and watch as Nala continued to develop her forces and prestige. Naturally, Nala's character could be vouched for by all of her subordinates and the people she had met, but there was still the Church of Divine Grace who placed her onto this position in the first place. Not to mention her devout believer of a mother, these were all factors that could affect her. Therefore, victories under Nala's name could not be allowed to increase. Meaning, Recalling her to the capital to act as a mascot was the right choice to make. This way, Nala would only be the leader in the early stages of the counterattack, while it would be Rhys who truly completed the counterattack. Even if Rhys didn't want to admit it, he was still a member of the nobility. He could support Nala's ascension to the throne, but he could not allow Nala become the puppet of the church. And this was also part of the nobles' consideration. Although Nala was simple, she was not stupid. This command was jointly issued by the majority of those in power within the country. She couldn't resist it, nor did she plan to do so. Be careful of Seth the First. The other domestic nobles might still hope for you to take the throne, but Seth would surely try to do something about it. As Rhys took over command and became the new marshal, he whispered that to Nala. The only thing he could do right now was to take good control of military power for Nala's sake. Chapter 81. Withdrawal and Negotiations. Raystromia. Negary had become more silent over the past few years. Because of the war, Raystromia no longer enjoyed the prosperity it had in the past, and most people here were either deserters or mercenaries. There were also still some desperate smugglers, but not many. I had thought that in lull of Nala's appearance, Eldridge would fight back, but strangely, he had chosen to remain indifferent instead. Negary's voice could be heard, but he was nowhere to be seen on his throne. Granny Seal, your prophecy seems to be incorrect. Lord Negary, this old one's prophecy is not wrong. Eldridge will surely clash with Nala. This is their destiny. Granny Seal, who was standing by the throne, as usual, confidently said. I have seen it with my own eyes. The flames are about to go out. Eldridge Andrea has made his choice. He has risen because of the last god, and so he will be bound by the last god. Since he did not choose to confront Nala, that meant that he had chosen to back down. Eldridge? Negary sighed. Despite them never meeting face to face before, this opponent and food that he had coveted for a long time had made him a little disappointed, and so he chose to let Nala win. Yes, he had backed down. There were no other choices for him. Everything of the last god was restraining him. And now that Nala had appeared, this renowned king, hailed as the greatest ruler in Roya's history, had chosen to back down. He chose to pass on the responsibility that originally belonged to him to Nala. It's almost time, yes. Negary asked. This had been the 21st year that he had been in this world. In these 21 years, he had grown from a clueless remnant soul to becoming one of the beings that stood at the apex of this world. He died in this world, became a remnant soul in this world, changed in this world, grew in this world, and now he would finally break off from this world. Yes, my lord, the black abyss is near. Everything will soon come to an end. But no matter what they choose, it will be us who will obtain victory. Granny Seal declared excitedly. Then recall the 3 troops. Negary's voice was calm. The 3 troops he spoke of were all the forces that he had organized and developed over these years, including the reorganized Crowmen, the elite Ghostmen, and the secretive Dragonmen. Nala sat on the side seat of the audience hall as the princess. Sitting next to her was Seth the First with a fake smile on his face. In the last few years, his figure had become a bit inflated and gave off a kind impression at a glance. Nala uncomfortably moved her arm a little. This damn lady's dress is limiting my range of movement. If I use just a bit too much strength, it'll completely rip and become ruined. I really can't understand what the use for such clothes are at all. Ladies and gentlemen, our counterattack is finally over. Marshal Rhys will soon return with news of victory and an ambassador of Roya's. After we complete the post-war negotiations with Roya's, all those who have made significant contributions will receive the rewards that they are due. Seth the First maintained his amiable smile and raised his cup, declaring this exciting news to the aristocrats who had gathered around. The war simply could not go on any longer. The biggest problem of which was population. When it came down to it, a war was only a game of population. During these long years of war, large numbers of young men had been conscripted into the army, both voluntarily and not. If the war went on any longer, the country would be literally crippled. The current state was just right. A group of nobles had died. A new group of nobles had risen, and the country could be settled for at least the next few decades. Everything seemed as beautiful as it should be. Lewin Donner was also here, wearing a luxurious priest robe and a smile on his face as he sat to the right of the king. He was currently 30 years old in a poor family. A man this age would be considered old. But for those who had obtained the divine grace, they were still considerably young. And it was at this age that he became the youngest pope in the Church of Divine Grace's history. There were many factors involved in this, one of which was undeniably his own efforts, but his own status also brought him a great advantage. His late mentor was Cardinal Augustin, who had considerable influence in the Church, thus leading to the majority of the cardinals supporting him during the Church's most recent election. One other reason was war. War had always been a great opportunity for forces and organizations to change their chains of command. For example, Lewin's greatest rival for the position, a cardinal who was older and more prestigious than he was, lost his life in the war. Coupled with his status as an aristocrat, he could better coordinate the relationship between the church and nobility. Finally, with a bit of luck, he finally realized his ambition and became the Pope of Divine Grace. The next step is to take this opportunity to spread the influence of the church. Lewin glanced at Nala, and Seth I by his side. The reason why the Church of Divine Grace agreed to withdraw Nala from the front lines was precisely because Seth and he, along with the remaining domestic nobles, had reached an agreement. During the peace talks with Royas, they had worked together to pressure Roya's ambassador. Using the advantage of being the victor, they forced Royas to allow missionaries from the Church of Divine Grace into their country. This was how humans were. Lewin's initial goal was only to become a cardinal. After becoming a cardinal, he set his eyes on becoming the pope, and right after becoming a pope, he wanted to become the greatest pope in the history of the church, and achieve his great ambition of spreading the church's influence to the entire continent. God's light should shine on more people, so as to prevent the advent of the black abyss, Lewin thought to himself. After becoming the pope, he obtained access to various secrets hidden within the church, the most important of which was related to the disaster that spanned the entire continent, the Black Abyss. Within the records of the Church of Divine Grace, the light of God cut through the Black Abyss, which produced the holy flame and purified a corner of the Black Abyss to form this continent. But God did not stay for long, as his battle with the Black Abyss continued. During the First Empire, it was due to the false god and dragon who abandoned God that the Black Abyss recovered and resurfaced. During the Second Empire, it was because everyone had prayed and obtained the attention of God once more that they managed to calm the Black Abyss again. But this corner was simply too small, and God did not grant them his attention for a lot of time. Following the fall of the Second Empire, the faith of their gods slowly faded away. During the Fourth Empire, this faith was even distorted to become a faith of all spirits of the world. Fortunately, after the collapse of the Fourth Empire, the first pope found the first divine grace of God from the remains of the Second Empire. Only when the light of God can shine on the world once more would the Black Abyss be completely purified and the world return to normal. The more people that believe, the more they can attract the eyes of God. Lewin's heart was full of calculations about expanding the Church of Divine Grace. Not too long later, Rhys returned to the capital together with the many noble knights of the army. Naturally, there were also several ambassadors of Royas who accompanied them. For the next few days, the negotiations for a post-war treaty as well as the necessary reimbursement of benefits for both sides took place. The ambassadors of Royas made concessions for much of the demands, but there was one thing that the ambassadors would not budge on no matter what. That was, Nala, as a representative of the Intercam Kingdom, must personally head to the border and sign the final agreement. Chapter 82. We are Knights. The negotiations soon reached a deadlock. The Kingdom of Royas has chosen to compromise in a lot of aspects, but the person who signed the contract had to be Nala. Even without thinking, anyone could tell that there was some sort of scheme hidden here. Nala was the saintress of salvation of Intercam, as well as its princess. If nothing went wrong, she would become the next sovereign of Intercam. This request was rejected immediately after it was made. Many noble knights in the country were followers of Nala, although they had chosen to abandon Nala when they regained command of the army. It was also because of this abandonment that they felt ashamed and vowed to upkeep their chivalry, as well as the bottom line of pride for nobility. However, it turned out that this bottom line of pride was basically the same as nothing. A few days after the negotiations reached a deadlock, the opinion of this being a condition that cannot be accepted no matter what changed, because the Roya's army was once again reorganizing itself. As the Roya's side had declared, if Intercam couldn't accept this condition, then there was no longer any need for peace talks. This is just signing an agreement. There wouldn't necessarily be any danger. Isn't it selfish that the princess didn't agree? Isn't she the saintress of salvation? Why couldn't she agree to something this small? At some point, this kind of argument started to make sense for the nobles, and people began to support the princess accepting this condition to end their negotiations. Intercam at this point was unable to handle another war. The long battles so far had caused the nobles to feel a bit crippled and unwilling to bear any more losses. And just as history had shown, if there was a first betrayal, there would be a second. Since Nala did not blame or spurn them the first time they did it, she would also not do it the second time. After all, she was the benevolent saintress of salvation. The nobles continued to manipulate the public opinion to force Nala into making a decision. According to them, Nala was just a fortunate village girl. Anyone else would have been able to succeed if they were in her shoes. They used every means they had to slander Nala. These aristocrats' behaviors grew increasingly contradictory by the day. On one hand, they hoped that Nala would agree to be the representative to sign the treaty so that their interests and benefits could be assured. But on the other hand, they also didn't want Nala to agree, because that would prove that Nala was nothing more than that, and her Saintress of Salvation title was nothing but a name. It would mean that she wasn't so benevolent herself, making their behaviors appear not quite as selfish and miserly. How great would that be? Compared to the others, Seth the First's behavior was a lot more consistent. He wished for nothing but for Nala to walk to her death. That way the throne would only be his. The majority of the nobles, for the sake of their benefits, finally broke down that tiny last bit of pride they called the bottom line of nobility, and agreed that Nala should go and sign the treaty. As for the ordinary people, although Nala's prestige was high among the civilians, they couldn't change the decisions of the nobles. Not to mention that most of them also supported Nala going to sign the treaty. They weren't even feeling ashamed about it. After all, her so-called title of Saintress of Salvation was because she should be dedicating herself to bring them salvation, should she not? In Intercam, only the Church of Divine Grace had yet to make a public statement, while they were practically bombarding each other with words during the debates. Most of the upper echelon disagreed with sending Nala because it was them who supported Nala to her current position. As soon as Nala became the queen, they would be able to reap the generous rewards of their efforts. So why should they make Nala take such a huge risk now? While those who agreed with sending Nala believed that this would be the best chance for them to spread their faith into Roya's. If war broke out again, Roya's domestic rejection of the church would only increase, and it would become significantly harder for them to spread into Roya's than at any other time. Everyone, the Black Abyss is approaching. We have no time, Lewin declared coldly with the scepter in his hand. The light of God should be shining on more people. Not limited within Intercam, our time is running out. The controversy within the Church of Divine Grace was gradually suppressed by Lewin. He couldn't help but recall the scene of a few years ago. At that time, it was his persuasion that made Nala come forward, and now it would also be him that might be sending her to her death. What I do for the sake of the world. Nala didn't pay any attention to the negotiations of the past few days, nor did she bother with the words of gossip around her. She simply stayed home and accompanied her mother, Isabella. The woman was currently only a bit older than 40, but she already appeared to be 50 to 60 years old. The hard life in her early years had left her with various afflictions. Especially when Nala was born, she had no time to rest after giving birth and had to work continuously to feed both herself and Nala. "Nala, don't go." Isabella held Nala's hand and begged. "Don't learn from your father." It was now the same situation as with Jacob back then, surrounded by the villagers, swayed by the notion of a greater good, and forced to enter a path of death. "But this is the right thing to do," Nala softly said with unprecedented tenderness. "I can't sit back and watch the war break out again. If I don't do this, I'm sure I would regret it, Mother. I am also hesitating, but haven't you taught me before? When I am faced with difficult choices, I should choose what I think is the right thing to do," Nala continued. "And right now, I need to choose the right thing to do." Isabella's eyes were unprecedentedly sorrowful. All those years ago, her husband had lost his life to make the right choice. She could only support his decision back then, and right now, when she wanted to stop Nala's decision, she found out that she couldn't stop her anymore. Ever since she pushed Nala to take up the position of Saintress of Salvation, she had been unable to stop it. Looking at Nala leaving the manor, looking at the crowd of cheering people, Isabella suddenly felt that the Saintress of something or other shouldn't have existed in the first place. These people had obviously forgotten that Nala was hailed as the Saintress of Salvation because of her actions and not the other way around. She had no obligations to do anything for the sake of that name. Those people, they did not deserve salvation. But it was already too late. With Nala's agreement to go, the negotiations were quickly completed. The only thing left to do now was for the representatives of both countries to meet and sign the peace treaty at the border. Those who would attend this signing included the Church of Divine Grace's missionary group, a team of knights, and the Saintress of Salvation, Nala. "Your Excellency Nala, please allow us to come with you." A team of knights rushed over and knelt on one knee in front of Nala. The leader of this group was the heir of the School of Steel, Alkers Louis. "Alkers, I remember that you have been awarded the peerage to become a viscount. Didn't you say that you were discussing marriage with an earl's daughter? There is no need for you to follow me this time," Nala said with a smile. "Those things don't matter now." Alkers stood up, drew his knight's sword, and held it up with both hands in front of his face, allowing the mirror-like blade to reflect his face and resolution. Behind him, the other knights also did the same, raised their swords in front of their faces and declared in unison. "We are knights, and we are not afraid to die." Chapter 83. Some people do not deserve to be saved. I told you, Princess Nala would definitely agree. She is the Saintress of Salvation after all such remarks. Ever since Nala made her choice, Rhys had heard these same words countless times. Looking at the smiles on those people's faces, Rhys felt disgusted like never before. After taking over command from Nala and finishing the Reclamation War, the name of Marshal Rhys had become renowned. In fact, under the propaganda of some people with ulterior motives, his role in the war had been excessively exaggerated, allowing him to even obtain a greater peerage than before. At a glance, he was simply the winner in life. These people are not worth saving. Recalling what they had been doing these past days, Rhys suddenly felt that despite gaining prestige, status, and power, he had never been redeemed. He was still walking in darkness. If he chose to plunge further into the darkness, then in the next few decades, regardless if Seth I managed to keep his throne or not, regardless if the Church of Divine Grace could spread into Royas or not, Rhys would be able to obtain what others could only dream of for their entire lives. He would become one of the pillars of power within Intercam. Wealth, title, reputation, women, all of these would be within his arm's reach. Unfortunately, Nala is still too straightforward. Rhys took out the Book of Monsters and turned over its pages. "Without my help, she is only a little girl after all. I walk in the darkness, but what I pursue is that pure light." He turned to the last page of the Book of Monsters. Depicted here was a terrifyingly powerful monster. It had no form. It was the plague that most people would dread. Once unleashed, it could cause the death of an entire city, or perhaps an entire nation if left unchecked. Rhys cut his hand and dripped his blood onto the page to activate the book, then placed it inside a secret room, placed enough meat inside to act as a hotbed for the monster, and sealed it shut. As an aristocrat, most people could not intrude his manor without his permission. In other words, as long as he lived, this secret room would never be opened. However, if he were to not return from this trip, then those greedy and foolish people would surely not stay their hands from his treasures. Rhys got onto a carriage and looked around at the crowd of people outside celebrating the arrival of peace. He smirked, thinking to himself, "Pray, all of you, pray that nothing happens to Nala, otherwise, you people aren't worthy of her salvation." When Eldridge and Nala meet, the dragon-scale sword will finally play its part. Negary quietly waited. Since a long time ago, after Granny Seal took refuge with him, he had been planning this matter. In this world, he had reached his limit. Because of the limitations of this world and the limitations of himself, he couldn't advance any further. And so, what he needed to do was find a way out of this world. Negary had ordered someone to use the true spirit soul transmigration method he obtained from the otherworldly soul all those years ago. But after the person's soul retracted into his true spirit, he died. And similar to a normal person's death, the true spirit simply reincarnated without transmigrating to another world. Through this experiment, Negary realized that the method he obtained wasn't necessarily incorrect, simply that he was missing something. For example, the coordinates of other worlds. Without a coordinate and a way to lock on to that coordinate, the so-called true spirit transmigration was nothing but a direct shortcut to reincarnation. Therefore, if he wanted to leave this dilapidated world, he had to think of other ways. For example, in ancient times, how did the new deity and progenitor dragon leave this world? They originally left with their entire race, leaving only a few members who weren't willing to leave. And so, before anything else, the new deity and progenitor dragon must have obtained the coordinates of another world. That was why they were able to leave. The foresight of Granny Seal had also confirmed this. Naturally, before confirming whether or not he could borrow those previous channels to leave this world, it was essential that the Black Abyss must be prevented from coming back. Otherwise, being shrouded by the Black Abyss, this entire world would change. Even Negary himself wasn't sure what he would become after being covered by the Black Abyss. This was unacceptable to Negary, so someone must inherit that ancient mission and relink the flames, preventing the arrival of the Black Abyss. However, not just anyone could qualify for this task. In the first place, why did both the new deity and progenitor dragon choose to leave? They were originally creatures born from the Black Abyss, whose nature was changed by the flames. There was simply no better fuel to prolong the flame than the three original gods who came from the first flame. However, besides the giant who chose to first take up that responsibility, the new deity and progenitor dragon both decided not to return to the Black Abyss, nor to prolong the flames, but to escape. Strictly speaking, if the new deity and progenitor dragon had chosen to take up their responsibility, there wouldn't be so much trouble like there currently was. But unfortunately, they both chose to escape. The last god took the new deity's place as fuel for the flame, but in the end, he was only a substitute, incomparable to the authentic one. That was why today, this world's level of supernatural power had fallen to its current pathetic state, and why the flames were about to die out again. And Eldridge, who had acquired the power of the last god, was bound by the same mission to become a new substitute. That was the case until Nala showed up. Since her dragon's blood had awakened, she barely had the qualifications to replace the progenitor dragon. Because she was still too weak for the job, Negary gave her the dragon-scale sword. That sword was an extremely precious treasure for anyone with the dragon bloodline. A person with dragon's blood who came into contact with this sword for a long period of time was more likely to awaken their bloodline. For Nala, the role of this sword was to make it so that Nala would gradually grow closer to becoming a true dragon. Before signing the peace treaty, I asked that Her Excellency the Princess to come with me to meet someone, the emissary of Royas, who was also an acquaintance of Nala, was the aging Smick Lancher, who firmly declared that as he held the peace treaty in his hands. If the princess isn't willing to, then the kingdom of Royas can only wage war once again. So it's finally here, Behind Nala, the knights who followed Nala here all had serious expressions on their faces. The Roya's kingdom was willing to give up so many benefits, even risk starting another war, just to get Nala to arrive at the border, surely for a scheme of some kind. If Royas were to try and use this matter to force Nala to bend to their every will, these knights would be the first to retaliate. Please don't misunderstand. We don't have any intention of hurting Her Excellency the Princess. Smick had a bitter look on his face. At this point, it is already impossible for us to hurt Her Excellency in any way, His Majesty. King Eldridge wants to see you, Smick said. His Majesty is not too far from here, and you can bring your knights with you. Our ambitions were certainly part of the reason why the royal kingdom first started the war, but now it is nothing more than a last resort. His Majesty will inform you of the hidden details. Smick placed his hand on his heart and declared, In the name of the School of Light and as the head of the Lancher family, I swear that Her Excellency the Princess will not be harmed during this trip. Nala stared closely at Smick in front of her, then finally nodded. Chapter 84. To walk on the right path. The future is clear, Lord Negary, Granny Seal said with a smile. Eldridge's methods destroyed the possibility of Nala's peaceful life, Granny Seal said with a smile. Nala will accept Eldridge's terms and become fuel to prolong the flame, and Eldridge will lose the qualifications to be king. When Nala opens the kiln of the first flame, the passage that leaves this world will be unlocked, and we will leave this world of despair under Lord Negary's lead. Granny Seal said firmly, Is the dragon body finished? Negary ignored Granny Seal's flattery and asked while pointing his finger to his forehead. The modulation has been completed. My lord's current body has reached the limit of what can be achieved in this world. With Drakatung, my lord can even exert power beyond the limits of this world, Granny Seal replied seriously. Then I will leave helping Nala open the kiln of the first flame to you. The 3 troops are at your disposal. Before I go, I still have some unfinished business to take care of. Negary carefully examined this body that took great efforts to finally create, then gave Granny Seal that order. My lord wants to go meet Eldridge face to face, Granny Seal curiously asked. Although he had backed down and gave the qualifications to Nala, he is still one of the peak entities I've met in this world. I have to at least attend his funeral. Negary put on his clothes as well as a robe and left his palace. Suddenly, Negary turned around, looked at the silent Granny Seal and solemnly asked, Granny Seal, what do you think is the nature of life? Lord Negary, in a general sense, what determines who a person isn't their body nor their soul, but rather their unique origin. Granny Seal was stunned, and then answered affirmatively. And the nature of an origin is the embodiment of the world and the universe, as well as the connection between an individual with their world and the universe. Therefore, the evil spirits, entities that exist separately of an origin, are considered to be the error of this world. Granny Seal answered him truthfully. Are you not afraid to offend me? Negary asked. Sometimes, errors might seem to be more correct, do they not? For example, Nala, who has been making the right choice, would also face the most tragic future of all, Granny Seal said with certainty. Because this world itself might be an error, perhaps it is true. Negary nodded and left Raystromia. Granny Seal looked on as Negary left, then gave the orders to the 3 troops who were on standby. Some of them were responsible for ambushing the members of Hales, while others were to create obstacles meant to help Nala improve herself, forcing her to keep using dragon's blood. That way, she would grow closer and closer to a true dragon, thus ensuring her suitability to be the substitute for the progenitor dragon. Meanwhile, on top of the gloomy staircase, Nala was staring at the statue of the last god, as well as Eldridge, who stood behind it. The knights behind her were all cautiously watching their surroundings. Although Smick had sworn upon his own honor that Nala would not be harmed, the thing called honor could be worth as much as all the riches in this world, but it could also be worthless. Putting all you have on the honor of another is nothing but a stupid act. Do you know what you have done? Eldridge carefully observed Nala, then finally spoke up after a long silence. Everything you've done is driving yourself to ruin. I'm just doing the right thing, that's all. Nala didn't care for Eldridge's words. No matter what, as long as she kept walking on the right path, regardless of her own ending, she would not regret it. The right thing, Eldridge muttered, then continued. Then did you know, during your initial battle after Colomere, I had a secret force stationed nearby the outskirts of Colomere. At that time, if I had given an order, that force would have attacked from behind and formed a pincer attack with the Legion at the front to completely destroy your army. I did indeed feel a sense of crisis at the time, but fortunately it disappeared afterwards, Nala nodded and admitted. Back then, the Intercam domestic nobles were in a hurry to retaliate, so they didn't fortify the rear position too well. If an ambush had indeed come from the rear, there was a certain danger of them being wiped out. That was because I retreated, Eldridge admitted. If I didn't retreat, I would have been able to lead Royas to conquer the entire country of Intercam, then eventually the entire continent to become the Fifth Empire. And the reason I retreated was because you appeared. You gave me a way out. Eldridge pointed to the statue of the last god behind him and said, "This is the last god. When First Empire fell, it was he who prevented the advent of the Black Abyss. His power made it so that the more territory he ruled over, the stronger he became," Eldridge said. The Andrea family had been connected through generation after generation of ancestral spirits, finally ending with me obtaining the power of the last god. But the stronger you are, the more responsibility you have to bear, such as preventing the next advent of the Black Abyss. Eldridge snapped his fingers to reveal a series of murals around them. These murals depicted what would happen if the last god hadn't prevented the advent of the Black Abyss. The sun lost its luster, darkness began to envelop the earth, vegetation withered and died, and the animals began to mutate into strange, eerie monsters. People gradually lost their minds and became irrational lunatics. In the end, everything in the world turned into ashes and returned to their essence, to the Black Abyss. This is the Black Abyss, Eldridge pointed to all of them and said. The last god held the hope of the entire continent in his hand at the time. He ignited himself, turned his everything into the flames and stopped the Black Abyss, finally ending up as the statue behind me. Originally, I also needed to walk this path. I had to lead Royas, conquer the entire continent, then ignite myself. Because only then would I be qualified to become the torch. You said that I became your way out. That means I am also qualified to be a torch, Nala said calmly, as she observed the tragic murals around her. Indeed. Only the 3 original gods who came from the first flame have the qualifications to become the torch. The giant has already been burned, so what remained were the new deity and the progenitor dragon. The last god was the replacement for the new deity. I am the successor of the last god. And since your dragon's blood has awakened to a significant degree, you can now become the replacement for the progenitor dragon. Eldridge displayed an extremely mockingly grin. So make the right choice now. Miss Saintress of Salvation, choose to become a substitute for the progenitor dragon and burn yourself as the torch, or choose to sit and watch as the Black Abyss descends and destroys everything. However, ever since Nala became the Saintress of Salvation, she had no other choice. Eldridge's retreat had granted what Nala wished for, and also pushed Nala onto the path of self-destruction. I will walk on the right path. Nala's words were still as resolute as she was at the start, unwavering, unchanged. Chapter 85, King to King. Then I will leave everything to you. Eldridge's smile slowly faded. He suddenly realized that Nala didn't choose to dedicate her everything for the sake of the Saintress of Salvation name. Nala did everything she did because they were correct. That was enough. She needed no cheering, no honor, and no persecution from anyone. She had never been lost, as she had always trodden the right path. The right path didn't mean the righteousness of others, but rather her own righteousness, and that was why she became the purest Saintress of Salvation. As a person, she was admirable, so much so that Eldridge felt inferior. If he had been firm on his own path, he would have already conquered Intercam and continued on his way to unifying the entire continent. I will give you all the information I have about the Black Abyss. You can verify the truth of the matter yourself. Eldridge signed the peace treaty and returned it to Nala, then told her one final thing. To protect the kiln of the first flame, that group of ghouls has moved its entrance to another place. You will need to gain their recognition before they open the entrance. I have given you the specific location. Eldridge's tone was full of heavy fatigue. I wish you a pleasant journey, great saintress. Your Excellency, you wouldn't really agree to become that so-called torch, would you? After they exited the ruins of the last god, Alkers impatiently spoke up. Maybe this is all a part of Eldridge's scheme? I can sense that what he said was the truth. And I have also felt the black abyss. Nala squinted her eyes. As her dragon's bloodline awakened more and more, she had vaguely been able to sense the black abyss approaching. But why must your Excellency bear this responsibility? Even if the black abyss is coming, sacrificing the princess can't be the only way. Alkers shouted in pain and anger. If possible, they would rather there be an enemy that they could face, that they could fight against, instead of Nala having to bear this sort of responsibility. But it was precisely because of Nala being like this that they were willing to give up their peerage, give up their family and their everything in order to follow her. Then, my knights, with a smile on her face, Nala asked softly as she did in Colomir's barracks years ago. Would you like to go with me? As you wish. Several knights responded with tragic smiles on their faces without the slightest hesitation. You may go back first, Smick. Eldridge once again stared at the back of the last god statue and fell into thought. This servant is afraid I won't be a blee to do t. Hatsmick's voice was extremely bitter, and even contained a bit of madness in his words. Eldridge turned around to see that Smick's body had begun to grow black feathers, his strangely glowing cutlass already drawn. His aging face reverted to its younger state as a completely different aura than Smick began to gush out from his body. Negary. Eldridge's eyes became cold. To occupy my courtier's body, are you ready to offer me your loyalty? I came to offer you death, O greatest king. Eldridge, your path has reached its end. Negary flapped the crow wings behind his back and rushed directly towards Eldridge. Despicable evil spirit. Eldridge stood still without moving. From the darkness, several people in armor leapt out, their swords swung down at Negary without hesitation. When he swung the cutlass, it didn't cut through the opponent's swords as he had expected. Negary had to retreat in order to avoid the other armored men's attacks. Ancestral spirit armor. As Negary sensed the remnant soul aura on the armors, he instantly understood what these things were. Before Eldridge produced the last god serum, the ancestral spirit armor was the representative supernatural power of the Roya's kingdom. Strong combatants of the Roya's kingdom would choose to sacrifice themselves and turn their remnant soul into an ancestral spirit. Truthfully, ancestral spirits were similar in a way to Negary's ghostmen's secondary souls, but there was also a difference. The ghostmen's secondary souls undergo a pseudo-release to obtain a supernatural power when separated from their true spirit. While ancestral spirits gave up pseudo-release, gave up their field of perception, gave up their own sense of self to obtain powerful interference force instead. The Roya's kingdom would then attach these ancestral spirits to their armor, look for people who were suitable to each ancestral spirit, and have them put them on the armor to obtain the power of the interference force. After a certain amount of training, they would truly become a one-man army who could match 100. Their swords are reinforced with interference force, so they weren't destroyed. Negary thought to himself. The knights didn't stand still, and continued to rush towards Negary with their swords in hand. Negary didn't try to avoid them, and instead threw the cutlass in his hand at Eldridge, who was still standing under the stone statue. One of the knights swung their sword to block the cutlass, while the other knight's swords directly plunged into Negary's body. Oh no! Eldridge silently grimaced as he saw Negary's body directly explode. His red blood splashed all over the ancestral spirit armors around him. The knights all screamed in pain after being contaminated by the blood. To use an ancestral spirit armor, one's spirit and mind must be suitable with the ancestral spirit inside. So once the ancestral spirit armor becomes contaminated, so will the suitable knights wearing it. Since Negary's blood was mixed with a large amount of Negary's willpower, it crippled this team of ancestral spirit knights just like that. Eldridge didn't even have time to sigh. A huge amount of force erupted right in front of him as his vision became blurred. A hand appeared abruptly immediately in front of Eldridge's face. A hand filled with scales and razor-sharp metal claws. If Eldridge had reacted any slower, the hand would have inserted itself directly into his eye sockets, went straight into his skull, and messed up everything inside his brain. A huge interference force gushed out like a tidal wave and forced the owner of the hand to retreat and reveal themselves. Negary? Eldridge mumbled the name of his opponent, descending into Smick's body to attract his attention while staying hidden within the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. If he called himself the second-best assassin on this continent, there would probably be no first. Jaliost? The strange syllable combined with the dragon's pressure that filled the air to release a destructive force that blew Eldridge's interference force apart. Negary immediately threw a punch towards Eldridge's head without any intention to talk. As the red and white cranial substances splattered onto the stone statue behind him, Negary's dragon pupils shifted without letting down his guard. Eldridge's headless corpse slowly faded away to reveal its illusory nature. You really can't be underestimated. The pressure that Negary gave off slowly grew heavier and heavier. Eldridge had taken advantage of the moment when he was repelled by the interference force to create an illusion and avoid Negary's killing blow. Chapter 86, Seal of the Empire, Interference Force, that's what I call this power. You humans probably call it mental power or something to that effect. Negary's draconic features gradually shrank as he returned to a humanoid appearance. Strictly speaking, this should be a power that only remnant souls can possess. Negary continued as his gaze randomly swept across his surroundings. After all, the origin controls the soul, and the soul remains stable while the origin exists, making it almost impossible to produce interference force. And yet your interference force surpasses even mine, an evil spirit. Negary spoke with certainty. This must surely be the ability you obtained from the last god. Let me guess. Earlier you had said that the larger the territories that the last god controlled, the stronger he would become. Combined with how much you reject the Church of Divine Grace, a conclusion can be drawn. Negary analyzed. Your source of power is probably something similar to faith. The more citizens that are dependent on you, the more powerful your mental power would become. Am I right, Eldridge? Negary abruptly turned around and swung his hand with his palm in the shape of a knife. Something in the air resisted him, then quickly fell back to silence. In other words, this is the moment when you are the weakest. If Negary had assumed correctly, then this was indeed the time when Eldridge was weakest. After all, with Roya's invasion of Intercam failing, the Roya's people's support of Eldridge wasn't as pronounced as it was before, and that's why you are hiding. Negary's words were full of contempt, as if Eldridge's current behavior was unfit for his status as a king. At this moment, Negary had conveniently ignored the fact that he had also concealed himself and ambushed Eldridge earlier. It was as if being shameless and blind to their own faults were essential qualities for those in a superior position. Negary's words contained a certain level of psychological suggestion. Although he didn't know whether it would work on Eldridge or not, as long as it could affect his emotions even just a little bit, that would bring Negary closer to victory. For opponents who were essentially just food, Negary could employ strategies that roused their spirit and forced them to exert more of their potential, which would make their souls more delicious to consume. But Eldridge, whether Negary wanted to admit it or not, was an entity on the same level as he was, so Negary wouldn't play such a dangerous game and would use every means he could to kill him as soon as possible. This way, the situation gradually became deadlocked. Eldridge hid in the shadows and occasionally used interference force to attack and ambush Negary, but didn't make any big moves out of fear that Negary would find him. As Negary had said, his power came from faith. The faith of each person that supported him would directly reinforce him and make his mental power stronger, eventually growing to a terrifying degree. But now that the invasion of Intercam had failed after 10 years of fighting, his power had reached rock bottom. Comparing individual strength alone, he was definitely no match for Negary right now. It might be easy to say that you are inferior to someone, but how many people could actually admit such a thing? Especially for people like Eldridge, who had once stood at the peak of the continent, achieving success that far surpassed any other king of Royas and attaining great glory. However, it was he who defined this glory and not the other way around. For these kinds of people, they themselves are powerful. Even if Eldridge didn't have his excellent background, he would still have achieved success. But there would have been differences in the magnitude of success. How cautious. Negary walked towards the group of ancestral spirit knights who had passed out because of his willpower, grabbed one of their helmets, and crushed the helmet with a press of his bare hands. Although this armor had fused with an ancestral spirit, without a wielder, the armor itself was still laughably weak against Negary's dragon body. He slowly rolled the fragments of the helmet into a tiny steel ball in between his hands, then threw it out like a shotgun shell, scattering the fragments all over the area. The stone walls all around were swiftly punched full of bowl-sized holes from the attack. Perceiving the changes in the trajectory of the steel ball, Negary grabbed one of the knights and plunged his finger into the knight's body. Dragon's pressure swiftly harmonized his surrounding rhythm as he uttered a foreign syllable. Kill it. Some sort of power was infused into the knight's body, who was then thrown by Negary to the side. The knight's body started to inflate like a red balloon and burst, scattering his blood and flesh all around. An invisible force appeared to repel the blood away, and Eldridge was finally forced to show himself. It wasn't because of cleanliness that he did that, but because the power of Drakatung was infused within the blood, so allowing it to contaminate him would only lead to an even worse result. Negary didn't know a lot of Drakatung, only 4 kinds in total. Jaliost, which meant unstoppable, capable of destroying everything that obstructed the user, which represented the peerless power of a dragon. Keelit, which meant surging force, capable of injecting one's own power into various items, then manipulate the item through that power. Negary injected his power into the knight's body and turned him into a live bomb. Since every bit of his flesh and blood contained Negary's power, if Eldridge had been contaminated, he would be marked by the power and be at an absolute disadvantage when facing Negary. In addition to these 2 syllables of Drakatung, there was also the Deliwo syllable that represented defense and Siaol, which represented flight, or rather levitation. A total of 4 syllables. Although these 4 syllables seemed simple, each one of them contained great power. Even the seemingly most useless syllable for flight would become exceedingly powerful when used well. It seems like you've made up your mind to kill me. Eldridge's face appeared somewhat gloomy. He didn't ask Negary why he must kill him. If the other party's intentions had been revealed, there was naturally no need to hesitate or prolong anything. Unleash, Seal of the Empire? A huge interference force began to spread to their surroundings, altering everything little by little. Normally, mental power or interference force manifested as a power that acted upon its surroundings like telekinesis, but Eldridge was displaying another use of interference force. My people believe in me. They believe that I can lead them to build a great empire, an empire belonging to the Roya's people. The scene around Eldridge began to change. What was originally a staircase had turned into a large plaza with people who donned uniforms gathered inside it. This is the expectation of each Roya's citizen, and the miraculous power formed by their expectation is also my ideal country. Eldridge stood among the crowd of people, but stood higher than the rest. Negary felt the control of his dragon's pressure over the surroundings dropping to nil. If he used respiratory art, he would find that the surrounding rhythm had completely harmonized with Eldridge. This was Eldridge's power. One man turns into an army, one man stands as a country. Chapter 87. I am a king. As he stood within Eldridge's ideal country, Negary felt like he was fighting an entire country with his own strength, as if the air itself was desperately blocking his actions. Despite not receiving any obvious attacks, Negary's fighting strength had been weakened by 30%. The restriction of Dragon's pressure had also restricted Negary's Drakatung. Each of these Roya's soldiers was wearing the same uniform, held up their weapons, and charged at Negary. These people were the manifestations of the Roya's people's expectations and hope, so they didn't know fear and never would retreat. Furthermore, since it was Eldridge who manifested them, each of them had Eldridge's experience in battle, were perfectly united, perfectly coordinated, and could exert terrifying strength in battle. The soldiers endlessly flocked to Negary like a tide. Each of Negary's punches and kicks could easily tear them apart, but there were too many soldiers. What was even worse was that these soldiers left no bodies behind after death. If they left corpses, they would at least serve to obstruct the next waves of attacks, but they simply turned into shadows after death, leaving the people behind them unhindered. As if that wasn't bad enough, Negary could tell that these soldiers weren't actually being killed, as they could simply be swiftly regenerated. And with his observation, the enemies on the plaza were no longer limited to these close-ranged soldiers. Archers, cavalry, and even siege weapons like catapults were slowly manifesting as well. Within Eldridge's seal of the Empire, any commonly used weapons and forces within Roya's could be manifested without much trouble. In fact, as long as Eldridge had the strength to maintain them, he could even summon ancestral spirit armors and last god serum soldiers within this illusory ideal country of his. If this is everything you have, Eldridge, I can declare your death right at this moment. Negary slowly walked towards Eldridge, killing any attacker with a flick of his hands. More and more dragon characteristics began to manifest on Negary's body, from scales to horns, dragon wings, then finally a tail. His body was also growing larger, his humanoid appearance receding away. Even the breath coming from his nose and mouth were starting to be dyed yellow with a smell of sulfur, until finally, a golden dragon took flight. As its abdomen slightly sunk in, an intense flame erupted from its mouth, burning the soldiers in its path, and directly struck Eldridge's body, crushing him into a pulp. It took Negary 10 years to create this dragon body. If it was only for the purpose of utilizing Drakatung, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Negary's true goal was to reproduce the power of true dragons from ancient times, which he had achieved. There was now essentially no difference between the current him and the dragons of old. This was also the most recent dragon to have existed ever since the final dragon Versace died at the end of the Third Empire. Negary, if you were willing to link the flames, perhaps there would have been no problem for both Nala and me. Eldridge's voice came from the other side. The body that Negary crushed was just another illusion. The response to Eldridge's comment was a huge dragon roar. Negary's dragon body was still growing larger. His dragon's pressure swiftly expanded into his surroundings and silently caused Eldridge's ideal country to collapse. In the end, the Roya's people's support of Eldridge had plummeted considerably. If it was still at its peak, Negary could only choose to defend himself against the seal of the Empire instead of crushing it by force like this. If you can hear their support, you can surely also hear their complaints and dissatisfaction. Negary dragon body gradually shrunk back into a humanoid shape. His vertical golden pupils stared at the drained-looking Eldridge. Since the seal of the Empire created through his mental power had been broken by force, Eldridge naturally received the appropriate backlash. The words of complaints and dissatisfaction of the Roya's people grew louder and louder in his mind. They complained about his inactivity during the later part of the war that allowed Nala to retaliate, complained about how he suppressed the Roya's domestic nobles so much, about how his belligerent actions cost so much wealth and benefits of the country. You regret it. Negary carefully approached Eldridge. Although his opponent seemed like he no longer had the strength to resist, there might still be some sort of trump card he was still hiding. Regret what? Regret that I had retreated. Eldridge didn't try to run since he had already lost. He might as well retain what little dignity he had left as a king. His complexion was terrible, but he was displaying an exceptional grin. Answering Negary's question, he spoke indifferently. I am a king. and that was simply the king's responsibility. "I believe that my offspring will fulfill the dream that I failed to accomplish." Eldridge stood up and fixed up his appearance for one last time like a great king who watched over his subjects. He softly declared, "The royal empire will surely be born. Then I shall send you on your way." Negary's dragon's pressure overflowed and filled the surrounding space. The sharp nails of his right hand pierced directly through Eldridge's neck, chopped off his head. As Eldridge's head fell to the ground, Negary turned to look at the statue of the last god behind him. It had always turned its back to the people below with arms wide open towards the sky. It appeared to be dignified and noble, like the guardian god of all living beings. In a sense, he was, since he did choose to sacrifice himself to prevent the advent of the Black Abyss in the first place. But if you came to his front, you would find that the last god had many faces. All of them were vivid and lifelike, including the faces of dragons, of heroic humans, mysterious witches, and noble gods. Their races were all different, but they had one thing in common: the expressions on their faces that were full of pain, unwillingness, and despair. If sacrificing the last god alone was sufficient to stop the Black Abyss, then why did the new deity and progenitor dragon try to run away, betraying their missions and becoming traitors in the first place? Replacing the new deity and the progenitor dragon might seem simple, but it wasn't possible without paying a heavy price. The Black Abyss at the time was considerably more powerful than it is now. And so, in order to fulfill his role, the last god had gone on a hunt and assimilated powerful supernatural creatures into himself before burning them all together. It could be said that the last god alone took out the majority of the supernatural entities in the world at the time and forced them all to burn away with him. If it weren't for him, the supernatural power in this world wouldn't have fallen to the state it was today, a mere shadow of its former self. If Eldridge had walked the same path as the last god and truly became his successor, then his loyal subjects would also burn as the torch together with him. That was the true reason why he chose to back down when he knew about Nala's existence. Even if his prestige and his honor as the greatest king were to be completely lost, even if the very subjects he protected complained and regarded him as the sinner of the Roya's kingdom, he would still not regret his actions. In his words, that was his responsibility as a king. The greatest king, that title is certainly not misplaced. Negary turned around and left, leaving Eldridge's headless body where it was. Even without his head, he was still standing at the top of the stairs, as if to watch over his subjects. Chapter 88, The Ghouls of Sacred Valley. The Sacred Valley is a group of assassins. Alkers muttered the information he collected. For the sake of a certain belief, they assassinate people all over the world, not hesitating to even throw their lives away for it. Anyone unfortunate enough to become their target would be killed regardless of means or price. Alkers scowled as he continued. These people are simply lunatics. Their targets included nobles, merchants, adventurers, and even kings. What's their purpose? Nala asked, riding on the horse. Because they have the Black Abyss trait? Alkers sighed. No matter who that person is, even if they were a doctor who had saved countless lives, even if they were a wise monarch, as long as they possess the Black Abyss trait, Sacred Valley will kill them. And the stronger those with the Black Abyss trait are, the higher priority they would become as a target, Alkers said with a bit of disgust. And the way Scared Valley determines if somebody has the Black Abyss trait or not is entirely reliant on a set of unfathomable measurements. Many people have become their targets without even knowing about it. In short, it's a group of extremists who will stop at nothing for their belief. What a horrible organization. Nala received the documents. Some of them were given by Eldridge, some were obtained through the Church of Divine Grace, and some were collected by nobles. When he learned that Nala was going to the Sacred Valley to prevent the advent of the Black Abyss, Seth the First smiled so wide his mouth almost got stuck that way, and provided Nala with all the information about Sacred Valley and the Black Abyss within Intercam's royal records. According to Sacred Valley's own statement, they were the attendants of a great being, with the spring of life in their hands, and everything they did was for the sake of peace of this world. They valued life more than anyone else, and would never hurt the innocent. Each of them holds themselves to an extreme standard with clear beliefs. They cherished life, and considered all lives to be precious and friendly. For them, even if you demanded protection fees, committed fraud, robbery, rape, murder, etc. No matter how much of a scumbag you are, as long as you did not have the black abyss trait, they were your friend. If someone in trouble asked them for help, they would be more than willing to do so. If you wanted to learn how to fight and assassinate from them, they would also generously teach you without any strings attached. Even if you were heavily injured and needed water from the sacred valley's spring of life, after verification, they would also hand it to you without question. As long as you ignored how they vehemently slaughtered people with the mysterious black abyss trait, they could be regarded as the most amiable organization on the whole continent, even more so than the Church of Divine Grace. After all, the Church of Divine Grace could sometimes act very cruel during their religious wars. Sacred Valley was such a peculiar organization. Hales will definitely try to stop our trip to the Sacred Valley. Some other people will also attempt to carry out ambushes on us, so make sure to keep up your guards, everyone. Nala looked to the group behind her, which included several knights who volunteered to follow her, as well as some knights and priests sent by the Church of Divine Grace to aid her. Other than that, there weren't anyone else. Hales had been borrowing chaos of war to grow continuously for the past few years, including the creation of numerous evil spirits in many places and spreading them all over the continent. Furthermore, as the war raged on, many people had been ruined. These people who had nothing left were easily drawn to Hale's ideals, joined them, and caused even more havoc, which led to more evil spirits. So now, Hales was growing stronger very rapidly. If it weren't for Negary, who stole Ellis away, the unfathomable side of their god, the chopped hand that was about to take shape, Hales would have been even stronger right now. Despite this, 2 out of Hale's 4 sides of God had already returned to their seats. The cut tongue, who represented God's unspeakable side, and the dazzled, who represented God's unseeable side. Hales had chosen to leave Negary alone and nurtured another evil spirit to create the dazzled. It was said that the 3rd side of God, the chopped hand, had also been found and would soon return to their seat, leaving only the decapitated, who represented the unreasonable side, remaining. Nala didn't stop for a single moment while riding her horse. Within her perception, the thing called the Black Abyss was quickly awakening. If they did not hurry, many people would lose their lives from the precursor of the advent of the Black Abyss. An arrow accurately landed in front of Nala's horse and caused Nala to pull the reins, only to see an archer who didn't try to conceal himself, but rather stood openly in front of her. "Your Royal Highness, please return. Don't go to the Sacred Valley, or I will do everything to stop you," the person declared with a hoarse voice. Nala observed the man. A strong body wrapped in layers of bandages, with a white mask on his face and short silver hair, a spirited man. For some reason, Nala felt that she had seen this person somewhere before. Despite him shooting her, it was more of a warning or perhaps even protection. Nala could feel that the other party had no intention of hurting her. "Sorry, I decline your kindness as I have to go there," Nala said sincerely. "Please get out of the way. Sacred Valley won't recognize you. They won't even open the door to the kiln for you." Jason's voice was particularly hoarse. "You would only be going to your death. This is meaningless. Return to Ingmarlo, inherit your throne, and become a qualified monarch? You don't need to worry about the Black Abyss. They aren't your responsibilities to bear. But right now, I am the only one who can bear them." Nala wasn't at all shaken by the other party's sincere words. "Then I am sorry." Jason pulled the string of his bow once again and said apologetically, "I can only severely wound you to prevent you from going any further. To enter the kiln of the first flame, I need to go through the trial of Sacred Valley. But you said that Sacred Valley would not recognize me. Then I understand." Nala's eyes were still crystal clear. "I also have the Black Abyss trait, don't I?" "Yes, it is for this reason that Sacred Valley would never allow you to enter the kiln of the first flame, because it's very possible that you are not going to prolong the flame, but to extinguish it. Perhaps you might already be on the waiting list, Jason admitted without much trouble. Back then, Cardinal Augustin saved my life once. That is why I'm violating the rules of Sacred Valley in order to tell you about this. Now, return, Jason persuaded her one last time. You are Uncle Jason, aren't you? Through Jason's words, Nala quickly realized who this person was. He was hired by Augustin during their crusade on Negary, and when he was ambushed by a crowman, it was Augustin who saved his life. In any case, not only did he have a connection with Nala, but he understood and admired Nala's affairs up to now. For this reason, he didn't want such a person to die in vain. Sorry, Nala still did not waver in the slightest. If Sacred Valley really had a solution, Nala would probably cooperate, but considering their actions up to this point, Sacred Valley had only been using an extreme method to prevent the coming of the Black Abyss. They would kill everyone with the Black Abyss trait, but they had no way to truly prolong the flames. Chapter 89. May the glory of my Lord shines on me always. Jason sighed and released the arrow without hesitation. Everyone had their own ideals and persistence. Nala was unwilling to change her mind, so why should he be willing to do so? If Nala couldn't even defeat him, then it would be useless for her to go to the Sacred Valley. If she could defeat him, then she would be qualified to go on. The dragon-scale sword swung forward and cut the arrow in half. Nala jumped off her horse and slowly walked towards Jason. At the same time, she told her followers, "This is my battle. Just wait for my victory. No, this is our opportunity to show our worth," my Lord Alkers admonished. "Although we do not wish for your lordship to become the torch, if your lordship has determined yourself to do so, the only thing we should do is to support your lordship with all our might. There is not much time left. The Lord's pace shouldn't be delayed, so I will deal with this person." Alkers dismounted, drew his sword, and stopped in front of Nala. "My lord, please focus on going to the Sacred Valley." "I understand." Nala looked at the firm face under Alkers' helmet with a bright smile, jumped back on her horse, and set off towards Sacred Valley. "May glory be with you." Holding his sword in hand, Alkers charged towards Jason and firmly declared, "I am a knight. I shall execute the will of my lord, and I shall emerge victoriously." Jason squinted his eyes, but his expression under the mask didn't change. He raised his bow as red rays of light surged forth and infused themselves into the bow and arrow. A crimson streak of light then shot out towards the charging Alkers. He didn't want to waste time on these knights. What he should be doing right now is to prevent Nala from going to Sacred Valley. That red streak of light was the ability he gained from Sacred Valley, which he believed could deal with this knight. Sacred Valley was famous for its methods of killing, but no matter what kind of injuries their members received outside, they could be healed as long as they returned to the Sacred Valley. This was because the Sacred Valley had the best method of healing on this entire continent in their possession: the Spring of Life. The Spring of Life worked the same way that its name suggested. The water surging forth from the spring was life and vitality itself, and drinking this water allowed one to heal the majority of a person's wounds and diseases. The reason why the Sacred Valley's assassins excelled at killing was because the bodies of every Sacred Valley assassin had been trained to its limit. If ordinary people without innate talent and reasonable means were to perform extreme exercises like they did, they would only break from overworking their body. But this problem was non-existent for the Sacred Valley, thanks to the Spring of Life. In other words, as long as you had enough willpower and was willing to train hard under the care of Spring of Life, anyone could reach the limit of their own body. Apart from this, the Spring of Life also had another function. For example, Jason's modification as a blood burner. Their hearts were modified to form a connection with Spring of Life, which allowed them to store a terrifying amount of life force. Blood burners were able to utilize this excess life force to exert all sorts of incredible power. Naturally, not everyone could take the blood burner modification. Even with a suitable physique and constitution, the success rate wasn't high. Jason initially rejected the modification because he was afraid that the transformation would not succeed, and he could not take his revenge. But afterwards, when he fell to the verge of death and was transformed into an undead by Smick with his cutlass that had been turned into a ceremonial blade, without Negary's germs to supplement him, his body began to rot away little by little, forcing him to undergo this modification. After his modification, Jason could burn the excess life force and inject it into his weapons, increasing the power of the attack and grant it the red aura of life, which had a restraining effect on certain entities. Don't underestimate me. Alker's mouth and nose were constantly maintaining rhythmic breathing. The sword in his hand shined with metallic luster and easily shattered the red streak of light shot by Jason. The bolt fell to the ground into small pieces that scorched the ground that they fell on. Before I fall, I will definitely not let you interfere with my lord's actions. Alkers raised his sword that once again gleamed with a metallic luster. School of Steel, Alkers Louis. Jason watched as Nala and the others galloped away on horseback, turned his head to face Alkers and raised his bow once more. His hoarse voice seemed a lot more serious now. Bloodburner, Jason Todd. Jason knocked several arrows on his bow. The red rays of light circulated around his body and were injected into the arrows, swiftly turning them into red streaks of light that shot forward. Alkers wielded his sword to defend himself as he continued to move towards Jason. The School of Steel, one of the schools of respiratory art, was characterized by its unbreakable defensive power. They would be your most reliable shield and support. As long as they did not die, they would continue to hold up the line of defense. These people with die-hard perseverance are the most unbearable of all. They are really hard to deal with, Jason sighed. He understood people like Alkers. Once they had a goal, they would not give it up even at the cost of their lives, because he himself was such a person. Alkers was able to accurately strike and break each streak of light, but as they shattered, they would turn into scattered fragments and hit his armor. The impact wasn't strong, but they were extremely heated, causing even Alker's armor to glow red from the temperature. His sweat turned into steam and spilled out from his armor. His skin was already burnt in several places. His hands became blistered from the heat of the sword and scratched by his grip on the sword, severely wounding it as he fought. Alkers rushed in front of Jason, turned his sword sideways and attacked Jason with it. Since his goal was to stop Nala from going to her death, he wasn't necessarily an enemy that must be killed. Knocking him down was enough. Naive. Jason did not evade and instead threw his bow and arrow aside, grabbed Alker's sword with his bare hands. The red vitality around his body surged forward, infusing itself into Alker's sword. The intense heat flowed from the blade to the hilt of the sword, stimulating Alker's disfigured hands even further. Drop your sword! Never! The knight ignored the burning smell of flesh coming from his hands and moved forward to headbutt Jason. Although your defense is strong, you can't isolate heat. My ability perfectly counters yours. Stop your attack. If this goes on, your body will not be able to stand it. Jason avoided Alker's headbutt without trouble. Since other blood burners were afraid of ruining their bodies, they always maintained a certain temperature when burning their life force. But since Jason was an undead, his limit was exceptionally high. To follow my lord and fight to defend my lord's beliefs, only those with such glory are the knights. Alker's metallic gleam shifted onto his body as he used all his strength to attack Jason. I am a knight, and I am not afraid to die. May the glory of my lord shine on me always. You. There's no helping it. Jason gritted his teeth. His heart frantically beated as more life force surged forward and turned into red vitality. The air became warped, then abruptly burst. Alker's body was sent flying and landed upside down. Jason dragged his slightly broken body to his opponent's side and sighed. Still breathing, but can't be left without treatment with such followers. Nala might just actually succeed, Jason said sadly as he looked towards the direction where Nala left. It was just that, regardless of whether Nala failed or succeeded, wouldn't death be the only thing welcoming her? Chapter 90. Divine Grace of the Church of Divine Grace. Please take good care of him. Here's the payment." Jason put a bag of coins in the hands of the villagers and pointed to the heavily burned alkers in the house. Fortunately, he had brought some spring of life water with him. Otherwise, with this degree of burns, alkers could die from complications at any time. Jason then pursued Nala and the others. No matter what, if he had a chance to prevent that kind of tragedy, he would have to try. Even more so since he found out from Sacred Valley's intelligence network that there were signs of Negary's ghostmen moving to ambush Nala. He still had a grudge to settle with the ghostman Cadiz who killed his entire family. "Lord Negary, the ambushing force is ready. With the ghostmen as the main force, they will try their best to assault Nala and stimulate her dragon bloodline." Granny Seal spoke to a box with Golden Soul's blood rippling inside. "But, are you sure that there won't be any issues? With so many ghostmen dispatched, what if Nala can't reach Sacred Valley?" Granny Seal asked worriedly. "Trust Nala. If she can't overcome this little bit of hardship, she can forget saving the world." Negary's voice came from the soul's blood. "Understood. Then, how was the outcome of the battle between Lord Negary and Eldridge?" Granny Seer nodded, then asked. At another location, Negary was walking on the street. His sturdy body, perfect appearance, and fatal charisma attracted the attention of many people. "Did you not foresee it, Granny Seal?" Negary's words were implying something. "I took Eldridge's head with my own hands." "I could not. This old lady has only released the first stage of my origin." As the statue of the last god and Lord Negary's dragon's pressure was at the scene, this old lady could not foresee the situation there. Granny Seal's voice was full of reverence. "Lord Negary is indeed invincible." Yes, Eldridge was only a disqualified king, so he naturally wouldn't be Lord Negary's match. Hearing Granny Seal's words, Negary's hand stroked his own chest, and then said with a smile, "Although Eldridge was not a qualified combatant, he is a qualified king." "Really, this evaluation?" Granny Seal said with a weird tone. "Then, Lord Negary, will you be returning soon?" "No, I will leave the command of Nala's matter to you. If things go badly, I will send Noah." Negary was standing in front of a gorgeous building with a happy smile on his face. "Before that, there is one more thing that needs to be done." "Then I wish Lord Negary all the best," Granny Seal said with a smile. In front of Negary, two people wearing knight armor came forward. Both of them placed their hands on the hilt of their swords. One of them asked sharply, "Who are you, sir? Why are you standing in front of the Grand Cathedral?" Indeed, Negary was currently in Ingmarlo, the capital of Intercam. The magnificent building in front of him was the Grand Cathedral of the Church of Divine Grace, which could also be considered to be their headquarters. The knights and priests of the church were all bestowed their divine graces in this place. Ordinary believers would also be allowed to enter for worshipping after performing a cleansing ceremony at the side door. The main door of the cathedral would only be opened when grand ceremonies are held. There would be no issues if it was any normal person standing at the door to admire the structure, but Negary's presence was simply too strong. Just by standing there, it felt as if he was the center of the world. The ominous but alluring peculiar sense of charm he gave off made it so that one's heart would beat faster from more than just panic. "Please answer, or else I will detain you for disrespect of the Lord." The Knight of Divine Grace had cold sweat running down his forehead from just facing Negary, his hand trembling as he drew his sword while the grace of protection glimmered on his body. Behind him, the other Knight of Divine Grace also drew his sword, then slashed his comrade without hesitation. Fresh blood splattered all around and made the bystanders scream and flee in panic. "Lord Negary, your servant greets you." The eyes of this Knight of Divine Grace was practically glowing with fanaticism. "HM, inform all our lurkers, no matter the cost, to drag the people of the Church of Divine Grace out for me." Negary walked forward as his interference force surged forward, struck, and shattered the large stone gate into rubble. The commotion here caused many knights and priests of divine grace to take action. But a few companions who were originally amiable suddenly displayed fanatical expressions on their faces and ambushed them from behind, causing many casualties. At the same time, in the distant sky, A large array of dark clouds gradually moved closer, carrying with them resounding noises that alarmed the entire capital. As the black clouds obscured the sun, black snowflakes started to fall from the sky. But only when the snowflakes landed did people discover that they were patches of black feathers with a rancid, foul stench permeating from them. Negary continued to walk towards the depths of the grand cathedral. Anything that tried to block Negary's way, whether they were a person or a wall, was unable to put up any reasonable resistance in front of Negary's peak of power. All obstacles were easily ripped to shreds in mere moments. Vile creature, you will never take another step forward. A large number of knights of divine grace had gathered in a corridor and raised their knights' swords in front of themselves. My Lord's grace declares me to be just. I shall cut through the darkness, and evil will be punished. The knights of divine grace shined with the grace they were granted and rushed towards Negary, Jaliost. As he uttered the Drakatung syllable, Negary's footsteps didn't stop. Each and every one of the knights of divine grace collapsed where they stood. Their armor shattered and broke. Their blood and limbs were strewn all around. Negary continued to walk through the corridor full of blood. When Negary passed by the body of a knight who stood near the back that was soaked in the pool of blood, he paused slightly, then continued forward. After Negary had left, the knight began to tremble, his eyes open to look at the corpses in front of him. His tears mixed with blood flowing down his face. Because he was at the back, and because he instinctively felt that something was wrong, he managed to use the grace of protection in time. That made it so that he was seriously injured but didn't die. He then instinctively laid down and played dead, managing to survive. Negary's pause was purposeful, to let him know that Negary had noticed but decided to spare him. An unprecedented sense of fear and humiliation encroached on his soul, but he had to admit that there was still a hidden sense of relief in his heart. However, it could be seen right now that the rest of his life would be spent living in the shadows of this experience. Negary waved his hand to break down the door, only to be greeted with a knight wielding a glowing white sword. Negary's scaly hand reached out to block the knight's sword, grabbed and pulled it back while his fingers stabbed forward. His nail pierced through the flesh of the knight's lower jaw, went into his throat, broke his spine and tore through his skin on the back, swiftly taking the man's resolute expression down together with his head. Negary then waved his hand and smashed it on a knight of divine grace rushing at him. Negary maintained his pace and continued to walk forward. Chapter 91. God loves the world. Devil, you are a devil. Dragon's pressure combined with Negary's imposing manner increased by his every step, coupled with his understanding of humans made it so that his every gesture stimulated the spirit of the knights of divine grace. As Negary approached, some of them couldn't bear this psychological pressure, screamed in horror and rushed towards Negary, only to be killed with a swat of Negary's hands. More and more knights of divine grace were gathering, together with the church's own troops of knights in training. Under the priest's grace of fearlessness, they chanted my lord as they charged at Negary from every direction. As Negary's dragon's pressure expanded, it felt like a heavy stone that pressed against their hearts. If not for the priest's grace of fearlessness, they wouldn't even dare to charge forward. Siowl. Another Drakatung syllable, meaning the power of levitation, symbolizing the control of the dragons over the sky. Its specific usage was to allow a life form to be able to take flight. Within the range of Negary's dragon's pressure, a force began to act on these knights' bodies and made their bodies lighter. They were all charging forward, preparing to attack, but the sudden lightness of their bodies made it so that they couldn't react before they crashed into one another. All of them floated like balloons, colliding against one another in the air, vainly struggling to stabilize themselves. The most normal reactions were muscle strains, vomiting, dizziness, heartbeat pausing, as well as various other abnormal conditions that completely immobilized this force. Of course, if they could adapt to this state, it wouldn't be hard to fly under the effect of this power, but they obviously have no time to adapt. Keel it. Negary grabbed a sword that fell on the ground and infused his power into it. Then with a wave of the sword, The blade cracked and broke into tiny pieces that scattered all around. Just like that, every knight in the air lost their lives and fell down to the ground. When a life form was no longer alive, the power of the levitation Drakatung would also lose its effect on their bodies. This way, they wouldn't even have the chance to pretend to be dead. Enough, Negary. This is the Church of Divine Grace. It is the abode of God. The new Pope Lewin Donner walked out from the grand cathedral divine hall with a scepter in his hand, his face showing an expression of extraordinary anger. He had only just become the Pope of the Church of Divine Grace, after much effort. Although the princess they supported did not inherit the throne, the influence of the Church had finally managed to infiltrate Royas for the first time. On the current continent, most kingdoms only existed as self-governing states, with the two most powerful kingdoms being Intercam and Royas, which meant that as long as the Church of Divine Grace fully spread their influence into these two kingdoms, the others would not be able to resist their integration. Eventually, the Church of Divine Grace would become the faith of the entire continent, and his name, Lewin Donner, would be written into the annals of history and become an object of admiration for countless people. He would bask in the light of God and become the greatest pope in the history of the Church. And yet why? Why does Negary have to cause trouble at this point in time? Even capturing over half of the grand cathedral without much difficulty, what would happen to the pride of the Church of Divine Grace from now on? Only a fake. Negary lightly said with a smile. From Eldridge, Negary understood the true face of the Church of Divine Grace's so-called God. This God wasn't even part of the divine race like the new deity and the last God. In essence, it was the leftovers of the last God when he torched himself to prolong the fire. Because the last God amalgamated the souls of too many other powerful entities in this world, not all of them could be completely burnt away. Although this unburnt entity also came out from the first flame, it was different from the first three gods. It didn't even have the qualifications to be used as fuel for the flames, and it was precisely because of its existence that evil spirits showed up in the first place. In a way, this entity could be considered the original evil spirit. However, this residue had a certain ability. Because it was the amalgamation of the remnant souls of many combatants who once fused with the last God, it had acquired a unique ability. Its believers, if their faith was sturdy enough and their physique was suitable, it was able to grant them the power formed by the traits of those powerful entities of the past. This was the true nature of the Church's graces. What was even sadder was that because it was a multiracial mixture who was burned by the flames, after the demise of the Second Empire, it had always been sealed inside those ruins. After so many years, it had given up on thinking. It was the first pope of the Church of Divine Grace who found the original evil spirit from the ruins and deified it. In fact, this God was nothing but a grace dispenser with only its instincts remaining. The ones who were truly in control of the Church of Divine Grace was the Council of Secret Gods. Even the Pope, Lewin, knew very little about their God. Only after he had been the Pope for a long time, and gradually became aware of the truth of their God, would he be invited by the Council of Secret Gods. If he were to decline this invitation, he would be secretly dealt with, then publicly declared that God missed the Pope and had summoned the Pope back to heaven. Negary continued to move forward. His invincible, imposing manner coupled with the expanding dragon's pressure heavily struck their hearts. In this brief moment, even the knights of divine grace who had been blessed by the grace of fearlessness couldn't help but take a step back. Negary, the Church of Divine Grace is not a place you can act as you wish. God loves the world, Lewin coldly declared. The scepter in his hand began to give off shining rays of light that enveloped everyone here, granting them the effects of every grace. This was the function of the Pope's inheritance scepter, temporarily granting all the graces of the Church to those chosen by the wielder. Salvation, understanding, vitality, justice, protection, sacrifice, temperance, fearlessness, tenacity, a total of 9 graces. Every knight and priest here were clad in blinding light like angels who descended from above. At the same time, they all felt like being given a gift from God. The originally frightened knights, after being flooded with the 9 graces, felt their fear of death, their attachment to family members, and their reluctance to give up on life all vanished, leaving only God in their hearts. The Knights of Divine Grace, and even the priests, all charged towards Negary with vigor and fanaticism in their minds. Doesn't seem too bad. Negary waved his hand to stop an incoming sword swing. The scales on his palm were cracked, spilling a touch of golden blood. His hand then moved and slapped the knight's head, shattering his helmet and splattering his blood all over. The grace of tenacity allowed a person to not die immediately after a fatal strike. Normally, this wasn't very useful, so few chose to receive it, but it now played a crucial role. Several dozen rays of light flashed on this person at once. The large number of grace of salvation forcibly pulled him back from the brink of death and restored him to perfect health. Jaliast. With this Drakatung syllable, an unstoppable force struck those who rushed at Negary. Their armor shattered and their blood spilled everywhere, but with an array of madly shining lights, these people who had discarded everything but God in their hearts, including pain, once again charged at Negary. Pseudo-immortality and unlimited healing. How ridiculous. Negary chuckled and raised his hand to the roof. His dragon's pressure surged forth as he uttered the unstoppable Drakatung syllable again. Jaliast. The roof was blown away to reveal the sky above, a sky filled with darkness. Chapter 92, Destruction of Divine Grace. At the next moment, a torrent of black poured in from the hole on the roof. The noise of crows filled the entire area, and the pitch-black feathers completely overwhelmed the light of the graces. Negary stood in the battlefield, shuffling between black and white, occasionally waving his hands to kill the enemies. The grace of tenacity could only delay death, not completely stop it. If the grace of salvation did not arrive in time, they would still lose their lives. The torrent of black and white gradually subsided as more red appeared in the area instead. The blood had stained everything red. Negary walked up the stairs step by step, approaching Lewin, who was holding the scepter while trembling. Behind Negary, a large number of corpses had piled up with humans and crows among them, but the number of crows still won out in the end. At this point, some crows had even landed on top of the corpses and indifferently pecked at them like food, not running away. Negary gave Lewin some respect and asked, "I am the messenger of God, and behind me is his divine hall. Evil creature, I will never let you take a single step inside." Lewin trembled, but did not retreat any further. It had been 10 years since he escaped from Raystromia in panic. 10 years. The reason why he was so eager to climb up and develop the Church of Divine Grace was only partially because of his ambition and desire for power, while the remaining part was because of his fear. After leaving Rhea, he still felt fear every time he thought of Negary's strength. The deep sense of powerlessness continued to stimulate and push him forward. It was only by holding even more power in his hand did he feel like he was able to escape that fear. After becoming the Pope, he initially thought he could finally overcome that fear. But only when Negary appeared in front of them again did he realize how deep-rooted that fear was, and felt despair. "God is with me." Lewin looked straight at Negary right in front of himself and softly declared. He borrowed the influence of his family and mentor to become the cardinal, then the Pope. Borrowed the power of the Church of Divine Grace to influence the Kingdom of Intercam, or perhaps even the entire continent. But all of this was useless against Negary. When all that he was dependent on had been stripped away, when he had no choice but to face this fear, Lewin suddenly felt like there was nothing to fear in the first place. In such a situation, one would either be overwhelmed by fear and could no longer stand up, or they would face their fear and truly recognize themselves. "Negary!" Lewin's body shined with a dazzling white light and swung the scepter in his hand to strike Negary with all his strength. "Your unyielding spirit I shall accept." Negary evaded Lewin's attack, pierced through Lewin's chest with his palm, pulled out his beating heart and directly crushed it. Then he slowly absorbed his soul essence. Lewin's success was largely due to the influence of his family and mentors, but while there weren't many people with the same background he did in the Church of Divine Grace, there weren't few either. And yet among them all, why did only Lewin manage to become the Pope? Regardless of anything else, one must admit that he had his own merits for his achievement. Negary pulled out his hand back out and picked up the scepter. This scepter had a deep connection with the original evil spirit, being able to channel its full power for a short time to bestow the graces to many people. Without the help of the crows, even if Negary had taken his dragon form, it would have been difficult to fight against so many lunatics who had nothing but God in their hearts and support from the 9 graces at once. Breaking open the gate of the divine hall with a wave of his hand, the scenery inside revealed itself to Negary. A stone platform was enshrined at the center of the large hall with various unidentified patterns etched onto it that looked extremely coordinated. Above the stone platform, there was an incandescent ball of light. Whenever the people of the Church of Divine Grace were bestowed their graces, they must come to this place, stand on the stone platform, and receive it from the ball of light through a special ceremony. Generally speaking, because of their physique, normal human beings could only bear up to 5 graces. An extraordinarily powerful human might be able to bear 6 graces, while the single most powerful knight of divine grace in history was able to bear a total of 7 graces. As Negary looked at the light ball floating in the air, his eyes were full of jest. If other people came here, they would feel a sacred sensation from the bottom of their hearts, as if the ball of light up there was truly the incarnation of God and the creator of all things. That ball of light itself probably thinks so too. As an entity that emerged from the first flame and the original evil spirit, it had actually been brainwashed by a group of ordinary people. How shameful. From the shadow of this divine hall, a few people in white robes came out. If Lewin was here, he would recognize these people as some of the most veteran archbishops in the Church of Divine Grace. Negary, do you seek to blaspheme God? A white-robed man with a scar on his face coldly questioned. God. Negary slowly stepped forward. Let's not kid ourselves here. Although his soul physique exceeds mine, this thing dominated by the will of scums like you is definitely not God. Negary scoffed and made the expressions of everyone here change. For the Council of the Secret Gods, it didn't matter if the Church of Divine Grace was destroyed. As long as they still had control over the original evil spirit and could continue to bestow the graces upon believers, they could always rebuild a new church of divine grace. If the secret of the church came to light, the dignity of God would be no more. God would become a mere treasure that anyone could control, and the Church of Divine Grace would become a target for all. If they still had their knights of divine grace, they would be able to fend off most of those greedy gazes. But since the church had just been slaughtered by Negary, if this secret were to be exposed, they would be hunted down by the whole continent. You had better think about how to save your own lives first. Negary held the Pope's scepter and continued walking towards the people of the Council of Secret Gods. Negary, your biggest mistake was to covet the Pope's scepter. Another bald, white-robed man declared with a cold laugh. You think we left this thing to the Pope without any countermeasures? The scepter in Negary's hand suddenly shone with a dazzling white light, causing Negary to feel his soul form becoming unstable as it was being sucked towards the scepter. The main material of that Pope's scepter was the souls of the previous generations of rebellious divine grace personnel. Through the countermeasure, that light allows the scepter to devour the soul of its wielder. An old man with a white beard among them chuckled as he spoke. Dick, you've said too much. The scar-faced, white-robed man turned and admonished the white-bearded old man. Even though being sucked into the Pope's scepter like this would mean the end for Negary anyways, some secrets were better off kept to themselves. But the white-bearded old man, Dick, didn't pay him any attention at all and continued. I have prepared all the documents about using souls to forge weapons, Lord Negary. Well done, Dick. Negary waved the scepter and smashed the scar-faced man's head in. The other members of the Council of the Secret Gods frantically cursed at Dick, not understanding why he would betray the Council in the first place. They then tried to use the original evil spirits to repel Negary, only to find that Negary also knew how to control the original evil spirit, and Negary's spiritual power was much stronger than theirs. In the end, they were killed off one by one in despair by Negary. "Lord Negary is truly powerful enough for anyone to despair," Dick said flatteringly. The wrinkles on his face had all churned together to form something that resembled a smile. This man, Dick Thacker, was the biggest traitor that Negary had instigated in the Church of Divine Grace, and the main reason why he was spurred into betrayal was that he was old. Although he had joint control of the original evil spirit, had the grace of vitality transplanted into his body, and maintained decent daily care of himself, he had simply lived for too long. He could feel his life coming to an end, and so he chose to follow Negary and sold out the council of the secret gods. Negary turned to him, summoned a crow over and pierced through the crow's body with his finger. Some black substance could be seen seeping out from the crow's body onto his finger. He then tapped the finger on Dick Thacker's forehead. The black substance then became animated and crawled into the man's body through his skin. "Your body will gradually be replaced by the black crow germs, but vitality comes out of nowhere. You will need to consume the lives of others in order to maintain the black crow germs' activity. But you probably don't mind that little trouble. Thank you, Lord Negary. Thank you, Lord Negary." The germs on Dick's forehead continued to permeate into his body and caused him to fall into the pool of blood of his previous colleagues from the exceptional pain. But he was still madly thanking Negary out of joy. "Don't mess this up." Negary took the original evil spirit and walked away. The crows were carrying several books in groups. These were the knowledge from the Church of Divine Grace that Dick provided. A large number of crows landed on Negary's shoulder and brought him to the sky, flying towards the sacred valley. The last few mysteries that this world had left to offer would be revealed at that place. Chapter 93, Remains of the Giant. "Princess Nala, please hurry. Leave this to me," said a knight of divine grace as he held up his rusty knight's sword and faced a large, mud-like monster. The world was becoming more abnormal by the day. As the black abyss approached, the sky had turned dim and gray, as if there was always a layer of dark clouds above. Additionally, as the black abyss arrived, some people also began to mutate. Their skin and flesh began to fester like a skinned frog. From time to time, they would shed pieces of flesh from their bodies, or even lose their humanoid appearance. Their bones would begin to melt, turning their entire bodies into a pool of mud with tentacles for limbs. These monsters seemed to be particularly hostile towards humans, almost as if they were their natural predators. Once they pounced on a person, their flesh and skin would melt. When struck by weapons, the weapons would corrode extremely rapidly. Even elite and veteran mercenaries had died at these monsters' hands with just a bit of carelessness. The more people that these monsters ate, the larger they would grow without an apparent limit. And the most terrifying thing of all was that these monsters couldn't be killed. Fortunately, there weren't many of these monsters for now, with most of them only showing up in remote areas. The more prosperous a city area was, the less these monsters that appeared, so they hadn't caused a large disturbance yet. However, time wasn't on their side. These mutations were ongoing, and things were still changing by the minute. Nala could also feel some sort of power trying to alter her, but being forcefully held back by the dragon's blood inside her body. However, she could also sense that as long as she gave in to it, she would be able to obtain great power. Nala and the others encountered this dam monster when they were passing by a village. Soon after this monster manifested, it had slaughtered the entire village and grew to the size of a house like it currently was. As they rode past this village, the tentacles of the mud monsters suddenly swept out, eliminating all of their horses. Quite a few of the people of the church, as well as Nala's follower knights, were also struck by the tentacles before they could react. Many of them died on the spot, and more died in the battle that ensued. Nala and the others had tried a lot of ways to kill the monster, but it seemed that something was supporting it, keeping it alive. Despite the monster's size and muddy stature, it wasn't slow, combined with its disgusting method of attack. If they had tried to ignore it and run, more people would have been killed instead. As a last resort, the Knight of Divine Grace suggested that he stay back to stop the monster. or else the entire group would be stuck here with it. From the surrounding environments, it could be seen that the black abyss was getting closer and closer by the minute. The light of the flames was dying and their time was running out. My Lord promised me the right to sacrifice. God is with me. A dazzling white light manifested on the night of divine grace, as his grace of sacrifice had been activated. It truly must be said, although the Church's God was only a fake, the grace it bestowed upon people did indeed require special qualities. These normal people of the Church of Divine Grace naturally must possess those special qualities, and were praiseworthy in one way or another. As the Knight of Divine Grace held his sword and rushed towards the monster, Nala's eyes flashed briefly, turned around and declared, "All members, retreat. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain." As the white light erupted, the monster's body was blown to bits, but under the influence of some kind of power, it quickly gathered again, swallowed the body of the knight and grew a bit larger. There was no time to grieve. Everyone had already seen the horror of the Black Abyss, and this was only the signs of things before the advent of the Black Abyss. If it truly did descend upon them, what would become of the world was completely unimaginable. And so, even if they had to risk everything, they must stop the Black Abyss from coming. Finally, Sacred Valley, Nala was a bit worn down. After all, they had galloped all the way here in order to arrive as fast as possible. This seemingly ordinary valley looked beautiful, as if the power of the Black Abyss could not affect it at all. As Nala's group approached the valley, a loud voice resounded from within. "Spawn of the Black Abyss, leave this place? I am a human being. I am here to continue the flames. Please open the path to the kiln of the first flame." Nala ignored the other party's harsh tone, stabbed her dragon-scale sword to the ground, and solemnly declared, "The Black Abyss is approaching. Anomalies are already beginning to manifest. We cannot stall this any longer, definitely not. Sacred Valley will guard the first flame and will never allow the spawns of the Black Abyss to approach," the voice harshly denied her, unwilling to compromise in the slightest. "As long as the first flame does not die, do not even think about entering. Spawn of the Black Abyss, how ridiculous." Nala sighed. The flame was obviously going out, and none of them were the fuel to prolong it, yet they insisted on preventing others from doing so just because they believed the other party might extinguish it for good instead. Sure enough, what Eldridge had said about Sacred Valley being ghouls was not wrong. Again, everyone had their own perseverance and ideas. If you can persuade others and make them compromise by just being reasonable, then so many examples of coercion would not exist in this world. Then we shall act as we will. I firmly believe that our path is correct." Nala drew out the dragon-scale sword and walked firmly towards the valley. If convincing didn't work, then a fight was the only answer. A large number of crows carried Negary towards Sacred Valley. Although it's possible for him to fly with Dracatung, using it constantly consumes energy, and at this juncture it would be best to save some energy. In the sky, Negary closed the book in his hand. On his way, Negary had read through the records and documents kept by the Church of Divine Grace, learning the knowledge that could be considered to be useful within them. After all, there was always a reason why an organization could be established and survive for so many years. As he stopped above the valley, Negary held the original evil spirit in his hand, and a rune appeared on his forehead. It was the grace of understanding. By observing the entirety of the Sacred Valley through it, Negary's eyes saw something very different from what initially seemed like an ordinary valley. The mud blocks of mountains and rivers had lost their color in Negary's eyes, revealing the truth of what was hidden beneath. The entire valley was the skeleton of a person's hand. This hand seems to be holding onto something. The mountain range on both sides of the valley were the hand's index, finger, and thumb, while the end of the valley was the wrist. The rest of the hand was deeply buried in the ground, but from this hand alone, one could tell how large this entity was, his identity being self-evident. One of the three gods who came out from the first flame, the only one among the three gods who took the responsibility and created all of the life forms in this world. The first assassin of the Sacred Valley was a follower of the giant. The so-called spring of life was derived from the giant's flesh and blood. Since the humans of this world were originally created by the giant, the spring of life created from his flesh and blood could naturally treat and mend any human wounds. Is the first flame placed inside the skeleton of the giant? Negary slowly descended into the valley where it was in complete chaos. It could be seen that a fierce battle had happened here, one between many forces. Quite a few corpses were left on the scene, including assassins of the Sacred Valley, knights from Nala's group and Negary's 3 troops, the Ghost Men, Crowmen, and Dragon Men. However, none of them had any soul essence or life essence left over, obviously taken by a powerful evil spirit. And besides Negary himself, that description could only refer to the people of Hales. Chapter 94. The First Flame 1. Surrounded by crows, Negary walked towards the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave entrance was a relatively spacious flight of stairs that led all the way down with no end in sight. Both sides of the stairs were inlaid with luminous stones to provide lighting. At the same time, as soon as Negary entered this place, his perception field was immediately suppressed by a certain force and couldn't extend too far. No wonder the Ghostmen broke contact after entering this place. In this environment, it would be difficult for me to contact the outside world even through the soul's blood. Negary continued downward without hesitation. Along the way, more corpses could be seen. Most of them were assassins of Sacred Valley. There were also a few Crowmen and Dragon Men corpses, and even a single Ghostman who fell here, but no Hales members at all. But if one gave it some thought, most Hales members had the Black Abyss trait, and now that the Black Abyss was coming closer, they would most likely acquire a part of the Black Abyss power and turn into those mud monsters much more easily. While becoming a mud monster made you very strong, the price for that was the complete loss of sentience and turning into an irrational monster. Even the people of Hales could not control them, only setting them wild on the continent and further weakening the flame. The Hales members who attacked Sacred Valley most likely only included the 3 members of the 4 sides of God who had returned to their positions, and a few people who did not possess the Black Abyss trait. Ahahaha, mortals covered by the ashes, you can't resist God. I have transcended mere appearance and have become the face of God. The sound of a huge impact came from below, accompanied by a loud noise. So they are fighting below. Negary walked down at a steady pace that wasn't too fast nor too slow. By what the voice just declared, it wasn't hard to guess whose voice that belonged to, one of the 4 sides of God, but the one fighting against him was unclear. Ainz, one of the few blood burners of the Sacred Valley, was burning with flames of red vitality, illuminating his surroundings. Around him were several spots of white light. He understood at a glance that they were the people of the Church of Divine Grace who were fully supporting him with their graces. The world was impermanent. Not too long ago, they were still clashing swords against one another, but now they were on a united front against a common enemy. And the enemy in question was a shroud of darkness that had completely engulfed them, the dazzled who represented the unseeable side of God. If someone was exposed to this darkness, they would be completely swallowed up by it. If not for the red light of vitality around himself, he would have already lost his life long ago, but besides this devouring power, there was something else inside the darkness that was constantly attacking him as well. With a groan, one of the spots of white light near him slowly faded away. Obviously, another person from the church was unable to endure and was swallowed up by the darkness. Tusk, 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 what are you still persevering for? The voice in the darkness sounded again. Life is nothing but a scam. The flame used emotions as chains to bind you. By breaking away from those shackles, you will see the true face of the world, damn it. What should I do? Ainz was keeping this light up through burning his life force, so he was very anxious. Although he remained here voluntarily to keep the enemy busy, that didn't mean he was willing to die like this. Feeling a breath of danger around him, Ainz reflexively rolled to one side, but was still a step too late. His left hand was sliced off by an unknown object or entity, and the pain numbed his mind. Right away, the life force stored inside his heart surged forth to stop the bleeding at his wrist. But this was meaningless. Healing his wounds caused his life force to run out even quicker, slowly extinguishing the light of vitality around his body. As the darkness crept in closer, he could feel his everything being devoured by the darkness. I couldn't even retaliate, defeated without being able to do anything. I truly am weak. Ainz collapsed to the darkness. The red light around him gradually faded away. Perhaps it was his imagination, but before he completely lost his life, he could feel a sound and the pain of his entire body being torn apart. Jaliast. The irresistible force surged forward, ripping the darkness that lingered inside the cave to shreds. But the people struggling inside the darkness were also struck by this power. As they were barely able to resist the power of the darkness, their bodies and lives were ripped to shreds together with the darkness by the power of the Drakatung. Negary slowly walked forward, glanced at the bunch of collateral damage before he turned to the dazzled inside the darkness. These people could never stall you, so what are your plans by stopping here? Negary, the dazzled hiding in the darkness, shouted with gnashing teeth. Before Hales found him, the ideal dazzled was supposed to be Negary, which made him feel like he was only a substitute. And now that the original had appeared before him and even ruined his joy of hunting, the dazzled only felt more hatred towards Negary. It's good that you're here. I will kill you and prove that I am definitely stronger than you are. The dazzled declared, full of malice. His darkness surged forth like a tidal wave that crashed down towards Negary. The closer the black abyss approaches, the stronger my power will be. Negary, you are limited to the power of evil spirits and could never win against me who has obtained the power of the black abyss. The dazzled's voice echoed in the darkness, quickly surrounding Negary. How unsightly. Negary said mockingly as he felt the darkness constantly absorbing his power, and when he heard the dazzled's words. This so-called dazzled, before becoming the dazzled, was nothing but a newborn rational evil spirit. His current power was only obtained through Hales piling resources on him, so compared to Negary and Eldridge, his willpower was pathetically weak. Like a castle in the sky, everything about him was built on the basis of that bestowed power. The cluster of white light in Negary's hand lit up, became stronger and stronger, then swiftly repelled everything around him. Including the darkness, the stairs beneath his feet, even the air around him was driven away. The grace of justice, in the Church of Divine Grace's description, was the ability to reject all entities that one believed to be unjust. In essence, it was the ability to turn one's willpower into repulsive force and excluded everything they deemed to be wrong. And no one knew for sure exactly how powerful Negary's will actually was. The darkness itself was powerful, but the willpower of the one controlling it was insignificant. As the light dispelled the darkness, Negary walked straight forward with his justice in hand and directly grabbed the dazzled who was hiding within the darkness. Caught you, bug. The thing in his hand was a deformed, humanoid evil spirit. After the darkness was dispelled, he kept trying to retreat, waving his hands to conceal his ugly appearance. Putting just a bit of force into his hands, he crushed the dazzled to pieces, but just as Negary was about to absorb its soul essence to obtain more information, those things disappeared following some sort of power, the black abyss. Negary put the original evil spirit away and continued to move forward. Chapter 95. The first flame, too. It truly must be said, although the original evil spirit only had its instincts left, it was still very useful. Negary continued forward as the sound of fighting kept resounding from ahead of him. Perhaps the distance had been shortened enough, as the connection of soul's blood was re-established and informed Negary of what was going on. Nala was wielding the dragon-scale sword and fighting several ghostmen at once. Her dragon's pressure grew stronger and stronger as the battle went on, proving that her dragon bloodline was quickly awakening. Young Lady Nala, that is the way. You must defeat them to qualify passing through this door, Granny Seal's voice echoed. She commanded the dragon men to guard a gate of bones. A spring of water was right next to the gate, which was the spring of life of Sacred Valley. There were a total of 3 ghostmen going up against Nala, the traitor of the Church of Divine Grace, captain of the ghostmen, Meyerson, who had Chris Remnant's soul implanted, the big fatty Connor Kenway, who had the ability to reflect damage, as well as a new ghostman who was implanted with Ellis Remnant's soul. Other than that, there were several more battles around the area. The Avenger Jason Todd, who had caught up to Nala, was fighting against the pure villain Cadiz Morg, a battle of vengeance that Jason had been looking forward to for 17 years. Reese, who was originally hidden in the darkness, was leading 3 knights against the ghostman Jack the Killer, while the remaining assassins of Sacred Valley were keeping some crowmen busy. As for Noah, Negary's righteous, he was wearing a black robe and stood silently by the Gate of Bones, watching these battles. Despicable? Nala dodged the big iron ball that Connor swung, brandished her sword to slay the false things created by Ellis, then turned to receive Meyerson's sword. Being attacked by 3 ghostmen at once, especially one of them being Meyerson, who understood her respiratory art well, made this battle feel really uncomfortable. Meyerson's secondary soul was Chris, Nala's first respiratory art teacher. Although he couldn't use respiratory art due to being an undead, he understood everything related to respiratory art well enough that his attacks were always aimed at Nala's awkward spots. Nala actually recognized this person in front of her. She knew him as a greenhorn knight who she met when she was young, and knew that it was his betrayal that caused the crusade against Negary to become a complete defeat. And right now, Nala could even vaguely perceive the existence of Chris from his body, so she had to defeat these people, both to prevent the advent of the Black Abyss and to avenge Chris, who taught her respiratory art. The scene in front of her eyes abruptly flashed, and Nala found herself standing on a sunshine-filled field of grass. Her hands that had grown full of calluses from holding a sword had turned back into smooth, jade-like hands, and her armor turned into a small sundress. On the other side of the grassy field was a lake with a small, cozy wooden cabin right next to it. The young Isabella and a very kind-looking man were standing in front of the wooden house, waving at her. This was the scene that Nala desired most when she was still a child, where her mother did not grow weary and old from overworking herself, and her often-talked-about father was still alive and stayed by her mother's side. With a smile on her face, Nala turned around and slashed with her sword, cutting the illusion open. Her faith had never wavered for even a moment. Her dragon-scale sword clashed against Meyerson's knight's sword. Her dragon's pressure surged forward and grew a bit stronger again. The stairs where Negary was standing abruptly split open. A monster jumped forth from the crack, opened its huge jaws to try and swallow Negary whole. Trying to ambush me. Negary stopped watching Nala. His body became indistinct as he evaded the oncoming assault. The monster's gigantic jaw felt like a bottomless black hole, representing the monster's identity. One of the 3 sides of God in Hale's possession, the unfathomable chopped hand, the one who replaced Ellis' position. An intense suction manifested in the air around the monster and seemed to cause even the light around it to be swallowed up. The crows that followed Negary up to this point were unable to evade and were sucked into the mouth, after which their connection with Negary was immediately cut off. Through this sensation, Negary knew where the monster's huge jaw led. It was the Black Abyss that still hadn't fully returned. Anything sucked inside would be sent into the Black Abyss, erased by the Black Abyss and become a part of the Black Abyss. The monster squirmed and directed all of its suction power towards Negary, Jaliost. Negary reached his hand forward. The power that represented the unstoppable dragon surged forward, shattered everything in front of him and ripped the monster's body into pieces, but that didn't stop its advance. For the chopped hand, the body isn't crucial. The only important thing was its huge jaw that symbolized the connection with the Black Abyss. Although the power of Drakatung destroyed its body, it wasn't able to destroy that gate-like mouth. How powerful. Negary looked at the approaching giant mouth and commented. He had to admit, being restricted by both this world and his own limits, he could not become any stronger, So these things had surpassed him by borrowing the black abyss power and surpassed this world's limitations. Fortunately, I obtained this. Negary took the original evil spirit out. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome to face this thing. If the quality of Negary's current soul had exceeded the first stage of release of origin, and was equivalent to the peak of the first stage, then the giant mouth had reached the second stage of release through borrowing the power of the black abyss. The original evil spirit was forged by the flames from the remnant souls of the strongest entities in this world during the era of the First Empire. At the time, quite a few of those entities had reached power equivalent to the third stage of release. After so many years of consuming its own power, it was no longer as great as it was before, but the quality of its soul was still far superior to Negary's own. Negary abandoned the ball of light in his hand and threw it straight into the gigantic mouth of the chopped hand without any reluctance. The grace of sacrifice was already activated, but only after going into the mouth did the original evil spirit thoroughly erupt. The chopped hand wailed silently as it frantically devoured the surrounding rubble and air, but nothing it did was able to prevent its pitch-black mouth from slowly collapsing, recovered by some sort of force and disappeared. Negary continued to move forward. So far, 2 of the 4 sides of Hale's god had been defeated. Only the cut tongue that had never been seen who represented the unspeakable side of God, and the decapitated who represented the unreasonable side of God. Hale's actions this time around seemed very strange. From their standpoint, what they should be doing right now was to prevent Nala from prolonging the first flame with all their power, as this would make it more convenient for the black abyss to arrive. But in truth, the Dazzled was making a joke of being stalled by a few people while the chopped hand was lying here in ambush. Quite obviously, there must be some sort of secret involved, but none of that mattered. Regardless of what happened, his will could not be stopped. Whether there was a scheme or a secret that could not be seen, there was only a single thing that he needed to do: conquer, then dominate. Chapter 96. The First Flame 3. This can't go on, Nala thought to herself. The feeling of oppression coming from the black abyss was getting heavier and heavier. It had already gotten so close to this world that if she didn't prolong the flame soon, this world would really be finished. Nala was barely able to hold her own against these 3 at once, and it was basically impossible for her to defeat them. Meyerson's wasn't much weaker than she was when it came to close combat, so it wasn't easy to defeat him. Furthermore, Ellis was constantly interfering with their battle through creating falsehood, and Connor, who rarely attacked but always forced her to dodge every time he did. Even a little bit of negligence would result in her defeat. All of a sudden, Nala's complexion changed. Her beautiful blonde hair began to wither. Numerous dark spots started to appear on her skin, followed by a sense of dizziness. Nala propped her body up with her sword, half leaning on it as she gave Meyerson a complicated look. At this time, Meyerson had the same afflictions Nala did, and to a much more serious degree. The reason why he betrayed the Church of Divine Grace and pledged his allegiance to Negary in the first place was because of the illnesses and diseases that plagued this world. After implanting Chris Remnant's soul, he obtained the ability that he had always desired: disease synchronization. Through this ability, he would resonate with an ill person and become afflicted with the same disease they were, after which his body could generate a curing germ to treat the disease. Furthermore, this cure could also slowly spread and integrate itself into the environment, which meant that with every cure he completed, there would permanently be 1 less disease in this world. Although Meyerson was technically the captain of the Ghostmen, he hadn't led them much at all. Most of the time, he would be traveling the continent, constantly using his ability to record new diseases while spreading their cure and vaccines at the same time. Among the people here, Meyerson was the one who had probably saved the most people. His body had now recorded over 100 types of diseases, and whenever he needed to fight, he could use reverse synchronization to spread the diseases that he recorded onto the people he was resonating with. And the price for this was that regardless of whether he was recording a new disease or reverse infecting others with them, every disease he recorded within his body would violently act up every time he used the ability. Because Nala had the dragon bloodline, her immune system was powerful, but even she couldn't be immune to over 100 kinds of diseases at once. Furthermore, as the ability only synchronized the symptoms, she couldn't use respiratory art to expel the germs from her body, as there were no actual germs to expel. The records and documents that Eldridge provided included a lot of information about Negary and his subordinates. So as soon as Nala saw Meyerson, who looked even sicker than she was, she instantly understood Meyerson's ability. At the same time, she couldn't understand the man called Meyerson. He betrayed his companions, pledged his life to the evil Negary, held the soul of her mentor Chris within his body, thus blaspheming the dead, all of which were unforgivable acts. However, in order to cure a disease, he would voluntarily infect himself with that same disease, each time doing so by getting afflicted with every disease he had ever recorded. He had accumulated over 100 diseases, which meant that he had suffered these afflictions over 100 times. But no matter what, Nala needed to defeat this opponent. As she was indeed walking on the right path, there was need for her to be confused. Enduring the afflictions of these illnesses, Nala's dragon's pressure madly surged forward into her surroundings, as Nala continued her unique rhythmic breathing. The two effects combined and inflicted a heavy sense of fear into the hearts of everyone around her. At this moment, everything in this world was under Nala's control. She seemed to have become God's incarnation herself, ruling over the life and death of everyone around her. Without hesitation, Nala swung her sword. Despite not hitting anyone with the attack, a clean slash mark appeared on Meyerson's body before it was collapsed in 2 pieces. The masked Ellis was the same, their body cut up horizontally, the cleaved surface giving off a foul scent of burnt flesh. Even Connor's iron ball that came flying was the same, cut in half in an instant. The smooth surface of the cut on the iron ball showed traces of it being burnt, displaying just how sharp that slash was just now. Her dragon's pressure gradually faded. Nala panted heavily while pointing her sword at Connor, the only ghostman fortunate enough to survive that attack. Meyerson collapsed on one side. His immortal undead body did not do anything to save him. He could feel his life slowly slipping away from him, the same feeling from over 20 years ago when he was waiting for death from the disease in the slums. Augustin's figure appeared before his eyes. It was him who had come to the slums and rescued Meyerson, who was waiting to die all those years ago. Good men like him have probably made it to heaven, while people like me should be struck down to hell. It's a pity that I couldn't say sorry to him, but I do not regret my decision from that time. Following Meyerson's death, his ability also faded away. The symptoms of illness gradually subsided on Nala's body. Her eyes were just as sharp and unwavering as they were in the beginning, as soon as she defeated these people. She would be able to enter the gate and head into the kiln of the first flame. Dragon's pressure combined with respiratory art, taking control of all rhythm within the range of dragon's pressure for a brief moment, completely dominating them, then cutting them all off. Noah smiled as he commented. He could clearly see the principles behind Nala's slash just now. In a way, as long as something belonged in this world, she would be able to kill it. At this point, it was necessary to understand the origin of respiratory art. The so-called essence of respiratory art was nothing but the perception and harmonization of oneself with the rhythm of this world, and was the current world not one born from the flame. Therefore, the nature of all rhythm in this world was actually the flickering frequency of the first flame. As one of the 3 gods who came out from the first flame, the dragon race that the progenitor dragon created was naturally born with this world's authority. Through dragon's pressure, dragons were able to force the world, which was also the flame around them, to harmonize with themselves, harnessing it to produce their signature dragon's breath. Because of that, Nala, who combined dragon's pressure and respiratory art, was able to fully control the rhythm of the world for a very brief moment and destroy anything created from the flame in this world. And if a being's rhythm was destroyed, even an immortal body would die. Respiratory art was most likely a technique invented by the giant in order to prolong the flame. By restricting it so that only humans can utilize it, he also prevented this power from being acquired by the Black Abyss. Through this phenomenon, Noah discovered the essence of respiratory art. He then recalled the information that he had obtained through studying the records of the Kochi people's spirit shamans over these years. Although the Kochi people claimed to be a race of humans created from the spirit of the progenitor of all things, through his constant research, he had found the truth. Rather than being offsprings of the giant, the Kochi people were more likely to be a hybrid between humans and the divine race. The names of gods uttered by the spirit shamans, through the memory of the last god, Negary had found that most of them were actually names of members from the original divine race from the ancient era, including the name Negary. However, during the First Empire, the new deity had already brought the divine race with him and fled this world. In order to conceal this disgraceful fact, after the Kochi established their empire, they destroyed the majority of the records regarding the divine race and modified the creation mythos. The giant was uplifted as the progenitor of all things and claimed themselves to have originated from its spirit. As he thought about this, Noah looked at the girl who was pure as she once was and grinned. Chapter 97. The First Flame 4. Nala inherited the dragon bloodline from her mother, became proficient in respiratory art that was created and handed down by the giant, and her father Jacob was a Kochi person, whose power reflected more prominently in their spirit. It just so happened that Nala inherited a bit of everything from the three original gods who came from the first flame. It was no wonder Nala became the saintress of salvation. It could even be said that probably no one was more suitable than she was to prolong the flame. Granny Seal was watching Nala with the same eerie chuckle she always had. It was because she had foreseen this that she declared that prophecy about the saintress of salvation and pushed Nala to her current position. Connor looked down at the big iron ball that had been cut in half and said nothing, then walked towards Nala. After using that attack that could kill anything, she was exhausted, unable to use it a second time, so what was there to fear? Nala wielded her dragon-scale sword, panting heavily, and charged towards Connor. At the same time, the other battles were also gradually coming to an end. Jason's white mask had already been destroyed, revealing his rotten face. After he was transformed into an undead, his body had rotted halfway through before he arrived at Sacred Valley and was modified into a blood burner, thus obtaining a great amount of life force. Despite that, his rotten body already couldn't be healed anymore. His battle with Cadiz was extremely brutal. As an undead and a blood burner, Jason basically had an immortal body. But the same was true for Cadiz, an undead body combined with germs that also resulted in an immortal body. Because of this, both of them had no need to dodge. Both used a fighting style that ensured mutual destruction. Jason's flames of vitality and Cadiz's flames of malice, streaks of burning red and blue, were weaving against one another. Ever since Cadiz killed Jason's family 17 years ago, the fate of these two similar yet different people had been entangled with one another. One of them pursued nothing but revenge, while the other pursued the pure catharsis of unleashing his malice. These two had begun and continued this irreconcilable battle in this way. Jason's body was turning into charcoal, not having much life force left in his body. His opponent Cadiz was also the same. The excessive consumption of the germs that made up his body to heal had turned him into a dried-up husk. These two crippled-looking men continued to stick as close as possible, attacking the other with all they had. "Ha ha ha, Jason Todd, this has been my most enjoyable battle so far." Cadiz's voice was extremely dry, but his tone was full of pleasure. "Maybe we will die together in the end. Say, do you think the people in the future, when they find our corpses lying in the same place, would they think that we were a couple? You scum. Do you want to pass on your malice to others even after you die?" Jason furiously ignited the last bit of his life force, burning Cadiz's body with all he had and thoroughly killed him, then finally collapsed, also losing his life. Tusk, tusk, tusk. So that is how Jason dies. I wonder if he's going to be resurrected from a certain lake, a certain spring, or a certain pit. Although he's most likely just going to die for good, Jack the Killer flexibly evaded the attacks of several knights while muttering words that other people couldn't understand. Say, Mr. Marshall, can't we just make peace here? Killing and fighting isn't a good thing to do, you know, Jack continued his trash talk, making Reese particularly irritated while attacking him. Especially whenever he called him Mr. Marshall, it felt as if he was calling him a pedophile scum, causing Reese even more irritation. Although he had done shady things, he wouldn't be scum. In short, Jack the Killer's endless blabbering made the knights around him furious to no end. Right now, each of them wanted nothing more than to chop him to pieces, cut off his tongue and sew his mouth shut. Unfortunately, not only was Jack's ability to dodge and evade top class, but he also had an immortal body that allowed him to heal any wounds in the blink of an eye. Wait, Boss Man is here. Sadly for you, there's no Jotaro one in this world. Type Moon and JoJo aren't in the same universe anyway, so just surrender. Jack spouted a lot of nonsense again, although his words did carry a certain message. At the entrance, the sound of steady footsteps resounded. Negary's silhouette appeared in front of everyone. The battle between the Crowmen and the Sacred Valley assassins stopped, while Jack instantly moved to stand behind Negary. Only the battle between Nala and Connor continued. Due to unleashing that strike earlier, the nearly drained Nala was gradually losing to Connor. When the knights tried to go to help her, Jack and the Crowmen swiftly stopped them. Just stand and watch. If she cannot triumph over this small obstacle, she won't even be qualified to prolong the flame. Negary crossed his arms, watched Nala's hard fight, and lightly declared. Standing not too far away, Noah began to whisper all kinds of god names. Borrowing the power of those names, all things in the world seemed to have gathered in Noah's hand. The waves of power he gave off drew Nala's attention, telling her that the power in Noah's hand was the key for her to win against her opponent. The constant battles were making Nala's body grow more and more fatigued, yet at the same time uplifting her spirit to a certain extreme. The god names that Noah uttered gradually turned into a unique rhythm, as each of the names was a kind of spiritual rhythm. The power of the Kachi, or rather of the divine race, that lurked inside Nala's body gradually began to awaken. The authority of the divine race started to bless Nala's body little by little. If the dragon race's authority allowed them to force the rhythm of all things to harmonize with themselves and harness the power of fire breath, then the divine race's authority allowed them to rule over the changes of the flame. A simple flame could only destroy, unable to manifest as everything that existed in this world. But once Nala awakened the power of the divine race within herself, her rhythm began to fully synchronize and became the exact same as the rhythm of all things. All things in the world began to transform into sustenance that directly supplemented Nala's drained physique, surrounding her, calling her to evolve to a higher level. With the authority of the three gods in the flames, Nala was practically the god of this world. Of course, being subjected to the limits of the world, she might not even be as powerful as those gods from the divine race of the ancient era. With the dragon-scale sword pointed straight at him, Connor felt that he could be killed in one fell swoop if he made another move. In fact, he felt that Nala could use the authority of the divine race to directly transform him into someone else entirely, mimicking the power of witchcraft. Or perhaps more accurately, witchcraft was originally imitating this authority in the first place. Step down, Connor. Negary's voice resounded, allowing Connor to relax and quickly step away. Granny Seal also chuckled oddly as she stood away from the large gate of bones behind her. The first flame was inside, Nala could sense it. Turning around to take a look at Negary, Nala really wanted to take his life right at this moment. After all, Negary was the enemy who killed her father and an extremely evil monster at the same time. But to her surprise, she was able to clearly perceive the state of Negary's soul, which was only a bit lesser than her own. Her instincts were telling her that it might be possible for her to kill Negary, but it would take a very long time, and that the first flame might go out at any second now. So Nala turned and walked towards the Gate of Bones, which gradually opened under her divine authority. Chapter 98. The First Flame 5. Inferring from the position of the Hand Bones Valley, then the place where the White Gate of Bone was located was probably the giant's head. This was a huge, irregular, spherical space. The ground was filled with mud while a small mass of flickering flame stood in the center of the sphere, illuminating the surroundings. The small mass of flame appeared to be incredibly weak, but was giving off an extraordinary sense of warmth to everyone present. Looking at the flame, one would feel like it contained everything in this world. This was the first flame, that which created all things in this world. Despite looking like an ordinary flame, it was in fact the manifestation of this world's authority, from which the authorities of the three gods originated from. And now, Nala, who had the power of the three gods, would need to turn herself into a torch and fuel this flame, once again purifying the world of the Black Abyss. The channel through which the new deity and the progenitor dragon left this world was also inside the first flame. Once Nala committed herself as fuel and made the flame grow strong enough again, Negary would be able to rely on his dragon body to leave through the channel that the other dragons left from. Nala didn't hesitate. Her eyes were still as clear as they ever were when she headed into the first flame. The assassins of Sacred Valley reflexively wanted to stop her, but realized that it didn't matter if they stopped her or not. They could only hope now that the Nala truly wished to prolong the flame. Lord Negary, Granny Seal, who was standing by the side, suddenly spoke up. This was the scene that I had foreseen. A young girl who had the power of the three gods stepped towards the first flame with resolution, then became the decapitated Nala's steps towards the first flame abruptly stopped. Some sort of power had descended and suppressed everyone present. This power wasn't of this world, or rather, it wasn't born from the flame but from the Black Abyss. This power controlled Nala, made her involuntarily wield her dragon-scale sword, put it against her neck, and slowly pushed the sharp blade through her skin. Nala continually used the power of the three gods to resist this power, but to little effect, as the sword gradually went deeper. Negary tried moving his body, but found that the power made it impossible for him to move. As he tried moving his mouth, he noticed it didn't restrict his ability to speak, so he grinned. Unspeakable side of God, the cut tongue. Who would have thought that one of the leaders of Hales had been lurking by my side all this time? I always thought that the four sides of God must be evil spirits. The requirement isn't to be an evil spirit, but rather having an origin from the Black Abyss that had achieved release, Granny Seal chuckled in her strange voice. As the essence of origin is a connection with the universe itself, there are a few people on this continent whose origin came from the Black Abyss. That is the so-called Black Abyss trait that these assassins of Sacred Valley are after. My talents are not any worse than the first witch, but this world limits my potential. The way to release origin is to grow closer to the root of one's origin. My origin came from the Black Abyss, and this world that prevents the Black Abyss from returning is blocking my path. So that's how it is Negary swiftly understood. The world's flame isn't quite as fragile as we assumed it to be. Since there are qualifications for the one prolonging the flame, there are naturally qualifications for the one dousing it as well, correct? That is correct. The three gods of the first flame corresponded to 3 out of the 4 sides of God. The dragon corresponds to the unseeable side because they represented disaster and calamity. The divine race corresponds to the unspeakable side, representing their mystical aspects. The giant created the humans, which corresponds to the unfathomable side, representing humanity's ability and potential to create miracles. Only when the 3 gods are gathered can they become the representative of the flame, which corresponds to the existence outside of this world and that which cannot be understood with reason. The Black Abyss. By sacrificing Nala, who holds the authority of the 3 gods, to the Black Abyss, the flames shall be completely reversed, the light shall be dispelled, and this world shall truly return to its original appearance in the Black Abyss. There should be a certain purpose as to why you've specifically explained all of this to me. Otherwise, I don't think you would say so much, Negary asked with intrigue. This is exactly why I revere Lord Negary, Granny Seal said sincerely. Regardless of the adversity you face, you can always remain calm and seize every opportunity to become stronger until you overcome all adversity. It was because I dare not look down upon Lord Negary that I had surrendered the originally chosen chopped hand, Ellis, to Lord Negary, despite paying such a huge price to create her, as well as sincerely teaching my lord about supernatural knowledge to gain my lord's trust. If it weren't for Lord Negary's existence, this old woman's plan would not have gone so smoothly. Eldridge alone would have caused this old woman plenty of headache, Granny Seal exaggerated. It was because Lord Negary brought Nala into existence that I managed to come up with this plan. The reason why this old woman explained so much to Lord Negary is partly that I truly admire Lord Negary, but also partly because of the Black Abyss. This world was originally just a corner of the Black Abyss, but it was also a great existence beyond our imagination. After being broken by the white light and burnt by the flame, its original Black Abyss attribute had already been altered, greatly weakened from its original self. After being burnt by the last god, the Black Abyss attribute had been weakened yet again. So if it was allowed to be burnt once more, it would be hard to say if the Black Abyss attribute would still exist at all. Even if the flame was extinguished and allowed this corner to return to its original Black Abyss appearance, the Black Abyss attribute itself would not be too strong. And so this old woman needed another betting chip, something to allow this corner of the Black Abyss to become stronger, or perhaps even regain its original greatness, so I am the other sacrifice. You want to use me to attract the attention of the root Black Abyss, and help this corner of the Black Abyss return to its original eminence. Negary quickly understood with just a bit of thought, because I represent another world. Indeed, although your origin has been lost as well as your crown symbolizing the sun of the world, all of this is no issue to the great Black Abyss. You will become the point of breakthrough for Black Abyss to invade another world, and so, won't Lord Negary cooperate with me properly? Kikiki. Granny Seal said with her strange laugh. The root Black Abyss will replenish Lord Negary's origin and crown, at which point, Lord Negary's position in the Black Abyss might even be greater than my own. What a terrible result! Negary raised his eyebrows. Nala's sword had already cut a certain depth into her neck. Even if Nala was now in charge of the authority of the three gods, and her body had grown considerably stronger than before, if this was left to continue, she would still lose her life. Lord Negary, you cannot resist against my unspeakable destiny, because I have foreseen destiny itself. The power of destiny shall continue to push you towards the ending that I had foreseen destiny. Negary didn't feel enraged at all from the betrayal, and calmly analyzed. This power shouldn't be quite this strong in the beginning. It is because you have been planning and arranging every little detail over the years, slowly guiding everything down this path that it had accumulated and grew to this degree, isn't it? This was similar to how a marble that you dropped from your hand could roll in any number of directions depending on what happens on the ground. Granny Seal's destiny ability was to determine the only direction that the marble would roll in, then build the channel to guide the marble down that direction. The force of the marble was the greatest at first, so it might roll off from the channel, but the more it followed the channel's guidance, the less force it contained until finally, it could no longer jump in any other directions. And the force exerted on Negary and the others right now was that channel itself. Granny Seal had planned for so many years that the force contained in the marble had been reduced to rock bottom. You realized too late, Lord Negary. Despite saying so, Granny Seal was still observing Negary vigilantly. As she had said, she had always admired and revered Negary, the more reason so that she couldn't underestimate Negary. Chapter 99, The First Flame, 6. Granny Seal revered Negary. That was undeniable, but her reverence and her pursuit of ideals did not conflict against one another. It was because she understood Negary's power that she paid close attention to him, even dispatching the dazzled and the chopped hand to attack him and successfully deprive one of Negary's trump cards, the Church of the Divine Grace's original evil spirit. If not for that, with the power of the original evil spirit, it might have been possible for him to break out of the restraints of her destiny power. Destiny was the ability that Granny Seal obtained through releasing the first stage of her origin. Its strength in direct combat was negligible, and required extensive layers of preparations in order to exert its greatest effect. And her preparations up to this point had made it so that not even Nala, who had obtained the authority of the three gods, could resist this power. However, even now Granny Seal was wary that Negary might have a trump card to escape her destiny. No, he surely had a trump card to escape her destiny. That was why she had used her explanations as an excuse to buy time and delay his actions. The closer the Black Abyss approached, the stronger her power grew, so the more time she could buy before Negary used his trump card, the more advantageous it was for her. The Church of Divine Grace called evil spirits the error of this world. This is actually true. Negary's body, despite being under the restraints of destiny, was still slowly growing scales bit by bit. He slowly spoke. The first flame created a perfect digestive system that consumed the power of the Black Abyss through the cycle of life. But regretfully, the new deity and the progenitor dragon escaped, thus leaving a loophole in this system. The last god later tried to repair this, but left errors remaining, which were the evil spirits. Normally, after the death of a life, their true spirit would go into reincarnation, while the remnant soul would be burnt away by the flames. But due to the error, remnant souls could sustain themselves through the death of others. Their very existence ruined the order of this world. Because of that, the more evil spirits there were, the closer the Black Abyss would be. And the closer the Black Abyss was, the more evil spirits would be created. The new deity was replaced by the last god, which somewhat allowed the loophole to be repaired, but the progenitor dragon never had a substitute. As the progenitor dragon represented the flame, it was the lack of his substitution that a remnant soul was able to struggle at death's door within this world's flame. Otherwise, any remnant soul would simply be burnt away and return to the world as soon as they appeared. The dragon is the root of the error in this world. This is also the reason why I pursued the power of the dragon. The scales on Negary's body began to fall off one by one and tiny tentacles spread as his body quickly became deformed. Using the correct form of the dragon, my power would never be able to surpass the limit of this world. Because of that, this is the form of the dragon of error, or rather, the dragon of eternal sin. Negary's form began to drastically change. Firstly, 3 tumors grew and burst on his back. As the mucus dripped to the floor, 3 individual fleshy wings stretched outwards. A tail started growing from the end of his tailbone, then split into several tentacles at the tip. The most terrifying change was on Negary's chest. Sharp fangs started to manifest right in the middle of his torso. A total of 3 circles of teeth opened up one after another, clearly revealing a large bulge right inside his body. With a single glance, anyone could tell that this creature should not have existed in this world. It felt as if the creature was the synonym for error, and that its existence was an unforgivable sin. The sin of the progenitor dragon betraying this world seemed to have been imprinted on and all over its body. This was one of Negary's trump cards, the transformation into this world's error itself, the symbol for the progenitor dragon's betrayal, the dragon of eternal sin. The power of destiny that Granny Seal had placed on Negary was disturbed by this error, allowing Negary to break off the restraints of fate. The dragonmen, whose existence was largely ignored up to now, affected by Negary's transformation, also began to deform and morph into a wrongful appearance. The one who changed the most was Yadley, the former captain of the Crowmen, whose body mutated into a false draconic form that roughly resembled Negary. The idea of the dragon of eternal sin originally came from Yadley. When his heart was literally broken by Chris, he had taken and replaced his heart with the bizarre Scales heart, contaminating the dragon's blood and gradually mutating. Negary took a fancy to this power and began to study it. Only after studying mysticism, Dracatung, and various other secrets with Granny Seal, did Negary manage to complete the real idea of the dragon of eternal sin. By combining the error of the evil spirits and the sin of the dragons, he completed his current form and gained power beyond the limits of the world. Perhaps I should say, as expected of Lord Negary. Granny Seal stared at Negary, who had taken the dragon of eternal sin form, and spoke full of reverence. Lord Negary is such an existence. Even as an enemy, I can't help but be deeply impressed by his strength. This strength wasn't simply referring to his power or anything else, but rather his own prowess. Clearly, he was only an evil spirit who had lost its origin, one whose potential was destined to be limited, and yet he was able to grasp every opportunity he could. Untiringly changed himself and gained strength beyond his own limit. She did not possess this kind of strength. The more she understood about her own abilities, the more she revered Negary. As such, Granny Seal had always referred to Negary as Lord with sincerity from the bottom of her heart. "Come, Lord Negary, let this old woman see how powerful you are." Granny Seal opened her eyes wide. A great amount of indescribable power surged forth from her body as she madly screamed. "Cover it all! Destiny, put everything under your control." As the power of destiny that bound everyone loosened, it began to pour into the world. Something seemed to have changed about the world. A feeling mixed of falsehood and truth was everywhere around them. Negary let out a thunderous roar. In front of a pile of extinguished flames, a headless girl wielded the dragon-scale sword, turned to face them, then slowly walked towards Negary. Representing the unreasonable side of God, the decapitated, former saintress of salvation, Nala Dakmi, had now turned into the representative of the Black Abyss, coming to deliver the sword of death upon everyone here. The minds of the assassins of Sacred Valley collapsed as they saw the extinguished flames. They knew that they shouldn't have let anyone approach the first flame, but so what if they knew? They were powerless to prevent anything in the first place. "Wait, it's not over yet." Noah spoke up on the side. "Most likely, this place is being covered by Seal's future prediction. As long as we defeat this future, we will defeat Seal and set things back on track. Be courageous and face our saintress of salvation. Even if you are useless, you can at least try to act a bit less shameful, can't you?" Noah said, the dragon of eternal sin and headless girl, Negary and Nala. One of them exuded a dragon's pressure full of fallacy, while the other gave off the presence of the Black Abyss. Negary had been able to grow to the point he had today, to a large extent, through relying on the dragon's blood inside Nala, while Nala was only able to grow to her current self through Negary's continuous training. The fate of the two entangled with one another, so it was only fitting for there to be a battle to end it all. This great one didn't expect to have to save the world one day. Weren't we supposed to be the villains here? Jack the Killer said with an ecstatic expression on his face. After this, I'm definitely changing my business card to Savior J Chapter 100. The first flame, 7. With a huge roar, Negary swiped across with his dragon claws. The headless Nala vigorously drew away from Negary's attack and retaliated with a swing of her sword. A huge wound was inflicted on the body of the dragon of eternal sin, but the deformed body filled with error simply grew back and quickly healed itself. According to Seal's foresight, Nala, who had gathered the authority of the three gods, would be equivalent to the dazzled, the chopped hand as well as the cut tongue of Hales. The dazzled and chopped hand were killed by Negary, but their qualities were recovered by the Black Abyss, so when they combined with Seal's power as the cut tongue, the unspeakable power of destiny allowed for the creation of the unreasonable, the decapitated Nala in this future. Nala, who originally gathered the authority of the three gods, had the ability to control everything within the flame world. But in this future, Nala, who had become the decapitated, controlled the unreasonable power of the Black Abyss. Although she lost the ability to control everything in the flame world, her attacks had become more bizarre and tougher to resist. Ah shit, our Jean Dark first turned into a senior sister, then became blackened and is back to kill us. Jack the Killer continued to spout his nonsense as he drew a small dagger and charged at Nala. He was then hit by something unknown, tumbled backwards on the spot and fell to the ground. He then silently rubbed blood all over this face, stuck out his tongue, and played dead. Negary was the one who endured most of Nala's attacks. Although his dragon of eternal sin body had powerful regenerative capabilities, it gradually became unable to regenerate anymore. With each of her bizarre attacks, Nala left a bit of the black abyss power within his wounds. The unique trait of that power was completely beyond Negary's understanding. Regardless of what he tried, he was still unable to expel it from himself. If this was left to go on, more and more black abyss power would accumulate inside his body until he was thoroughly infected by the black abyss and became a part of it. Negary roared again, this time unleashing a gust of scorching flames from his mouth. But an incomprehensible power surged forward from Nala's body, canceling out the flames while Nala's sword struck Negary's body again through the flames, leaving another bit of black abyss power in his body. Gradually, Negary felt that the power of the black abyss was no longer as difficult to understand as before, but this was also the most terrifying thing. This meant that the black abyss was constantly assimilating him and distorting his perception. Once he fully comprehended the black abyss, it would mean that Negary had been completely assimilated by it and became a part of it. Other than Noah, who was using his spirit shaman abilities that could carry out a certain amount of harassment from a distance, the others couldn't even endure 2 hits from Nala. Seems like I'll have to use another trump. Negary moved his dragon body and swung his huge tail forward. The burning tail of tentacles managed to push Nala back briefly. The dragon then stood upright. The 3 layers of fangs on its back opened wide, spitting the blob of flesh in the center out. The flesh slowly peeled off layer by layer to reveal the thing hidden inside. It was a severed head. Even as the owner of the head was wrapped inside the blob of flesh, he still exuded a sense of extraordinary majesty that incited the impulse to pledge one's allegiance to him. As the eyes of the head opened, his incomprehensible gaze displayed his dignity as a king, despite his current embarrassing predicament. Negary, you are really shameless. With a brief glance at his surroundings and the information that Negary was sending to him via their mental connection, Eldridge quickly understood what was going on. In the ruins of the last god, Negary decapitated Eldridge, but he did not kill him. Instead, he ripped open his own chest and put his head inside, using virus manipulation to change the inner structures of his body and provided life support for Eldridge up until this moment. While he was still alive, regardless of how great Eldridge was, he is still only a human. Even if his subjects supported him with all their hearts, the majority of them would not consider him to be their lifelong belief. But this was different in his death. The living simply could not compete against the dead in a few aspects, and since Eldridge had already lost his life, the aristocrats of Royas did not mind deifying him, especially at the advent of the Black Abyss. The influence of the Black Abyss had caused people with the Black Abyss trait to mutate and turn into mud monsters. The world itself had turned foreign, so it was natural for the people to cling to some sort of belief at such a time in order to inspire their own confidence. The newly deceased King Eldridge was a perfect target for such belief, and especially so since Negary had secretly dispatched personnel to slightly modify and spread the tale of the last god. If one went to the current Roya's kingdom, they would find that Eldridge's reputation had reached a status similar to that of a god. Everyone was reciting Eldridge's name, hailing him as the guardian god of Royas while singing praise of his marvelous feats. After Eldridge understood the situation, he used the power of the last god and tried his best to establish contact with his believers. Even though he was beheaded by Negary, he currently had no choice but to help Negary. As he said, he was the king and held the responsibility of the king. If the flame was extinguished, the Roya's kingdom would also not escape destruction. After Eldridge appeared, the headless girl began to focus her attacks on Eldridge's head. After all, this was only a false future created through Granny Seal's destiny cover. Since the people here were deeply caught within this destiny, it was tough for them to break through it, making the decapitated within this destiny essentially unbeatable. But once Eldridge used the power of the last god to establish a connection with the large number of Roya's citizens who regarded him as a god. Their individually weak destinies would combine to form a large variable, thus forcing destiny to deviate from Granny Seal's control. The more this destiny deviated, the more fragile this false future would become, and the weaker the decapitated would be. If possible, Negary would naturally want to keep Eldridge inside his chest to protect this key that would break through this situation. But the very strength of the Dragon of Eternal Sin form made this impossible. The error attribute of the Dragon of Eternal Sin would interfere with Eldridge's power if he were to do that. Then, let's fight with all our strength. Negary flapped the fleshy dragon wings behind his back to kick up an intense gust of wind. The tentacles at the end of his tail madly extended and stabbed into the bodies of the useless spectators in this place. The dragon men, ghost men, crowmen, the assassins of Sacred Valley, Nala's night followers, Negary's righteous, Noah. Even Jack the Killer, who was playing dead, was pierced through by Negary's tail-end tentacles and became his nutrients. Well then, it seems I'll need to leave the field for a while. Jack the Killer blew raspberries before his body melted and was fully absorbed by Negary. Negary, who had now grown several times larger, roared and soared towards the headless girl. Several hundred strains of different germs and viruses derived from the progenitor germs also spread all over the battlefield. The bizarre power of the Black Abyss overflowed from the headless girl's body. Facing Negary's attack, she didn't choose to retreat and instead charged forward with her sword in hand.